Lilith vibes more like hype train babe. When Lionel Giles began his translation of Sun Tzu's Art of War, the work was virtually unknown in Europe. Its introduction to Europe began in 1782 when a French Jesuit father living in China, Joseph Amiot, acquired a copy of it and translated it into French. It was not a good translation. The late 176 leaf. That vibe more Lilith than Lilith herself, Kiko. Peterson, Jordan, 12 Rules for Life. Forward, forward, forward. Might be helpful to us all. Rules, more rules, really, isn't life complicated enough, restricting enough, without abstract rules that don't take our unique individual situations into account? And given that our brains are plastic and all develop differently based on our life experiences, why even expect that a few rules? Years and after that, Moses subjected them to the harsh desert wilderness for another 40 years to purify them of their slavishness. Now, free at last, they are unbridled and have lost all control as they dance wildly around an idol, a golden calf, displaying all manner of corporeal corruption. People don't clamor for rules even in the Bible, as when Moses comes down the mountain, after a long absence, bearing the tablets inscribed with 10 commandments, and finds the children of Israel in revelry. They been Pharaoh's slaves and subject to his tyrannical regulations for 400. I got some good news and I got some bad news, the lawgiver yells to them. Which do you want first? The good news, the hedonists reply. I got him from 15 commandments down to 10. Hallelujah, cries the unruly crowd, and the bad. Adultery is still in. According to another's rule. So rules there will be, but please not too many. We are ambivalent about rules, even when we know they are good for us. If we are spirited souls, if we have character, rules seem restrictive, an affront to our sense of agency and our pride in working out our own lives. Why should we be judged? Without rules, we quickly become slaves to our passions, and there's nothing freeing about that. And judged we are. After all, God didn't give Moses the 10 suggestions, he gave commandments. And if I am a free agent, my first reaction to a command might just be that nobody, not even God, tells me what to do, even if it is good for me. But the story of the golden calf also reminds us that. Clear how the ancients felt about our prospects for civilized behavior in the absence of rules that seek to elevate our gaze and raise our standards. And the story suggests something more unchaperoned and left to our own untutored judgment. We are quick to aim low and worship qualities that are beneath use, in this case an artificial animal that brings out our own animal instincts in a completely unregulated way. The old Hebrew story makes it. One, neat thing about the Bible story is that it doesn't simply list its rules as lawyers or legislators or administrators might. It embeds them in a dramatic tale that illustrates why we need them, thereby making them easier to understand. Similarly, in this book, Professor Peterson doesn't just propose his 12 rules, he tells stories too, bringing to bear his knowledge of many fields as he illustrates and explains why the best rules do not ultimately restrict us but instead facilitate our goals and make for fuller, freer lives. Propose his 12 rules, he tells stories too, bringing to bear his knowledge of many fields as he illustrates and explains why the best rules do not ultimately restrict us but instead facilitate our goals and make for fuller, freer lives. 1. Neat thing about the Bible story is that it doesn't simply list its rules as lawyers or legislators or administrators might. It embeds them in a dramatic tale that illustrates why we need them, thereby making them easier to understand. Similarly, in this book, Professor Peterson doesn't just propose his 12 rules, he tells stories too, bringing to bear his knowledge of many fields as he illustrates and explains why the best rules do not ultimately restrict us but instead facilitate our goals and make for fuller, freer lives. 1. Neat thing about the Bible story is that it doesn't simply list its rules as lawyers or legislators or administrators might. It embeds them in a dramatic tale that illustrates why we need them, thereby making them easier to understand. Similarly, in this book, Professor Peterson doesn't just many topics were off limits, and that casually questioning certain social arrangements and philosophical ideas, not to mention the regime itself, could mean big trouble. The first time I met Jordan Peterson was on September 12, 2004, at the home of two mutual friends, TV producer Wojtek Semberg and medical internist Esther Bikier. It was Wojtek's birthday party. Wojtek and Esther are Polish migrants who grew up within the Soviet Empire, where it was understood that. But now host and hostess luxuriated in easygoing, honest talk by having elegant parties devoted to the pleasure of saying what you really thought and hearing others do the same in an uninhibited give and take. Here, the rule was speak your mind. If the conversation turned to politics, people love enlivening. Honor de Balzac, the novelist, once described the balls and parties in his native France, observing that what appeared to be a single party was always really two. In the first hours, the gathering was suffused with bored people posing and posturing, and attendees who came to meet heirs. At Esther and Wojtek's parties, this kind of wee hours of the morning disclosure and intimacy often began as soon as we entered the room. Different political persuasions spoke to each other and looked forward to it in a manner that is increasingly rare. Sometimes Wojtek's own opinions or truths exploded out of him, as did his laugh. Then whoever had made him laugh or provoked him to speak his mind with greater intensity. Easygoing for the company, they made for more truth explosions, liberating us, and more laughs, and making the whole evening more pleasant. Because with repressing Eastern Europeans like the Semberg Bikiers, you always knew with what and with whom you were dealing, and that frankness was than even he might have intended. This was the best part of the parties, and this frankness, and his warm embraces, made it worth provoking him. Meanwhile, Esther's voice lilted across the room on a very precise path towards its intended listener. Truth explosions didn't make the atmosphere any less. Perhaps one special person who would confirm them in their beauty and status. Then, only in the very late hours after most of the guests had left, would the second party, the real party, begin. Here the conversation was shared by each person present, and open-hearted laughter replaced the starchy that he liked the camera and that the camera liked him back. Woodick brought a psychology professor from my own University of Toronto who fit the bill, intellect and emotion in tandem. Woodick was the first to put Jordan Peterson in front of a camera and thought of him as a teacher in search of students because he was always ready to explain, and it helped. Woodick is a silver-haired land-mint hunter, always on the lookout for potential public intellectuals who knows how to spot people who can really talk in front of a TV camera and who look authentic because the camera picks up on that. He often invites such people to these salons. That afternoon there was a large table set outside in the Semmerkbekir's garden. Around it was gathered the usual collection of lips and ears and loquacious virtuosos. We seemed, however, to be plagued by a buzzing paparazzi of bees, and here was this new fellow at the table with an Albertan accent in cowboy boots who was ignoring them and kept on talking. He kept talking while the rest of us were playing musical chairs to keep away from the pests, yet also trying to remain at the table because this new addition to our gatherings was so interesting. And more serious topics would be nanoseconds. He had this odd habit of speaking about the deepest questions to whoever was at this table, most of them new acquaintances, as though he were just making small talk. Or, if he did do small talk, the interval between "how do you know Woodick" and "Esther," or "I was a beekeeper once, so I am used to them." Something boyish in the cowboy in his broaching of subjects, as though we had all grown up together in the same small town or family and had all been thinking about the very same problems of human existence all along. Erudite. Didn't he come across as a pedant? He had the enthusiasm of a kid who had just learned something new and had to share it. He seemed to be assuming, as a child would before learning how dull adults can become, that if he thought something was interesting, then so might others. There was one might hear such questions discussed at parties where professors and professionals gather, but usually the conversation would remain between two specialists in the topic, off in a corner, or if shared with the whole group it was often not without someone preening. But this Peterson, though, addressing questions of concern to everyone at the table. Peterson wasn't he really an eccentric? He had sufficient conventional chops, had been a Harvard professor, was a gentleman, as cowboys can be, though he did say damn and bloody a lot in a rural 1950s sort of way. But everyone listened with fascination on their faces because he was in fact, if he had overlooked something, laughing at himself for overgeneralizing, he appreciated being shown another side of an issue, and it became clear that thinking through a problem was for him a dialogic process. Idling speed revved high, spirited thoughts were tumbling out, but unlike many academics who take the floor and hold it if someone challenged or corrected him, he really seemed to like it. He didn't rear up and neigh. He'd say in a kind of folksy way, "Yeah," and bow his head involuntarily, wag it. There was something freeing about being with a person so learned yet speaking in such an unedited way. His thinking was motoric. It seemed he needed to think aloud, to use his motor cortex to think, but that motor also had to run fast to work properly, to get to liftoff. Not quite manic, but his future, now known as the self-authoring program. One could not but be struck by another unusual thing about him. For an egghead, Peterson was extremely practical. His examples were filled with applications to everyday life, business management, how to make furniture. He made much of his own, designing a simple house, making a room beautiful now. an internet meme, or in another specific case related to education, creating an online writing project that kept minority students from dropping out of school by getting them to do a kind of psychoanalytic exercise on themselves in which they would free associate about their past, present, and some way be helpful to someone. I was always especially fond of Midwestern prairie types who come from a farm where they learned all about nature, or from a very small town, and who have worked with their hands to make things, spent long periods outside in the harsh elements, and are often self-educated and go to university. Advancement. These Westerners were different, self-made, unentitled, hands-on, neighborly, and less precious than many of their big city peers who increasingly spend their lives indoors manipulating symbols on computers. This cowboy psychologist seemed to care about a thought only if it might, in Against the Odds. I found them quite unlike their sophisticated but somewhat denatured urban counterparts for whom higher education was preordained and for that reason sometimes taken for granted or thought of not as an end in itself but simply as a life stage in the service of career. Adult, and the role of defenses and rationalization in everyday life. He was also an outlier in being the only member of the research-oriented Department of Psychology at the University of Toronto who also kept a clinical practice. We became friends. As a psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who loves literature, I was drawn to him because here was a clinician who also had given himself a great books education, and who not only loved soulful Russian novels, philosophy, and ancient mythology, but who also seemed to treat them as his most treasured inheritance. But he also did illuminating statistical research on personality and temperament, and had studied neuroscience. Though trained as a behaviorist, he was powerfully drawn to psychoanalysis with its focus on dreams, archetypes, the persistence of childhood conflicts, and the sympathies, but because he wanted to remind himself of something he knew he and everyone would rather forget, that over 100 million people were murdered in the name of utopia. Fascinating and shocking middle-class home I had seen. They had art, some carved masks, and abstract portraits, but they were overwhelmed by a huge collection of original socialist realist paintings of Lenin and the early communists commissioned by the USSR, not long after the Soviet Union fell, and most of the world breathed a sigh of relief. Peterson began purchasing this propaganda for a song online. Paintings lionizing the Soviet revolutionary spirit completely filled every single wall, the ceilings, even the bathrooms. The paintings were not there because Jordan had any totalitarian. 1. My visits or conversations began with banter and laughter. That was the small-town Peterson from the Alberta hinterland's teenage years, right out of the movie Fuba, welcoming you into his home. The house had been gutted by Tammy, his wife, and himself, and turned into perhaps the most might call a lesser problem, lesser because rarer, the human capacity for evil for the sake of evil. The joy some people take in destroying others, captured famously by the 17th century English poet John Milton in Paradise Lost. First window onto the full extent of Jordan's concern about our human capacity for evil in the name of good, and the psychological mystery of self-deception. How can a person deceive himself and get away with it? An interest we share. And then there were also the hours we spent discussing what it took getting used to this semi-haunted house decorated by a delusion that had practically destroyed mankind. But it was eased by his wonderful and unique spouse, Tammy, who was all in, who embraced and encouraged this unusual need for expression. These paintings provided a visitor with the discussing family issues, one is latest reading with those ominous pictures hovering. It was just living in the world as it was, or in some places is. And so we chat and have our tea in his kitchen underworld walled by this odd art collection, a visual marker of his earnest quest to move beyond simplistic ideology, left or right, and not repeat mistakes of the past. After a while, there was nothing peculiar about taking tea in the kitchen. Everything that is unknown to us and any unexplored territory that we must traverse, be it in the world outside or the psyche within. In Jordan's first and only book before this one, Maps of Meaning, he shares his profound insights into universal themes of world mythology and explains how all cultures have created stories to help us grapple with and ultimately map the chaos into which we are thrown at birth. This chaos is most ancient stories, and he shows that these stories have survived because they still provide guidance in dealing with uncertainty and the unavoidable unknown. Understanding how human beings and the human brain deal with the archetypal situation that arises whenever we, in our daily lives, must face something we do not understand. The brilliance of the book is in his demonstration of how rooted this situation is in evolution, our DNA, our brains, and our combining evolution, the neuroscience of emotion, some of the best of Jung, some of Freud, much of the great works of Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, Solzhenitsyn, Iliad, Newman, Piaget, Fry, and Frankl. Maps of Meaning, published nearly 2 decades ago, shows Jordan's wide-ranging approach to experiences may be, or how differently our plastic brains are wired by our experience. We all have to deal with the unknown, and we all attempt to move from chaos to order. And this is why many of the rules in this book, being based on maps of meaning, have an element of universality to them. One of the many virtues of the book you are reading now is that it provides an entry point into maps of meaning, which is a highly complex work because Jordan was working out his approach to psychology as he wrote it. But it was foundational, because no matter how different our genes or life, matter who is peddling it or to what end. Maps of Meaning was sparked by Jordan's agonized awareness as a teenager growing up in the midst of the Cold War, that much of mankind seemed on the verge of blowing up the planet to defend their various identities. He felt he had to understand how it could be that people would sacrifice everything for an identity, whatever that was, and he felt he had to understand the ideologies that drove totalitarian regimes to a variant of that same behavior, killing their own citizens. In Maps of Meaning, and again in this book, one of the matters he cautions readers to be most wary of is ideology. No. Ideologies are simple ideas disguised as science or philosophy that purport to explain the complexity of the world and offer remedies that will perfect it. Ideologues are people who pretend they know how to make the world a better place before they've taken care of their own chaos within. The warrior identity that their ideology gives them covers over that chaos. That has hubris, of course, and one of the most important themes of this book is set your house in order first, and Jordan provides practical advice on how to do this. Story of the children of Israel in Egypt with an enslaved class. Rich persecutors, a leader like Lenin, who goes abroad, lives among the enslavers, and then leads the enslaved to the promised land, the utopia, the dictatorship of the proletariat. See through the simplifications. Another great U of T professor, Louis Fuhr, in his book Ideology and the Ideologists, observed that ideologies retool the very religious stories they purport to have supplanted, but eliminate the narrative and psychological richness. Communism borrowed from the ideologies are substitutes for true knowledge, and ideologues are always dangerous when they come to power, because a simple-minded and know-it-all approach is no match for the complexity of existence. Furthermore, when their social contraptions fail to fly, Ideologues blame not themselves but all who. Right-wing bigot. To understand ideology, Jordan read extensively about not only the Soviet Gulag, but also the Holocaust and the rise of Nazism. I had never before met a person, born Christian and of my generation, who was so utterly tormented by what happened in Europe to the Jews and who had worked so hard to Mauthausen concentration camp, but choked to death on the first piece of solid food he was given just before Liberation Day. I relate this because years after we became friends, when Jordan would take a classical liberal stand for free speech, he would be accused by left-wing extremists as being disobeying his order to join the line with the elderly, the grey and the weak, and instead slipping into a line with younger people. She avoided the gas chambers a second time by trading food for hair dye so she wouldn't be murdered for looking too old. My grandfather, her husband, survived the. Understand how it could have occurred. I too had studied this in depth. My own father survived Auschwitz. My grandmother was middle-aged when she stood face to face with Joseph Mengele, the Nazi physician who conducted unspeakably cruel experiments on his victims, and she survived Auschwitz by person with the comprehension, tools, goodwill and courage to combat it, and Jordan Peterson is that person. Let me say with all the moderation I can summon, at best, those accusers have simply not done their due diligence. I have with a family history such as mine, one develops not only radar, but underwater sonar for right-wing bigotry. But even more important, one learns to recognize the kind of group psychology, psychiatry, and the brain. Jordan switched out of political science for similar reasons. With these important parallel interests, we didn't always agree on the answers, thank God, but we almost always agreed on the questions. My own dissatisfaction with modern political science's attempts to understand the rise of Nazism, totalitarianism, and prejudice was a major factor in my decision to supplement my studies of political science with the study of the unconscious, projection, psychoanalysis, the regressive potential of profound psychological appeal and wisdom of many ancient stories, from Gilgamesh to the life of the Buddha, Egyptian mythology, and the Bible. He showed, for instance, how stories about journeying voluntarily into the unknown, the hero's quest, mirror universal tasks for which the brain evolved. Artist, at times he resembled an ardent prairie preacher, not in evangelizing, but in his passion, in his ability to tell stories that convey the life stakes that go with believing or disbelieving various ideas. Then he just as easily switched to do a breathtakingly systematic summary of a series, vulnerabilities, and made fascinating links between evolution, the brain, and religious stories. In a world where students are taught to see evolution and religion as simply opposed by thinkers like Richard Dawkins, Jordan showed his students how evolution, of all things, helps to explain or friendship wasn't all doom and gloom. I have made a habit of attending my fellow professors' classes at our university, and so attended his, which were always packed, and I saw what now millions have seen online, a brilliant, often dazzling public speaker who was at his best riffing like a jazz of scientific studies. He was a master at helping students become more reflective and take themselves and their futures seriously. He taught them to respect many of the greatest books ever written. He gave vivid examples from clinical practice, was appropriately self-revealing, even of his own. Respected the stories, was not reductionist, and never claimed to exhaust their wisdom. If he discussed a topic such as prejudice, or its emotional relatives fear and disgust, or the differences between the sexes on average, he was able to show how these traits evolved and why they survived. your own, without the benefit of a loving relationship, or wisdom, or the psychological insights of the greatest psychologists, only makes it harder. He wasn't scaring the students, in fact. They found this frank talk reassuring, because in the depths of their psyches, most of them knew what he said was true, even if there was never a forum to discuss it, perhaps because the adults in their lives had become so naively overprotective that they deluded themselves into thinking that not talking about suffering would in some way magically protect their children from it. Alas, it is not particularly special. We don't suffer only because politicians are dim-witted, or the system is corrupt, or because you and I, like almost everyone else, can legitimately describe ourselves in some way as a victim of something or someone. It is because we are born human that way. Above all, he alerted his students to topics rarely discussed in university, such as the simple fact that all the ancients, from Buddha to the biblical authors, knew what every slightly worn-out adult knows, that life is suffering. If you are suffering, or someone close to you is, that is sad, but are guaranteed a good dose of suffering. And chances are, if you or someone you love is not suffering now, they will be within 5 years, unless you are freakishly lucky. Rearing kids is hard, work is hard, aging, sickness and death are hard, and Jordan emphasized that, doing all that totally on book, some of which can be very demanding. Here he would relate the myth of the hero, a cross-cultural theme explored psychoanalytically by Otto Rank, who noted, following Freud, that hero myths are similar in many cultures, a theme that was picked up by Carl Jung, Joseph Campbell and Eric Newman, among others, where Freud made great challenge and take great risks. In the process, something of himself has to die or be given up so he can be reborn and meet the challenge. This requires courage, something rarely discussed in a psychology class or textbook. During his recent public stand for free speech and against what I call forced speech, because it involves a government forcing citizens to voice political views, the stakes were very high. He had much to lose and knew it. Nonetheless, I saw him, and Tammy, for that matter, not only display such courage, but also continue to live by many of the rules in this. Contributions in explaining neuroses by, among other things, focusing on understanding what we might call a failed hero story, that of Oedipus. Jordan focused on triumphant heroes. In all these triumph stories, the hero has to go into the unknown, into an unexplored territory, and deal with a new. Those events, he started posting some of his thoughts about life and these rules on the internet. Now, over 100 million YouTube hits later, we know they have struck a chord. I saw him grow from the remarkable person he was into someone even more able and assured through living by these rules. In fact, it was the process of writing this book and developing these rules that led him to take the stand he did against forced or compelled speech, and that is why, during numbered in the hundreds of thousands, but people have kept listening because what he is saying meets a deep and unarticulated need, and that is because alongside our wish to be free of rules, we all search for structure. Given our distaste for rules, how do we explain the extraordinary response to his lectures, which give rules? In Jordan's case, it was of course his charisma and a rare willingness to stand for a principle that got him a wide hearing online initially. Views of his first YouTube statements quickly. The hunger among many younger people for rules, or at least guidelines, is greater today for good reason. In the West at least, millennials are living through a unique historical situation. They are, I believe, the first generation to have been so thoroughly taught two seemingly contradictory ideas about morality simultaneously at their schools, colleges, and universities by many in my own generation. This contradiction has left them at times disoriented and uncertain, without guidance and, more tragically, deprived of riches they don't even know exist. About the most inappropriate thing an adult can do is give a young person advice about how to live. The first idea or teaching is that morality is relative, at best a personal value judgment. Relative means that there is no absolute right or wrong in anything. Instead, morality and the rules associated with it are just a matter of personal opinion or happenstance, relative to or related to it. Tolerance for people who think differently and who come from different, diverse backgrounds. That emphasis on tolerance is so paramount that for many people one of the worst character flaws a person can have is to be judgmental. And since we don't know right from wrong, or what is good, just matters and always have today, the postmodernist left makes the additional claim that one group's morality is nothing but its attempt to exercise power over another group. So, the decent thing to do once it becomes apparent how arbitrary your and your society's moral values are is to show particular framework such as one's ethnicity, one's upbringing, or the culture or historical moment one is born into. It has nothing but an accident of birth. According to this argument, now a creed, history teaches that religions, tribes, nations, and ethnic groups tend to disagree about fundamental date, and someone using it appears anachronistically moralistic and self-righteous. Relativists of my generation and Jordan's, many of whom became their professors, chose to devalue thousands of years of human knowledge about how to acquire virtue, dismissing it as past, not relevant, or even oppressive. They were so successful at it that the very word virtue sounds out of. And so a generation has been raised untaught in what was once called, aptly, practical wisdom, which guided previous generations. Millennials, often told they have received the finest education available anywhere, have actually suffered a form of serious intellectual and moral neglect. The difference between virtue and vice is the beginning of wisdom, something that can never be out of date. The study of virtue is not quite the same as the study of morals, right and wrong, good and evil. Aristotle defined the virtues simply as the ways of behaving that are most conducive to happiness in life. Vice was defined as the ways of behaving least conducive to happiness. He observed that the virtues always aim for balance and avoid the extremes of the vices. Aristotle studied the virtues and the vices in his CMt&x. It was a book based on experience and observation, not conjecture, about the kind of happiness that was possible for human beings. Cultivating judgment about the isn't he a virtue, it has self-promotion. Virtue signaling is not virtue. Virtue signaling is, quite possibly, a communist vice. By contrast, a modern relativism begins by asserting that making judgments about how to live is impossible, because there is no real good, and no true virtue, as these two are relative. Thus relativism's closest approximation to virtue is tolerance. Only tolerance will provide social cohesion between different groups and save us from harming each other. On Facebook and other forms of social media, therefore, you signal your so-called virtue, telling everyone how tolerant, open, and compassionate you are, and wait for likes to accumulate. Leave aside that telling people you are virtuous. Intolerance of others' views, no matter how ignorant or incoherent they may be, is not simply wrong in a world where there is no right or wrong. It is worse. It is a sign you are embarrassingly unsophisticated or, possibly, dangerous. But it turns out that many people cannot tolerate the vacuum, the chaos which is inherent in life, but made worse by this moral relativism. They cannot live without a moral compass, without an ideal at which to aim in their lives. For relativists, ideals are values too, and like all values, they're merely relative and hardly worth sacrificing for. So, right alongside relativism, we find the spread of nihilism and despair, and also the opposite of moral relativism, the blind certainty offered by ideologies that claim to have an answer for everything. And so we arrive at the second teaching that millennials have been bombarded with. They sign up for a humanities course to study greatest books ever written, but they're not assigned the books. Instead, they're given ideological attacks on them, based on some appalling simplification, where the relativist is filled with uncertainty. The ideologue is the very opposite. He or she is hyper-judgmental and censorious, always knows what is wrong about others and what to do about it. Sometimes it seems the only people willing to give advice in a relativistic society are those with the least to moral relativism, for it treated value as secondary. But the idea that we can easily separate facts and values was and remains naive to some extent. One's values determine what one will pay attention to and what will count as a fact. Modern moral relativism has many sources. As we in the West learned more history, we understood that different epochs had different moral codes. As we traveled the seas and explored the globe, we learned of far-flung tribes on different continents whose different moral codes made sense relative to objective and real, and values which were subjective and personal. Then we could first agree on the facts and maybe one day develop a scientific code of ethics, which has yet to arrive. Moreover, by implying that values had a lesser reality than facts, science contributed in yet another way. Or, within the framework of their societies, science played a role, too, by attacking the religious view of the world and thus undermining the religious grounds for ethics and rules. Materialist social science implied that we could divide the world into facts which all could observe and were. Discovered that rules, morals, and customs differed from place to place, and saw that the explanation for what was right and wrong was often rooted in some ancestral authority. The Greek response was not despair, but a new invention, philosophy. The idea that different societies had different rules and morals was known to the ancient world too, and it is interesting to compare its response to this realization with the modern response: relativism, nihilism, and ideology. When the ancient Greeks sailed to India and elsewhere, they too believe animate this book, spent his life asking perplexing foundational questions such as what is virtue and how can one live the good life and what is justice, and he looked at different approaches, asking which seemed most coherent and most in accord with human nature. These are the kinds of questions that Socrates, reacting to the uncertainty bred by awareness of these conflicting moral codes, decided that instead of becoming a nihilist, a relativist, or an ideologue, he would devote his life to the search for wisdom that could reason about these differences, i.e., he helped invent philosophy. For the ancients, the discovery that different people have different ideas about how, practically, to live did not paralyze them. It deepened their understanding of humanity and led to some of the most satisfying conversations human beings have ever had about how life might be lived. To put this in modern terms, it seems that all human beings are, by some kind of biological endowment, so ineradicably concerned with morality that we create a structure of laws and rules wherever we are. The idea that human life can be free of moral concerns is a fantasy. Likewise, Aristotle, Instead of despairing about these differences in moral codes, Aristotle argued that though specific rules, laws, and customs differed from place to place, what does not differ is that in all places human beings, by their nature, have a proclivity to make rules, laws, and customs. The most clever postmodern relativist Professor S. Mercedes with a key, and you will see how fast the mask of relativism, with its pretense that there can be neither right nor wrong, and the cloak of radical tolerance come off. We are rule generators, and given that we are moral animals, what must be the effect of our simplistic modern relativism upon us? It means we are hobbling ourselves by pretending to be something we are not. It is a mask, but a strange one, for it mostly deceives the one who wears it. Skakrakch. With the books human beings saw fit to preserve over millennia, and with the stories that have survived against all odds, time's tendency to obliterate. Because we do not yet have an ethics based on modern science, Jordan is not trying to develop his rules by wiping the slate clean, by dismissing thousands of years of wisdom as mere superstition and ignoring our greatest moral achievements. Far better to integrate the best of what we are now learning. He makes no claim to be exhaustive, and sometimes the chapters consist of wide-ranging discussions of our psychology as he understands it. He is doing what reasonable guides have always done. He makes no claim that human wisdom begins with himself, but rather turns first to his own guides. And although the topics in this book are serious, Jordan often has great fun addressing them with a light touch, as the chapter headings convey. So why not call this a book of guidelines, a far more relaxed, user-friendly, and less rigid-sounding term than rules? Because these really are rules, and the foremost rule is that you must take responsibility for your own life, period. Moved both of us to the brink of tears. One might think that a generation that has heard endlessly from their more ideological teachers about the rights that belong to them, would object to being told that they would do better to focus instead on taking responsibility. Yet this generation, many of whom were raised in small families by hyper-protective parents on soft surface playgrounds, and then taught in universities with safe spaces where they don't have to hear things they don't want to schooled to be risk-averse, is among it now millions who feel stultified by this underestimation of their potential resilience, and who have embraced Jordan's message that each individual has ultimate responsibility to bear, that if one wants to live a full life, one first sets one's own house in order, and only then can one sensibly aim to take on bigger responsibilities. The extent of this reaction has often pursuing ideals that are up there above you, superior to you, and that you can't always be sure you will reach. Sometimes these rules are demanding. They require you to undertake an incremental process that over time will stretch you to a new limit. That requires, as Ivy said, venturing into the unknown. Stretching yourself beyond the boundaries of your current self requires carefully choosing, and then. But if it is uncertain that our ideals are attainable, why do we bother reaching in the first place? Because if you don't reach for them, it is certain you will never feel that your life has meaning. And perhaps because, as unfamiliar and strange as it sounds, in the deepest part of our psyche, we all want to be judged. Norman Deutsch, MD, is the author of The Brain That Changes Itself. Morality high in place. Rule 1. Voice critical, moralistic judgments, but this was for the express purposes of helping patients feel comfortable in being totally honest and not diminish their problems. This encouraged self-reflection, and allowed them to explore warded off feelings, wishes, even shameful antisocial urges. It also, and this was the masterstroke, allowed them to discover their own unconscious conscience and its judgments, and their own harsh self-criticism of their lapses, and their own unconscious guilt which they had often hidden from themselves, but which often formed the basis of their low self-esteem, depression, and anxiety. If anything, Freud showed that we are both more immoral and more moral than we are aware of. This kind of non-judgmentalism in therapy is a powerful and liberating technique or tactic, an ideal attitude when you want to better understand yourself. But some argue mistakenly that Freud, often mentioned in these pages, contributed to our current longing for a culture, schools, and institutions that are non-judgmental. It is true that he recommended that when psychoanalysts listen to their patients in therapy, they be tolerant, empathic, and never argued, as do some who want all culture to become one huge group therapy session, that one can live one's entire life without ever making judgments, or without morality. In fact, his point in Civilization and its Discontents is that civilization only arises when some restraining rules and stand up straight with your shoulders back. Lobsters and territory. Particularly when you are feeling crabby. If you are like most people, you don't often think about lobster stew unless you are eating one. However, these interesting and delicious crustaceans are very much worth considering. Their nervous systems are comparatively simple, with large, easily observable neurons, the magic cells of the brain. Because of this, scientists have been able to map the neural circuitry of lobsters very accurately. This has helped us understand the structure and function of the brain and behavior of more complex animals, including human beings. Lobsters have more in common with you than you might think. Gathering is good. They want a home. Lobsters live on the ocean floor. They need a home base down there, a range within which they hunt for prey and scavenge around for stray edible bits and pieces of whatever rains down from the continual chaos of carnage and death far above. They want somewhere secure, where the hunting and the sand and refuse. This can present a problem since there are many lobsters. What if two of them occupy the same territory, at the bottom of the ocean at the same time, and both want to live there? What if there are hundreds of lobsters all trying to make a living and raise a family in the same crowded patch of competitors for that space to keep their distance? Other creatures have this problem, too. When songbirds come north in the spring, for example, they engage in ferocious territorial disputes. The songs they sing, so peaceful and beautiful to human ears, are siren calls and cries of domination. A brilliantly musical bird is a small warrior, proclaiming his sovereignty. Take the wren, for example, a small, feisty, insect-eating songbird common in North America. A newly arrived wren wants a sheltered place to build a nest away from the wind and rain. He wants it close to food and attractive to potential mates. He also wants to convince birds and territory. A birdhouse, too, which we built for her at the same time from an old rubber boot. It had an opening large enough for a bird the size of a robin. She was looking forward to the day it was occupied. My dad and I designed a house for a wren family when I was 10 years old. It looked like a Conestoga wagon and had a front entrance about the size of a quarter. This made it a good house for wrens who are tiny and not so good for other larger birds who couldn't get in. My elderly neighbor had. Again, wrens are small and they're cute, but they're merciless. A wren soon discovered our birdhouse and made himself at home there. We could hear his lengthy, trilling song repeated over and over during the early spring. Once he'd built his nest in the covered wagon, however, our new avian tenant started carrying small sticks to our neighbor's nearby boot. He packed it so full that no other bird, large or small, could possibly get in. Our neighbor was not pleased by this preemptive strike, but there was nothing to be done about it. If we take it down, said my dad, clean it up and put it back in the tree, the wren will just pack it full of sticks. Off his perch by a kamikaze wren. Dive bomb, me and my cassette recorder swooping back and forth inches from the speaker. We saw a lot of that sort of behavior, even in the absence of the tape recorder. If a larger bird ever dared to sit and rest in any of the trees near our birdhouse, there was a good chance he would get knocked. I had broken my leg skiing the previous winter first time down the hill and had received some money from a school insurance policy designed to reward unfortunate, clumsy children. I purchased a cassette recorder, a high-tech novelty at the time, with the proceeds. My dad suggested that I sit on the back lawn, record the wren's song, play it back, and watch what happened. So, I went out into the bright spring sunlight and taped a few minutes of the wren laying furious claim to his territory with song. Then I let him hear his own voice. That little bird, 1/3 the size of a sparrow, began to. Now, wrens and lobsters are very different. Lobsters do not fly, sing, or perch in trees. Wrens have feathers, not hard shells. Wrens can't breathe underwater and are seldom served with butter. However, they are also similar in important ways. Both are obsessed with status and position. For example, like a great many creatures, the Norwegian zoologist and comparative psychologist Thorleif Skjoldrup observed back in 1921 that even common barnyard chickens establish a pecking order. 3. The determination of who's who in the chicken world has important implications for each individual bird's survival, particularly in times of scarcity. The birds that always have priority access to whatever food is sprinkled out in the yard in the morning are the celebrity chickens. After them come the second stringers, the hangers-on and wannabes. Then the third-rate chickens have their turn, and so on, down to the bedraggled, partly feathered and badly pecked wretches who occupy the lowest, untouchable stratum of the chicken hierarchy. Status. It is often a matter of life and death. Chickens, like suburbanites, live communally. Songbirds, such as wrens, do not, but they still inhabit a dominance hierarchy. It has just spread out over more territory. The woolliest, strongest, healthiest, and most fortunate birds occupy prime territory and defend it. Because of this, they are more likely to attract high-quality mates and to hatch chicks who survive and thrive. Protection from wind, rain, and predators, as well as easy access to superior food, makes for a much less stressed existence. Territory matters, and there is little difference between territorial rights and social. Pneumonia. Other illnesses sweep across the planet. The poor and stressed always die first, and in greater numbers. They are also much more susceptible to non-infectious diseases such as cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. When the aristocracy catches a cold, as it is said, the working class dies of. If a contagious avian disease sweeps through a neighborhood of well-stratified songbirds, it is the least dominant and most stressed birds occupying the lowest rungs of the bird world who are most likely to sicken and die. 4. This is equally true of human neighborhoods when bird flu viruses and bird, an undamaged, canny bystander, can move in opportunistically and defeat the now crippled victor. That is not at all a good deal for the first two birds. Because territory matters and because the best locals are always in short supply, territory seeking among animals produces conflict. Conflict, in turn, produces another problem: how to win or lose without the disagreeing parties incurring too great a cost. This latter point is particularly important. Imagine that two birds engage in a squabble about a desirable nesting area. The interaction can easily degenerate into outright physical combat. Under such circumstances, one bird, usually the largest, will eventually win, but even the victor may be hurt by the fight. That means a third: conflict and territory. Over the millennia, animals who must cohabit with others in the same territories have in consequence learned many tricks to establish dominance while risking the least amount of possible damage. A defeated wolf, for example, will roll over on its back, exposing its throat to the victor, who will. Dolphins produce specialized sound pulses while hunting and during other times of high excitement to reduce potential conflict among dominant and subordinate group members. Such behavior is endemic in the community of living things. Not then deign to tear it out. The no-dominant wolf may still require a future hunting partner. After all, even one as pathetic as his no-defeated foe. Bearded dragons, remarkable social lizards, wave their front legs peaceably at one another to indicate their wish for continued social harmony. Identified and now remembered. Lobsters scuttling around on the ocean floor are no exception. 5. If you catch a few dozen and transport them to a new location, you can observe their status-forming rituals and techniques. Each lobster will first begin to explore the new territory, partly to map its details and partly to find a good place for shelter. Lobsters learn a lot about where they live, and they remember what they learn. If you startle one near its nest, it will quickly sit back and hide there. If you startle it some distance away, however, it will immediately dart towards the nearest suitable shelter. Previously, seek them out. Located where shells and other detritus can be dragged into place to cover the entrance once the lobster is snugly ensconced inside. However, there may be only a small number of high-quality shelters or hiding places in each new territory. They are scarce and valuable. Other lobsters continually. A lobster needs a safe hiding place to rest, free from predators and the forces of nature. Furthermore, as lobsters grow, they molt or shed their shells, which leaves them soft and vulnerable for extended periods of time. A burrow under a rock makes a good lobster home, particularly if it is. Chemicals that tell the other lobster about its size, sex, health, and mood. This means that lobsters often encounter one another when out exploring. Researchers have demonstrated that even a lobster raised in isolation knows what to do when such a thing happens. 6. It has complex defensive and aggressive behaviors built right into its nervous system. It begins to dance around like a boxer, opening and raising its claws, moving backward, forward, and side to side, mirroring its opponent, waving its opened claws back and forth. At the same time, it employs special jets under its eyes to direct streams of liquid at its opponent. The liquid spray contains a mix of. Neither blinks, however. The lobsters move to level 3, which involves genuine combat. Other retreat. Then the defender will advance, and the aggressor retreat. After a couple of rounds of this behavior, the more nervous of the lobsters may feel that continuing is not in his best interest. He will flick his tail reflexively, dart backwards, and vanish to try his luck elsewhere. If dispute resolution level 1, 7. If the two lobsters are very close in size and apparent ability, however, or if the exchange of liquid has been insufficiently informative, they will proceed to dispute resolution level 2. With antennae whipping madly and claws folded downward, one will advance, and the Sometimes one lobster can tell immediately from the display of claw size that it is much smaller than its opponent and will back down without a fight. The chemical information exchanged in the spray can have the same effect, convincing a less healthy or less aggressive lobster to retreat. Thus, lobsters will emerge damaged from the ensuing fray, perhaps fatally. Harbors intense resentment and gossips endlessly about the victor behind its back. If neither can overturn the other, if one will not quit despite being flipped, the lobsters move to level 4. Doing so involves extreme risk and is not something to be engaged in without forethought, one or both. This time, the now enraged lobsters come at each other viciously, with their claws extended to grapple. Each tries to flip the other on its back. A successfully flipped lobster will conclude that its opponent is capable of inflicting serious damage. It generally gives up and leaves, the animals advance on each other with increasing speed. Their claws are open so they can grab a leg or antenna or an eye stalk or anything else exposed and vulnerable. Once a body part has been successfully grabbed, the grabber will tail flick backwards sharply with claw clamped firmly shut and try to tear it off. Disputes that have escalated to this point typically create a clear winner and loser. The loser is unlikely to survive, particularly if he or she remains in the territory occupied by the winner, now a mortal enemy. Dissolution and regrowth. Anyone who has experienced a painful transformation after a serious defeat in romance or career may feel some sense of kinship with the once successful crustacean. In the aftermath of a losing battle, regardless of how aggressively a lobster has behaved, it becomes unwilling to fight further, even against another, previously defeated opponent. A vanquished competitor loses confidence, sometimes for days. Sometimes the defeat can have even more severe consequences. If a dominant lobster is badly defeated, its brain basically dissolves. Then it grows a new, subordinate brain more appropriate to its new, lowly position. 8. Its original brain just isn't sophisticated to manage the transformation from king to bottom dog without virtually complete. The neurochemistry of defeat and victory increases the ratio of the former to the latter. A lobster loser's brain chemistry differs importantly from that of a lobster winner. This is reflected in their relative postures. Whether a lobster is confident or cringing depends on the ratio of two chemicals that modulate communication between lobster neurons, serotonin and octopamine. Winning. Much the same chemical and behavioral effect. In one of the more staggering demonstrations of the evolutionary continuity of life on Earth, Prozac even cheers up lobsters. 10. A lobster with high levels of serotonin and low levels of octopamine is a cocky, strutting sort of shellfish, much less likely to back down when challenged. This is because serotonin helps regulate postural flexion. A flexed lobster extends its appendages so that it can look tall and dangerous, like Clint Eastwood in a spaghetti western. When a lobster that has just lost a battle is exposed to serotonin, it will stretch itself out, advance even on former victors, and fight longer and harder. 9. The drugs prescribed to depressed human beings, which are selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, have characteristic of the soldier or battered child with post-traumatic stress disorder. High serotonin, low octopamine characterizes the victor. The opposite neurochemical configuration, a high ratio of octopamine to serotonin, produces a defeated-looking, scrunched-up, inhibited, drooping, skulking sort of lobster, very likely to hang around street corners and to vanish at the first hint of trouble. Serotonin and octopamine also regulate the tail flick reflex, which serves to propel a lobster rapidly backwards when it needs to escape. Less provocation is necessary to trigger that reflex in a defeated lobster. You can see an echo of that in the heightened startle reflex. The principle of unequal distribution. In human societies where the top 1% have as much loot as the bottom 50% live in, and where the richest 85 people have as much as the bottom 3.5 billion. When a defeated lobster regains its courage and dares to fight again, it is more likely to lose again than you would predict statistically from a tally of its previous fights. Its victorious opponent, on the other hand, is more likely to win. It's winner take all in the lobster world, just as it is. Knows and loves. That same brutal principle of unequal distribution applies outside the financial domain indeed, anywhere that creative production is required. The majority of scientific papers are published by a very small group of scientists. A tiny proportion of musicians produces almost all the recorded commercial music. Just a handful of authors sell all the books. 1.5 million separately titled books sell each year in the US. However, only 500 of these sell more than 100,000 copies. 12 similarly, just 4 classical composers, Bach, Beethoven, Mozart, and other 3 members of this group of hyperdominant composers. Only a small fraction of their work is still widely played. Thus, a small fraction of the music composed by a small fraction of all the classical composers who have ever composed makes up almost all the classical music that the world. Tchaikovsky wrote almost all the music played by modern orchestras. Bach, for his part, composed so prolifically that it would take decades of work merely to hand-copy his scores. Yet only a small fraction of this prodigious output is commonly performed. The same thing applies to the output of the population of cities. A very small number have almost all the people. The mass of heavenly bodies, a very small number hoard all the matter. And the frequency of words in a language, 90% of communication occurs using just 500 words, among many other things. Sometimes it is known as the Matthew principle, Matthew 25:29, derived from what might be the harshest statement ever attributed to Christ: to those who have everything, more will be given; from those who have nothing, everything will be taken. The basic principle had been discovered much earlier. Vilfredo Pareto 1848–1923, an Italian polymath, noticed its applicability to wealth distribution in the early 20th century, and it appears true for every society ever studied, regardless of governmental form. It also applies to This principle is sometimes known as Price's law, after Derek J. de Sola Price 13, the researcher who discovered its application in science in 1963. It can be modeled using an approximately L-shaped graph with number of people on the vertical axis and productivity or resources on the horizontal. You truly know you are the Son of God when your dicta apply even to crustaceans. Meal parades his dominance around his territory, rousting subordinate lobsters from their shelters at night, just to remind them who is their daddy. Antennae in a threatening manner, and a previous opponent will vanish in a puff of sand before him. A weaker lobster will quit trying, accept his lowly status, and keep his legs attached to his body. The top lobster, by contrast, occupying the best shelter, getting some good rest, finishing a good. Back to the fractious shellfish, it doesn't take that long before lobsters, testing each other out, learn who can be messed with and who should be given a wide berth, and once they have learned, the resultant hierarchy is exceedingly stable. All a victor needs to do once he has won is to wiggle his. All the girls. Stock market pricing, where the value of any particular enterprise is determined through the competition of all humans, instead of undertaking the computationally difficult task of identifying the best man. The females outsource the problem to the machine-like calculations of the dominance hierarchy. They let the males fight it out and peel their paramours from the top. This is very much what happens with the female lobsters, who also fight hard for territory during the explicitly maternal stages of their existence. 14. Identify the top guy quickly and become irresistibly attracted to him. This is brilliant strategy, in my estimation. It is also one used by females of many different species, including when the females are ready to shed their shells and soften up a bit, they become interested in mating. They start hanging around the dominant lobster's pad, spraying attractive scents and aphrodisiacs towards him, trying to seduce him. His aggression has made him successful, so he is likely to react. Fastest selling paperback of all time, and the eternal Beauty and the Beast plot of archetypal romance. This is the pattern of behavior continually represented in the sexually explicit literary fantasies that are as popular among women as provocative images of naked women are among men. In a dominant, irritable manner. Furthermore, he is large, healthy, and powerful. It is no easy task to switch his attention from fighting to mating. If properly charmed, however, he will change his behavior towards the female. This is the lobster equivalent of 50 Shades of Grey. The careful attention to the troop as females and their infants. The political ploy of baby kissing is literally millions of years old. But lobsters are still comparatively primitive, so the bare plot elements of Beast and Beauty suffice for them. It should be pointed out, however, that sheer physical power is an unstable basis on which to found lasting dominance, as the Dutch primatologist Frans de Waal 15 has taken pains to demonstrate. Among the chimp troops he studied, males who were successful in the longer term had to buttress their physical prowess with more sophisticated attributes. Even the most brutal chimp despot can be taken down, after all, by two opponents, each 3/4 as mean. In consequence, males who stay on top longer are those who form reciprocal coalitions with their lower status compatriots and who pay. Dominant male with his upright and confident posture not only gets the prime real estate and easiest access to the best hunting grounds, he also gets all the girls. It is exponentially more worthwhile to be successful if you are a lobster and male. Once the beast has been successfully charmed, the successful female lobster will disrobe, shedding her shell, making herself dangerously soft, vulnerable, and ready to mate. At the right moment, the male, now converted into a careful lover, deposits a packet of sperm into the appropriate receptacle. Afterward, the female hangs around and hardens up for a couple of weeks, another phenomenon not entirely unknown among human beings. At her leisure, she returns to her own domicile, laden with fertilized eggs. At this point, another female will attempt the same thing, and so on. That is the unimaginably distant past to us. To the lobsters, however, dinosaurs were the nouveau riche who appeared and disappeared in the flow of near-eternal time. This means that dominance hierarchies have been an essentially permanent feature of the environment to which all complex life has. Why is all this relevant? For an amazing number of reasons, apart from those that are comically obvious. First, we know that lobsters have been around, in one form or another, for more than 350 million years. 16. This is a very long time. 65 million years ago, there were still dinosaurs. That adapted. A third of a billion years ago, brains and nervous systems were comparatively simple. Nonetheless, they already had the structure and neurochemistry necessary to process information about status and society. The importance of this fact can hardly be overstated. The nature of nature. Human beings and the fins of whales look astonishingly alike in their skeletal form. They even have the same number of bones. Evolution laid down the cornerstones for basic physiology long ago. It is a truism of biology that evolution is conservative. When something evolves, it must build upon what nature has already produced. New features may be added, and old features may undergo some alteration. But most things remain the same. It is for this reason that the wings of bats, the hands of environment, and these have consequences. Mark Twain once said, "It is not what we don't know that gets us in trouble. It is what we know for sure that just ain't so." Now, evolution works in large part through variation and natural selection. Variation exists for many reasons, including gene shuffling, to put it simply, and random mutation. Individuals vary within a species for such reasons. Nature chooses from among them across time. That theory, as stated, appears to account for the continual alteration of life forms over the eons. But there is an additional question lurking under the surface. What exactly is the nature in natural selection? What exactly is the environment to which animals adapt? We make many assumptions about nature, about the cycles of instability. Likewise, there is nothing so mutable that it cannot be fixed. Every revolution produces a new order. Every death is simultaneously a metamorphosis. Serpent's head to tail. The black serpent, chaos, has a white dot in its head. The white serpent, order, has a black dot in its head. This is because chaos and order are interchangeable, as well as eternally juxtaposed. There is nothing so certain that it cannot vary. Even the sun itself has its beautifully being, for the Taoist's reality itself is composed of two opposing principles, often translated as feminine and masculine, or even more narrowly as female and male. However, yin and yang are more accurately understood as chaos and order. The Taoist symbol is a circle enclosing twin. First, it is easy to assume that nature is something with a nature, something static. But it is not, at least not in any simple sense. It is static and dynamic at the same time. The environment in nature that selects itself transforms. The famous yin and yang symbols of the Taoists capture this. Increasing fitness to the environment, and that it can be conceptualized as a fixed point. And fitness is something that can be ever more closely approximated across time. The still powerful Victorian idea of evolutionary progress, with man at the pinnacle, is a partial consequence of this model of nature. It produces the erroneous notion that there is a destination of natural selection, will propagate its genes through time. The fit in fitness is therefore the matching of organismal attribute to environmental demand. If that demand is conceptualized as static, if nature is conceptualized as eternal and unchanging, then evolution is a never-ending series of linear improvements. Considering nature as purely static produces serious errors of apprehension. Nature selects. The idea of selects contains implicitly nested within it the idea of fitness. It is fitness that is selective. Fitness, roughly speaking, is the probability that a given organism will leave offspring. With nature, albeit one that is deadly, in my kingdom, as the Red Queen tells Alice in Wonderland, you have to run as fast as you can just to stay in the same place. No one standing still can triumph, no matter how well constituted. changes. The features that make a given individual successful in surviving and reproducing also transform and change. Thus, the theory of natural selection does not posit creatures matching themselves ever more precisely to a template specified by the world. It is more that creatures are in a dance. But nature, the selecting agent, is not a static selector, not in any simple sense. Nature dresses differently for each occasion. Nature varies like a musical score, and that in part explains why music produces its deep intimations of meaning, as the environment supporting a species transforms and nature is not simply dynamic either. Some things change quickly, but they are nested within other things that change less quickly. Music frequently models this too. Leaves change more quickly than trees, and trees more quickly than forests. Weather changes faster than climate. If it wasn't this unchanging, and that is not necessarily the order that is most easily seen. The leaf, when perceived, might blind the observer to the tree. The tree can blind him to the forest, and some things that are most real, such as the ever-present dominance hierarchy, cannot be seen at all. Why? Then the conservatism of evolution would not work, as the basic morphology of arms and hands would have to change as fast as the length of arm bones and the function of fingers. It is chaos within order, within chaos, within higher order. The order that is most real is the order that is most. Mother Nature wasn't so hell-bent on our destruction. It would be easier for us to exist in simple harmony with her dictates. These aspects of nature, all of they are just as real as their Edenic counterparts. It is because of the existence of such things, of course, that we attempt to modify our surroundings, protecting our children, building cities and transportation systems, and growing food and generating power. If it is also a mistake to conceptualize nature romantically. Rich modern city dwellers surrounded by hot, baking concrete imagine the environment as something pristine and paradisal, like a French impressionist landscape. Eco-activists, even more idealistic in their viewpoint, envision nature as harmoniously balanced and perfect, absent the disruptions and depredations of mankind. Unfortunately, the environment is also elephantiasis and guinea worms, Dante asks, anopheles, mosquitoes and malaria, starvation-level droughts, AIDS and the Black Plague. We Dante fantasize about the beauty of. And this brings us to a third erroneous concept, that nature is something strictly segregated from the cultural constructs that have emerged within it. The order within the chaos and order of being is all the more natural the longer it has lasted. This is because nature is what selects, and cultural, it might appear, has been around for some 500 million years. It is permanent. It is real. The dominance hierarchy is not capitalism. It is not communism, either, for that matter. It is not the military-industrial complex. It is not the patriarchy, that disposable, malleable, arbitrary cultural. The longer a feature has existed, the more time it has had to be selected and to shape life. It does not matter whether that feature is physical and biological, or social and cultural. All that matters from a Darwinian perspective is permanence and the dominance hierarchy, however social or the beginning of life, have lived in a dominance hierarchy for a long, long time. We were struggling for position before we had skin, or hands, or lungs, or bones. There is little more natural than culture. Dominance hierarchies are older than trees. Artifact. It is not even a human creation, not in the most profound sense. It is instead a near-eternal aspect of the environment, and much of what is blamed on these more ephemeral manifestations is a consequence of its unchanging existence. We, the sovereign we, the we that has been around since. Kind of fight that life demands, and we become easy targets for harder-shelled bullies. And it is not only the behavioral and experiential similarities that are striking, much of the basic neurochemistry is the same. The part of our brain that keeps track of our position in the dominance hierarchy is therefore exceptionally ancient and fundamental. 17. It is a master control system, modulating our perceptions, values, emotions, thoughts, and actions. It powerfully affects every aspect of our being, conscious and unconscious alike. This is why when we are defeated, we act very much like lobsters who have lost a fight. Our posture droops. We face the ground. We feel threatened, hurt, anxious, and weak. If things do not improve, we become chronically depressed. Under such conditions, we can't easily put up the constant. The importance of this can hardly be overstated. Lifespan among humans, just as among crustaceans, higher spots in the dominance hierarchy and the higher serotonin levels typical of those who inhabit them are characterized by less illness, misery, and death, even when factors such as absolute and more number of decaying food scraps are held. Serotonin means more response to stress and costlier physical preparedness for emergencies. Anything whatsoever may happen at any time at the bottom of the dominance hierarchy, and rarely something good. Low serotonin means less happiness, more pain and anxiety, more illness, and a shorter. Consider serotonin, the chemical that governs posture and escape in the lobster. Low-ranking lobsters produce comparatively low levels of serotonin. This is also true of low-ranking human beings, and those low levels decrease more with each defeat. Low serotonin means decreased confidence. Low, top and bottom. And 5 for your attention. 18. There is an unspeakably primordial calculator deep within you, at the very foundation of your brain, far below your thoughts and feelings. It monitors exactly where you are positioned in society on a scale of 1 to 10. For the sake of argument, if you are a number 1, the highest level of status, you are an overwhelming success. If you are male, you have preferential access to the best places to live and the highest quality food. People compete to do you favors. You have limitless opportunity for romantic and sexual contact. You are a successful lobster, and the most desirable females line up. If you are female, you have access to many high-quality suitors, tall, strong, and symmetrical, creative, reliable, honest, and generous. And like your dominant male counterpart, you will compete ferociously, even pitilessly, to maintain or improve your position in the equally competitive female mating hierarchy. Although you are less likely to use physical aggression to do so, there are many effective verbal tricks and strategies at your disposal, including the disparaging of opponents, and you may well be expert at their use. Terrible, dangerous place to be. Likely to fall ill, age rapidly, and die young with few, if any, to warn you. 19. Even money itself may prove of little use. You want to know how to use it, because it is difficult to use money properly, particularly if you are unfamiliar with it. Money will make you liable to the dangerous temptations of drugs and alcohol, which are much more rewarding if you have been deprived of pleasure for a long period. Money will also make you a target for predators and psychopaths who thrive on exploiting those who exist on the lower rungs of society. The bottom of the dominance hierarchy is a. If you are a low status 10, by contrast, male or female, you have nowhere to live or nowhere good. Your food is terrible when you are not going hungry. You are in poor physical and mental condition. You are of minimal romantic interest to anyone, unless they are as desperate as you. You are more The ancient part of your brain specialized for assessing dominance watches how you are treated by other people. On that evidence, it renders a determination of your value and assigns you a status. If you are judged by your peers as of little worth, the counter restricts serotonin availability. That makes you much more physically and psychologically reactive to any circumstance or event that might produce emotion, particularly if it is negative. You need that reactivity. Emergencies are common at the bottom, and you must be ready to survive. Render you impulsive 20 so that you will jump, for example, at any short-term mating opportunities or any possibilities of pleasure, no matter how subpar, disgraceful, or illegal. It will leave you far more likely to live or die carelessly for a rare opportunity at pleasure when it manifests itself. The physical demands of emergency preparedness will wear you down in every way. 21. Circumstances. When operating at the bottom, the ancient brain counter assumes that even the smallest unexpected impediment might produce an uncontrollable chain of negative events, which will have to be handled alone, as useful friends are rare indeed on society's fringes. You will therefore. Unfortunately, that physical hyper-response, that constant alertness, burns up a lot of precious energy and physical resources. This response is really what everyone calls stress, and it is by no means only or even primarily psychological. It is a reflection of the genuine constraints of unfortunate. You are sitting in your car with the gas and brake pedals both punched to the mat. Too much of that and everything falls apart. The ancient counter will even shut down your immune system, expending the energy and resources required for future health now. During the crises of the present, it will continually sacrifice what you could otherwise physically store for the future, using it up on heightened readiness and the possibility of immediate panicked action in the present. When you don't know what to do, you must be prepared to do anything and everything in case it becomes necessary. If you have a high status, on the other hand, the counter's cold, pro-reptilian mechanics assume that your niche is secure, productive, and safe, and that you are well buttressed with social support. It thinks the chance that something will damage you is low and can be safely discounted. Change might be opportunity instead of disaster. The serotonin flows plentifully. This renders you confident and calm, standing tall and straight, and much less on constant alert. Because your position is secure, the future is likely to be good for you. It is worthwhile to think in the long term and plan for a better tomorrow. You don't need to grasp impulsively at whatever crumbs come your way, because you can realistically expect good things to remain available. You can delay gratification without foregoing it forever. You can afford to be a reliable and thoughtful citizen. Malfunction. Perceived most clearly in the case of small children, who are delightful and comical and playful when their sleeping and eating schedules are stable, and horrible and whiny and nasty when they are not. Sometimes, however, the counter mechanism can go wrong. Erratic habits of sleeping and eating can interfere with its function. Uncertainty can throw it for a loop. The body, with its various parts, needs to function like a well-rehearsed orchestra. Every system must play its role properly and at exactly the right time, or noise and chaos ensue. It is for this reason that routine is so necessary. The acts of life we repeat every day need to be automatized. They must be turned into stable and reliable habits so they lose their complexity and gain predictability and simplicity. This can be. It is for such reasons that I always ask my clinical clients first about sleep. do they wake up in the morning at approximately the time the typical person wakes up, and at the same time every day? If the answer is no, fixing that is the first thing I recommend. It doesn't matter so much if they go to bed at the same time each evening, but waking up at a consistent hour is a necessity. Anxiety and depression cannot be easily treated if the sufferer has unpredictable daily routines. The systems that mediate negative emotion are tightly tied to the properly cyclical circadian rhythms. Predictable schedule and eat breakfast. The next thing I ask about is breakfast. I counsel my clients to eat a fat and protein-heavy breakfast as soon as possible after they awaken. No simple carbohydrates, no sugars, as they are digested too rapidly and produce a blood sugar spike and rapid dip. This is because anxious and depressed bloodstream will mop up all their blood sugar. Then they become hypoglycemic and psychophysiologically unstable 22 all day. Their systems cannot be reset until after more sleep. I have had many clients whose anxiety was reduced to subclinical levels merely because they started to sleep on it. People are already stressed, particularly if their lives have not been under control for a good while. Their bodies are therefore primed to hypersecrete insulin if they engage in any complex or demanding activity. If they do so after fasting all night and before eating, the excess insulin in their intensification and things get dangerously out of control. Other bad habits can also interfere with the counter's accuracy. Sometimes this happens directly for poorly understood biological reasons, and sometimes it happens because those habits initiate a complex positive feedback loop. A positive feedback loop requires an input detector, an amplifier, and some form of output. Imagine a signal picked up by the input detector, amplified, and then emitted in amplified form. So far, so good. The trouble starts when the input detector detects that output and runs it through the system again, amplifying and emitting it again. A few rounds of 2. Close to the speakers. The sound rapidly amplifies to unbearable levels, sufficient to destroy the speakers if it continues. Most people have been subject to the deafening howling of feedback at a concert when the sound system squeals painfully. The microphone sends a signal to the speakers emit the signal. The signal can be picked up by the microphone and sent through the system again. If it is too loud, or drinker may just continue to drink until all the liquor in his house is consumed. The bars are closed and his money is spent. Rising, and that only continues if the drinker keeps drinking. When he stops, not only does his blood alcohol level plateau and then start to sink, but his body begins to produce a variety of toxins as it metabolizes the ethanol already consumed. He also starts to experience alcohol withdrawal. As a person who enjoys alcohol, perhaps a bit too much, he has a quick 3 or 4 drinks. His blood alcohol level spikes sharply. This can be extremely exhilarating, particularly for someone who has a genetic predisposition to alcoholism. 23. But it only occurs while blood alcohol levels are actively. The same destructive loop happens within people's lives. Much of the time when it happens, we label it mental illness, even though it is not only or even at all occurring inside people's psyches. Addiction to alcohol or another mood-altering drug is a common positive feedback process. Imagine the anxiety systems that were suppressed during intoxication start to hyperrespond. A hangover is alcohol withdrawal, which quite frequently kills withdrawing alcoholics, and it starts all too soon after drinking ceases. To continue the warm glow and stave off the unpleasant aftermath. The future, but that might be what is required in the short term. if the misery is sufficiently acute. So now he has learned to drink to cure his hangover. When the medication causes the disease, a positive feedback loop has been established. Alcoholism can quickly emerge under such conditions. The next day, the drinker wakes up, badly hungover. So far, this is just unfortunate. The real trouble starts when he discovers that his hangover can be cured with a few more drinks the morning after. Such a cure is, of course, temporary. It merely pushes the withdrawal symptoms a bit further into independent existence. Disorder is often a panic attack. The sufferer is typically a middle-aged woman who has been too dependent on other people. Perhaps she went immediately from over-reliance on her father to a relationship with an older and comparatively dominant boyfriend or husband with little or no break for. Something similar often happens to people who develop an anxiety disorder, such as agoraphobia. People with agoraphobia can become so overwhelmed with fear that they will no longer leave their homes. Agoraphobia is the consequence of a positive feedback loop. The first event that precipitates the judgment. 24. Processes regulating a woman's psychological experience fluctuate unpredictably. Any perceptible alteration in heart rate can trigger thoughts both of heart attack and an all too public and embarrassing display of post-heart attack distress and suffering, death and social humiliation constituting the two most basic fears. The unexpected occurrence might instead be conflict in the sufferer's marriage or the illness or death of a spouse. It might be a close friend's divorce or hospitalization. Some real event typically precipitates the initial increase in fear of mortality and social. In the weeks leading up to the emergence of her agoraphobia, such a woman typically experiences something unexpected and anomalous. It might be something physiological, such as heart palpitations, which are common in any case and whose likelihood is increased during menopause when the hormonal heart rate increases again because of her additional fear. She detects that and her heart rate rises again. Trigger anxiety, her heart rate rises. She begins to breathe shallowly and quickly. She feels her heart racing and begins to wonder if she is suffering a heart attack. This thought triggers more anxiety. She breathes even more shallowly, increasing the levels of carbon dioxide in her blood. After the shock, perhaps, the pre-agoraphobic woman leaves her house and makes her way to the shopping mall. It is busy and difficult to park. This makes her even more stressed. The thoughts of vulnerability occupying her mind since her recent unpleasant experience rise close to the surface. The function is checked. There is nothing wrong, but she is not reassured. Proof positive feedback loop. Soon the anxiety transforms into panic, regulated by a different brain system, designed for the severest of threats, which can be triggered by too much fear. She is overwhelmed by her symptoms and heads for the emergency room where after an anxious wait her heart. Assume that anything you run away from is dangerous. The proof of that is, of course, the fact you ran away. It takes an additional feedback loop to transform even that unpleasant experience into full-blown agoraphobia. The next time she needs to go to the mall, the pre-agoraphobic becomes anxious, remembering what happened last time. But she goes anyway. On the way, she can feel her heart pounding. That triggers another cycle of anxiety and concern. To forestall panic, she avoids the stress of the mall and returns home. But now the anxiety systems in her brain note that she ran away from the mall and conclude that the journey there was truly dangerous. Our anxiety systems are very practical. They away from that if she could, but she can't. Soon she is stuck in her home. Anxiety-induced retreat makes everything retreated from more anxiety-inducing. Anxiety-induced retreat makes the self smaller and the ever more dangerous world larger. So now the mole is tagged too dangerous to approach, or the budding agoraphobic has labeled herself too fragile to approach the mole. Perhaps that is not yet taking things far enough to cause her real trouble. There are other places to shop, but maybe the nearby supermarket is mole-like enough to trigger a similar response when she visits it instead, and then retreats. Now the supermarket occupies the same category. Then it has the corner store. Then it has buses and taxis and subways. Soon it has everywhere. The agoraphobic will even eventually become afraid of her house and would run. Then, the withdrawal makes them more lonesome and isolated, and more likely to feel useless and burdensome. Then they withdraw more. In this manner, depression spirals and amplifies. There are many systems of interaction between brain, body, and social world that can get caught in positive feedback loops. Depressed people, for example, can start feeling useless and burdensome, as well as grief-stricken and pain. This makes them withdraw from contact with friends and family. And easily upset, they shield themselves with a defensive crouch and avoid the direct eye contact interpretable as a dominance challenge. If someone is badly hurt at some point in life, traumatized, the dominance counter can transform in a manner that makes additional hurt more rather than less likely. This often happens in the case of people, now adults, who were viciously bullied during childhood or adolescence. They become anxious, even though strictly speaking it wouldn't have to, because of maturation, or geographical relocation, or continued education, or improvement in objective status. This means that the damage caused by the bullying, the lowering of status and confidence, can continue, even after the bullying has ended. 25. In the simplest of cases, the formerly lowly persons have matured and moved to new and more successful places in their lives, but they don't fully notice. Posturing continues to attract genuine negative attention from one or more of the fewer and generally less successful bullies still extant in the adult world. In such situations, the psychological consequence of the previous bullying increases the likelihood of continued bullying in the present. Their now counterproductive physiological adaptations to earlier reality remain, and they are more stressed and uncertain than is necessary. In more complex cases, a habitual assumption of subordination renders the person more stressed and uncertain than necessary, and they're habitually submissive. Rising up. Applied in adulthood to those who insist upon continuing with physical intimidation. Sometimes people are bullied because they can't fight back. This can happen to people who are weaker, physically, than their opponents. This is one of the most common reasons for the bullying experienced by children. Even the toughest of 6-year-olds is no match for someone who is 9. A lot of that power differential disappears in adulthood, however, with the rough stabilization and matching of physical size, with the exception of that pertaining to men and women, with the former typically larger and stronger, particularly in the upper body, as well as the increased penalties generally. But just as often, people are bullied because they want to fight back. This happens not infrequently to people who are by temperament compassionate and self-sacrificing, particularly if they are also high in negative emotion, and make a lot of gratifying noises of suffering when someone's sadistic. The truly appalling potential of anger and aggression to produce cruelty and mayhem are balanced by the ability of those primordial forces to push back against oppression, speak truth, and motivate resolute movement forward in times of strife, uncertainty, and danger. Sensitivity to petty tyranny and over-aggressive competitiveness restrict within themselves all the emotions that might give rise to such things. Often they are people whose fathers who were excessively angry and controlling. Psychological forces are never unidimensional in their value, however, and confronts them. Children who cry more easily, for example, are more frequently bullied. 26. It also happens to people who have decided, for one reason or another, that all forms of aggression, including even feelings of anger, are morally wrong. I have seen people with a particularly acute self-protective territorial responses are laid open to exploitation as much as those who genuinely can't stand up for their own rights because of a more essential inability or a true imbalance in power. With their capacity for aggression straitjacketed within a too narrow morality, those who are only or merely compassionate and self-sacrificing and naive and exploitable cannot call forth the genuinely righteous and appropriately self-protective anger necessary to defend themselves. If you can state your refusal in no uncertain terms and stand behind it, then the scope for oppression on the part of oppressor will remain properly bounded and limited. The forces of tyranny expand inexorably to fill the space made available for their existence. People who refuse to muster appropriately bite. You generally don't have to when skillfully integrated. The ability to respond with aggression and violence decreases rather than increases the probability that actual aggression will become necessary. If you say no early in the cycle of oppression, and you mean what you say, which means you clinical practice, I often draw the attention of my clients who think that good people never become angry to the stark realities of their own resentments. Naive, harmless people usually guide their perceptions and actions with a few simple axioms. People are basically good. No one really wants to hurt anyone else. The threat, and certainly the use of force, physical or otherwise, is wrong. These axioms collapse, or worse, in the presence of individuals who are genuinely malevolent. 27. Worse means that naive beliefs can become a positive invitation to abuse because those who aim to harm have become specialized to prey on people who think precisely such things. Under such conditions, the axioms of harmlessness must be retooled. In my expressed would limit their expression of pathological power. It is in this manner that the willingness of the individual to stand up for him or herself protects everyone from the corruption of society. No one likes to be pushed around, but people often put up with it for too long, so I get them to see their resentment first as anger and then as an indication that something needs to be said if not done, not least because honesty demands it. Then I get them to see such action as part of the force that holds tyranny at bay at the social level, as much as the individual. Many bureaucracies have petty authoritarians within them, generating unnecessary rules and procedures simply to express and cement power. Such people produce powerful undercurrents of resentment around them which, if 1. Their attackers' faces. Such individuals typically come from hyper-sheltered families where nothing terrible is allowed to exist and everything is fair and wonderful, or else themselves. Perhaps they were never able to see within themselves the capacity for oppression and bullying, and perhaps not their capacity for assertion and success as well. I have had clients who were terrified into literally years of daily hysterical convulsions by the sheer look of malevolence. When naive people discover the capacity for anger within themselves, they are shocked, sometimes severely. A profound example of that can be found in the susceptibility of new soldiers to post-traumatic stress disorder, which often occurs because of something they watch themselves doing, rather than because of something that has happened to them. They react like the monsters they can truly be in extreme battlefield conditions, and the revelation of that capacity undoes their world. And no wonder. Perhaps they assumed that all of history's terrible perpetrators were people totally unlike. Between the capacity for mayhem and destruction, integrated, and strength of character, this is one of the most difficult lessons of life. To withstand, because they are terrible too. They see they can and must stand up because they begin to understand how genuinely monstrous they will become, otherwise feeding on their resentment, transforming it into the most destructive of wishes. To say it again, there is very little difference. When the awakening occurs, when once naive people recognize in themselves the seeds of evil and monstrosity, and see themselves as dangerous, at least potentially, their fear decreases. They develop more self-respect. Then, perhaps, they begin to resist oppression. They see that they have the ability. Just not good. Maybe you are a loser, and maybe you're not, but if you are, you don't have to continue in that mode. Maybe you just have a bad habit. Maybe you are even just a collection of bad habits. Nonetheless, even if you came by your poor posture honestly, even if you were unpopular or bullied at home or in access to the highest quality resources and obtain a healthy, desirable mate, it will render you more likely to abuse cocaine and alcohol as you live for the present in a world full of uncertain futures. It will increase your susceptibility to heart disease, cancer, and dementia. All in all, it is you a low dominance number, then your brain will not produce as much serotonin. This will make you less happy and more anxious and sad, and more likely to back down when you should stand up for yourself. It will also decrease the probability that you will get to live in a good neighborhood. Have grade school 28. It is not necessarily appropriate now. Circumstances change. If you slump around with the same bearing that characterizes a defeated lobster, people will assign you a lower status, and the old counter that you share with crustaceans sitting at the very base of your brain will assign. Circumstances change, and so can you. Positive feedback loops, adding effect to effect, can spiral counterproductively in a negative direction, but can also work to get you ahead. That has the other far more optimistic lesson of Price's law and the Pareto distribution. Those who start to have will probably get more. Some of these upwardly moving loops can occur in your own private, subjective space. Alterations in body language offer an important example. If you are asked by a researcher to move your facial muscles one at a time into a position that would look sad to an observer, you will report feeling sadder. If you are asked to move the muscles one by one into a position that looks happy, you will report feeling happier. Emotion is partly bodily expression and can be amplified or dampened by that expression. 29. People will react to you as if you are losing. If you start to straighten up, then people will look at and treat you differently. Some of the positive feedback loops instantiated by body language can occur beyond the private confines of subjective experience in the social space you share with other people. If your posture is poor, for example, if you slump, shoulders forward and rounded, chest tucked in, head down, looking small, defeated and ineffectual, protected in theory against attack from behind, then you will feel small, defeated and ineffectual. The reactions of others will amplify that. People like lobsters size each other up, partly in consequence of stance. If you present yourself as defeated, then you might object the bottom is real. Being at the bottom is equally real. A mere transformation of posture is insufficient to change anything that fixed. If you are in number 10 position, then standing up straight and appearing dominant might only attract the attention of those who want one's terror from the all too real fact of the dragon. You step forward to take your place in the dominance hierarchy and occupy your territory, manifesting your willingness to defend, expand, and transform it. That can all occur practically or symbolically, as a physical or as a conceptual restructuring. Again, to put you down, and fair enough, but standing up straight with your shoulders back is not something that is only physical, because you're not only a body, you're a spirit, so to speak, a psyche as well. Standing up physically also implies and invokes and demands standing up metaphysically. Standing up means voluntarily accepting the burden of being. Your nervous system responds in an entirely different manner when you face the demands of life voluntarily. You respond to a challenge instead of bracing for a catastrophe. You see the gold the dragon hoards instead of shrinking in. To stand up straight with your shoulders back is to accept the terrible responsibility of life with eyes wide open. It means deciding to voluntarily transform the chaos of potential into the realities of habitable order. It means adopting the burden of self-conscious vulnerability and accepting the end of the unconscious paradise of childhood where finitude and mortality are only dimly comprehended. It means willingly undertaking the sacrifices necessary to generate a productive and meaningful reality. It means acting to please God in the ancient language. Better, more meaningful, and more productive order. To stand up straight with your shoulders back means building the ark that protects the world from the flood, guiding your people through the desert after they have escaped tyranny, making your way away from comfortable home and country, and speaking the prophetic word to those who ignore the widows and children. It means shouldering the cross that marks the X, the place where you and being intersect so terribly. It means casting dead, ragged, and too tyrannical order back into the chaos in which it was generated. It means withstanding the ensuing uncertainty and establishing, in consequence, a neural pathways desperate for its calming influence. So, attend carefully to your posture. Quit drooping and hunching around. Speak your mind. Put your desires forward as if you had a right to them, at least the same right as others. Walk tall and gaze forthrightly ahead. Dare to be dangerous. Encourage the serotonin to flow plentifully through to you. It will also make those good things feel better when they do happen. People, including yourself, will start to assume that you are competent and able, or at least they will not immediately conclude the reverse. Emboldened by the positive responses you are now receiving, you will begin to be less anxious. You will then find it easier to pay attention to the subtle social clues that people exchange when they are communicating. Your conversations will flow better with fewer awkward pauses. This will make you more likely to meet people, interact with them, and impress them. Doing so will not only genuinely increase the probability that good things will happen. Thus strengthened and emboldened, you may choose to embrace being and work for its furtherance and improvement. Thus strengthened, you may be able to stand, even during the illness of a loved one, even during the death of a parent, and allow others to find strength alongside you when they would otherwise be overwhelmed with despair. Thus emboldened, you will embark on the voyage of your life. Let your light shine, so to speak, on the heavenly hill, and pursue your rightful destiny. Then the meaning of your life may be sufficient to keep the corrupting influence of mortal despair at bay. Then you may be able to accept the terrible burden of the world and find joy. Look for your inspiration to the victorious lobster with its 350 million years of practical wisdom. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. Rule 3. Make friends with people who want the best for you. The old hometown. Even colder nights were the norm. The town I grew up in had been scraped only 50 years earlier out of the endless flat northern prairie. Fairview, Alberta was part of the frontier and had the cowboy bars to prove it. The Hudson's Bay Co. department store on Main Street still bought beaver, wolf and coyote furs directly from the local trappers. 3,000 people lived there, 400 miles away from the nearest city. Cable TV, video games and internet did not exist. It was no easy matter to stay innocently amused in Fairview, particularly during the 5 months of winter when long stretches of 40 below days and the world is a different place when it's cold like that. The drunks in our town ended their sad lives early. They passed out in snowbanks at 3 in the morning and froze to death. You don't go outside casually when it is 40 below. On first breath, the arid desert air constricts your lungs. Ice. Anyway, then you turn the engine over pointlessly until the starter clatters and falls silent. Then you remove the frozen battery from the car, loosening bolts with stiffening fingers in the intense cold, and bring it into the house. It sits there, sweating for hours until it warms enough to hold a seat in a 1970 Dodge Challenger, jammed up against the stick shift, using a vodka-soaked rag to keep the inside of the front windshield clear in front of the driver because the car heater had quit. Stopping wasn't an option. There was nowhere to stop. Decent charge you are not going to see out of the back window of your car either. It frosts over in November and stays that way until May. Scraping it off just dampens the upholstery. Then it is frozen, too. Late one night going to visit a friend, I sat for 2 hours on the edge of the passenger. Forms on your eyelashes and they stick together. Long hair, wet from the shower, freezes solid and then stands on end wraith-like of its own accord later in a warm house when it thaws bone-dry, charged with electricity. Children only put their tongues on steel playground equipment once. Smoke from house chimneys doesn't rise. Defeated by the cold, it drifts downwards and collects like fog on snow-covered rooftops and yards. Cars must be plugged in at night, their engines warmed by block heaters, or oil will not flow through them in the morning, and they won't start. Sometimes they won't. Before the engine cooled down and Cat departed, let us just say that heat-seeking house pits and rapidly rotating radiator fans do not coexist happily. And it was hell on house cats. Felines in Fairview had short ears and tails because they had lost the tips of both to frostbite. They came to resemble Arctic foxes, which evolved those features to deal proactively with the intense cold. One day our cat got outside and no one noticed. We found him. Roads and running them over. Only loser cats died that way. It was cars parked immediately after being driven that were dangerous. A frigid cat might think highly of climbing up under such a vehicle and sitting on its still warm engine block. But what if the driver decided to use the car again? Later, fur frozen fast to the cold hard backdoor cement steps where he sat. We carefully separated Cat from concrete, with no lasting damage except to his pride. Fairview cats were also at great risk in the winter from cars, but not for the reasons you think. It wasn't the automobiles sliding on icy in the summer, but the winters were worse. Then your friends mattered more than anything. Because we were so far north, the bitterly cold winters were also very dark. By December, the sun didn't rise until 9:30 a.m. We trudged to school in the pitch black. It wasn't much lighter when we walked home, just before the early sunset. There wasn't much for young people to do in Fairview, even. My friend Chris and his cousin was angry, resentful, and without hope. I had a friend at that time. We'll call him Chris. He was a smart guy. He read a lot. He liked science fiction of the kind I was attracted to. Bradbury, Heinlein, Clark. He was inventive. He was interested in electronic kits and gears and motors. He was a natural engineer. All this was overshadowed, however, by something that had gone wrong in his family. I don't know what it was. His sisters were smart and his father was soft-spoken and his mother was kind. The girls seemed okay, but Chris had been left unattended to in some important way. Despite his intelligence and curiosity, he theater of the absurd. Very little of that was, so to speak, accidental. Friends against the internal surfaces during the continual accidents that resulted in the outer dents. Chris's truck was the exoskeleton of a nihilist. It had the perfect bumper sticker. Be alert, the world needs more alerts. The irony it produced in combination with the dents elevated it nicely too. All this manifested itself in material form in the shape of his 1972 blue Ford pickup truck. That notorious vehicle had at least one dent in every quarter panel of its damaged external body. Worse, it had an equivalent number of dents inside. Those were produced by the impact of the body parts of unwell, diagnosed with an illness only after many years. He didn't have the energy he should have. Maybe he couldn't pay enough attention to his son. Maybe that's all it took to fracture their relationship. Every time Chris crashed his truck, his father would fix it and buy him something else. He had a motorbike and a van for selling ice cream. He did not care for his motorbike. He sold no ice cream. He often expressed dissatisfaction with his father and their relationship, but his dad was older and people. But it didn't improve Ed. It didn't improve Chris either. Chris had a cousin, Ed, who was about 2 years younger. I liked him as much as you can like the younger cousin of a teenage friend. He was a tall, smart, charming, good-looking kid. He was witty, too. You would have predicted a good future for him had you met him when he was 12. But Ed drifted slowly downhill into a dropout, semi-drifting mode of existence. He didn't get as angry as Chris, but he was just as confused. If you knew Ed's friends, you might say that it was peer pressure that set him on his downward path. But his peers weren't obviously any more lost or delinquent than he was, although they were generally somewhat less bright. It was also the case that Ed's and Chris's situation did not appear particularly improved by their discovery of marijuana. Marijuana isn't bad for everyone any more than alcohol is bad for everyone. Sometimes it even appears to improve. 2 miles north, a plowed gravel road stretched forever, east to west. Every mile west, another traveled north and south. We never ran out of roads. The north end of town, over to the east end, so on, endlessly repeating the theme. If we weren't driving in town, we were driving in the countryside. A century earlier, surveyors had laid out a vast grid across the entire 300,000 square mile expanse of the Great Western Prairie. To amuse ourselves in the long nights, Chris and I and Ed and the rest of the teenagers drove around and around in our 1970s cars and pickup trucks. We cruised down Main Street, along Railroad Avenue, up past the high school, around the north end of town, over to the wester, up Main Street, around Teenage Wasteland. out of hand. If we weren't circling around town and countryside, we were at a party. Some relatively young adult or some relatively creepy older adult would open his house to friends. It would then become temporary home to all manner of party crashers, many of whom started out seriously undesirable or quickly become that way when drinking. A party might also happen accidentally when some teenager's unwitting parents had left town. In that case, the occupants of the cars or trucks always cruising around would notice house lights on, but household car absent. This was not good. Things could get seriously psychic. I did not like teenage parties. I do not remember them nostalgically. They were dismal affairs. The lights were kept low. That kept self-consciousness to a minimum. The overloud music made conversation impossible. There was little to talk about in any case. There were always a couple of the town married contemptuously insulted someone while he threatened her with a knife, or the time another friend climbed a large tree, swung out on a branch, and crashed flat onto his back, half dead, right beside the campfire we had started at its base, followed precisely 1 minute later by his half-wit. Psychopaths attending. Everybody drank and smoked too much. A dreary and oppressive sense of aimlessness hung over such occasions, and nothing ever happened unless you count the time I, too quiet classmate, drunkenly began to brandish his fully loaded 12-gauge shotgun, or the time the girl I later. 20 years later, plenty of us turned on and dropped out, but not so many tuned in. No one knew what the hell they were doing at those parties, hoping for a cheerleader, waiting for Godot. All of the former would have been immediately preferred, while the cheerleading squads were scarce in our town. The latter was closer to the truth. It would be more romantic, I suppose, to suggest that we would have all jumped at the chance for something more productive, bored out of our skulls as we were. But it is not true. We were all too prematurely cynical and world-weary and leery of responsibility to stick to the debating clubs and air cadets and school sports that the adults around us tried to organize. Doing anything wasn't cool. I don't know what teenage life was like before the revolutionaries of the late 60s advised everyone young to tune in, turn on, and drop out. Was it okay for a teenager to belong wholeheartedly to a club in 1955? Because it certainly wasn't. In the 1970s, I wanted to be elsewhere. I wasn't the only one. Everyone who eventually left the Fairview I grew up in knew they were leaving by the age of 12. I knew my wife, who grew up with me on the street our families shared, knew the friends I had who did and didn't leave also knew, regardless of which track they were on. There was an unspoken expectation in the families of those who were college-bound that such a thing was a matter of course. For those from less educated families, a future that included university was simply not part of the conceptual realm. It wasn't for lack of money, either. Tuition for advanced education was very low at that time, and jobs in Alberta were plentiful and high-paying. I earned more money in 1980 working at a plywood mill than I would again doing anything else for 20 years. No one missed out on university because of financial need in oil-rich Alberta. Some different friends and some more of the same. Mine. We were building a better life. In high school, after my first group of cronies had all dropped out, I made friends with a couple of newcomers. They came to Fairview as boarders. There was no school after 9th grade in their even more remote and aptly named hometown, Bear Canyon. They were an ambitious duo comparatively speaking, straightforward and reliable, but also cool and very amusing. When I left town to attend Grand Prairie Regional College 90 miles away, one of them became my roommate. The other went off elsewhere to pursue further education. Both were aiming upward. Their decisions to do so bolstered. Dances. How can you lose money selling beer to college kids? We started a newspaper. We got to know our professors of political science and biology and English literature in the tiny seminars that characterized even our first year. The instructors were thankful for our enthusiasm and taught us well. I was a happy clam when I arrived at college. I found another, expanded group of like-minded companions whom my Bear Canyon comrade also joined. We were all captivated by literature and philosophy. We ran the student union. We made it profitable for the first time in its history, hosting college. Spoken and unspoken expectations and memory. I sloughed off a lot of my past. In a small town, everyone knows who you are. You drag your ears behind you like a running dog with tin cans tied to its tail. You can't escape who you have been. Everything wasn't online then, and thank God for that, but it was stored equally indelibly in everyone's. Thought this was just a natural development. I thought that every person who moved would have and want the same Phoenix-like experience, but that wasn't always the case. When you move, everything is up in the air, at least for a while. It is stressful, but in the chaos there are new possibilities. People, including you, can't hem you in with their old notions. You get shaken out of your ruts. You can make new, better ruts with people aiming at better things. I liked the anonymity that the city provided. I liked the new beginnings. I liked the escape from the dismal, cramped adolescent culture of my hometown. So, I convinced my two friends to make the journey, but they did not have the same experience. As soon as we arrived, Chris and Carl. One time when I was about 15, I went with Chris and another friend, Carl, to Edmonton, a city of 600,000. Carl had never been to a city. This was not uncommon. Fairview to Edmonton was an 800-mile round trip. I had done it many times, sometimes with my parents, sometimes. Wanted to buy some pot. We headed for the parts of Edmonton that were exactly like the worst of Fairview. We found the same furtive street vending marijuana providers. We spent the weekend drinking in the hotel room. Although we had traveled a long distance, we had gone nowhere at all. Beautiful new Yamaha Pride piano in a fit of enthusiasm. The place looked good. And run safaris through Africa and smuggle trucks across the Turkmenistan-Sahara Desert and babysit orphan gorillas in the Congo. We had a nice place in a new high-rise overlooking the broad valley of the North Saskatchewan River. We had a view of the city skyline in the background. I bought it. I saw an even more egregious example of this a few years later. I had moved to Edmonton to finish my undergraduate degree. I took an apartment with my sister who was studying to be a nurse. She was also an up and out of there person. Not too many years later, she would plant strawberries in Norway. For someone who could not do better but which was wretchedly low-end as a career for an intelligent person. I heard through the grapevine that Ed Chris's younger cousin had moved to the city. I thought that was a good thing. One day he called. I invited him over. I wanted to see how he was faring. I hoped he was achieving some of the potential I once saw in him. That is not what happened. Ed showed up, older, bolder and stooped. He was a lot more not doing so well young adult and a lot less youthful possibility. His eyes were the telltale red slits of the practiced stoner. Ed had taken some job lawn mowing and casual landscaping which would have been fine for a part-time university student or. He was accompanied by a friend. Truer words were never spoken. This character into our place. Ed sat down, his friend sat down, too. Although it wasn't clear, he noticed. It was tragicomedy. Stoned as he was, Ed still had the sense to be embarrassed. We sipped our beer. Ed's friend looked upwards. My particles are scattered all over the ceiling, he managed. It was his friend I really remember. He was spaced. He was baked. He was stoned out of his gourd. His head and our nice, civilized apartment did not easily occupy the same universe. My sister was there. She knew Ed. She'd seen this sort of thing before. But I still wasn't happy that Ed had brought. Meaning, the Architecture of Belief, published in 1999. I had friends, he said, 62 before. Anyone with enough self-contempt that they could forgive me mine. I took Ed aside and told him politely that he had to leave. I said that he shouldn't have brought his useless bastard of a companion. He nodded. He understood. That made it even worse. His older cousin Chris wrote me a letter much later about such things. I included it in my first book, Maps of. What was it that made Chris and Carl and Ed unable, or worse, perhaps, unwilling, to move or to change their friendships and improve the circumstances of their lives? Was it inevitable a consequence of their own limitations, nascent illnesses and traumas of the past? After all, people vary. To achieve, there is another who is indolent. The degree to which these differences are immutably part and parcel of someone is greater than an optimist might presume or desire. And then there is illness, mental and physical, diagnosed or invisible, further limiting or shaping our lives significantly in ways that seem both structural and deterministic. People differ in intelligence, which is in large part the ability to learn and transform. People have very different personalities as well. Some are active and some passive. Others are anxious or calm, for every individual driven. Consequence of genuine ill health, or just an intellectual rationalization of his unwillingness to dive responsibly into life. Why did he, like his cousin, like my other friends, continually choose people who, and places that, were not good for him? Chris had a psychotic break in his 30s after flirting with insanity for many years. Not long afterward, he committed suicide. Did his heavy marijuana use play a magnifying role, or was it understandable self-medication? Use of physician-prescribed drugs for pain has, after all, decreased in marijuana legal states such as Colorado. 63. Maybe the pot made things better for Chris, not worse. Maybe it eased his suffering instead of exacerbating his instability. Was it the nihilistic philosophy he nurtured that paved the way to his eventual breakdown? Was that nihilism, in turn, It is partly fate, it is partly inability, it is partly unwillingness to learn, refusal to learn, motivated refusal to learn. Sometimes when people have a low opinion of their own worth, or perhaps when they refuse responsibility for their lives, they choose a new acquaintance of precisely the type who proved troublesome in the past. Such people don't believe that they deserve any better, so they don't go looking for it. Or, perhaps, they don't want the trouble of better. Freud called this a repetition compulsion. He thought of it as an unconscious drive to repeat the horrors of the past, sometimes, perhaps, to formulate those horrors more precisely, sometimes to attempt more active mastery, and sometimes, perhaps, because no alternatives beckon, people create their worlds with the tools they have directly at hand. Faulty tools produce faulty results. Repeated use of the same faulty tools produces the same faulty results. It is in this manner that those who fail to learn from the past doom themselves to repeat. Rescuing the damned. but hell in the long run. Object, it is only right to see the best in people. The highest virtue is the desire to help, but not everyone who is failing is a victim, and not everyone at the bottom wishes to rise, although many do, and many manage it. Nonetheless, people will often accept or even amplify their own suffering, as well as that of others, if they can brandish it as evidence of the world's injustice. There is no shortage of oppressors among the downtrodden, even if given their lowly positions. Many of them are only tyrannical wannabes. It is the easiest path to choose moment to moment, although it is nothing. People choose friends who aren't good for them for other reasons, too. Sometimes it is because they want to rescue someone. This is more typical of young people, although the impetus still exists among older folks who are too agreeable or have remained naive or who are willfully blind. Someone might imagine someone not doing well. He needs help. He might even want it. But it is not easy to distinguish between someone truly wanting and needing help and someone who is merely exploiting a willing helper. The distinction is difficult even for the person who is wanting and needing and possibly exploiting. The person who tries and fails and is forgiven, and then tries again and fails and is forgiven, is also too often the person who wants everyone to believe in the authenticity of all that trying. Appear, his fantasies spin increasingly messianic. Redeemed, the underground man commits the worst transgression of the lot. He offers aid to a genuinely unfortunate person, Lisa, a woman on the desperate 19th century road to prostitution. He invites her for a visit, promising to set her life back on the proper course, while waiting for her to. Man, I am an unattractive man. I believe my liver is diseased. It is the confession of a miserable, arrogant sojourner in the underworld of chaos and despair. He analyzes himself mercilessly, but only pays in this manner for 100 sins, despite committing 1,000. Then, imagining himself, when it is not just naivete, the attempt to rescue someone is often fueled by vanity and narcissism. Something like this is detailed in the incomparable Russian author Fyodor Dostoevsky's bitter classic, Notes from Underground, which begins with these famous lines: "I am a sick man, I am a spiteful savior, and that she loves me better than anything in the world. Her, I develop her, educate her, finally I notice that she loves me passionately. I pretend not to understand, I don't know however way I pretend, just for effect, perhaps. At last all confusion, transfigured, trembling and sobbing, she flings herself at my feet and says that I am her." One day passed, however, another and another. She did not come, and I began to grow calmer. I felt particularly bold and cheerful after 9 o'clock. I even sometimes began dreaming, and rather sweetly. I, for instance, became the salvation of Lisa simply through her coming to me and my talking to. Nothing but the narcissism of the underground man is nourished by such fantasies. Lisa herself is demolished by them. The salvation he offers to her demands far more in the way of commitment and maturity than the underground man is willing or able to offer. He simply does not have the character to see it through. Something he quickly realizes and equally quickly rationalizes. Lisa eventually arrives at his shabby apartment, hoping desperately for a way out, staking everything she has on the visit. She tells the underground man that she wants to leave her current life. His response: "Tell you, my good girl, why you have come. You've come because I talked sentimental stuff to you then. So now you are soft as butter and longing for fine sentiments again. So you may as well know that I was laughing at you then. And I am laughing at you now. Why are you shuddering? Yes, I was. spleen on you and laughed at you. I had been humiliated, so I wanted to humiliate. I had been treated like a rag, so I wanted to show my power. That is what it was, and you imagined I had come there on purpose to save you. Yes, you imagined that, you imagined that. Why have you come to me? Tell me that, please, I began, gasping for breath and regardless of logical connection in my words. I longed to have it all out at once, at one burst. I did not even trouble how to begin. Why have you come? Answer, answer, I cried, hardly knowing what I was doing. Laughing at you. I had been insulted just before, at dinner, by the fellows who came that evening before me. I came to you meaning to thrash one of them, an officer, but I didn't succeed. I didn't find him. I had to avenge the insult on someone to get back my own again. You turned up. I vented my had been felled by an axe, and all the time afterwards she listened to me with her lips parted and her eyes wide open, shuddering with awful terror. The cynicism of my words overwhelmed her. I knew that she would perhaps be muddled and not take it all in exactly, but I knew, too, that she would grasp the gist of it very well indeed. And so, indeed, she did. She turned white as a handkerchief, tried to say something, and her lips worked painfully, but she sank on a chair as though she something positive, not just the absence of evil. The inflated self-importance, carelessness, and sheer malevolence of the underground man dashes Lisa's last hopes. He understands this well. Worse, something in him was aiming at this all along, and he knows that too. But a villain who despairs of his villainy has not become a hero. A hero is spreads, not the stability. 65 down is a lot easier than up. But Christ himself, you might object, befriended tax collectors and prostitutes. How dare I cast aspersions on the motives of those who are trying to help, but Christ was the archetypal perfect man. And you are you. How do you know that your attempts to pull someone up won't instead bring them you further down? Imagine the case of someone supervising an exceptional team of workers, all of them striving towards a collectively held goal. Imagine them hardworking, brilliant, creative, and unified. But the person supervising is also responsible for someone troubled who is performing poorly. Elsewhere, in a fit of inspiration, the well-meaning manager moves that problematic person into the midst of his stellar team, hoping to improve him by example. What happens, and the psychological literature is clear on this point. 64. Does the errant interloper immediately straighten up and fly? Surround him, start to feel betrayed. Why am I breaking myself into pieces striving to finish this project? Each thinks, when my new team member never breaks a sweat. The same thing happens when well-meaning counselors place a delinquent teen among comparatively civilized peers. The delinquency. Right, no, instead, the entire team degenerates. The newcomer remains cynical, arrogant, and neurotic. He complains, he shirks, he misses important meetings, his low-quality work causes delays and must be redone by others. He still gets paid, however, just like his teammates, the hard workers who, because you want to convince yourself that the strength of your character is more than just a side effect of your luck and birthplace. Or maybe it is because it is easier to look virtuous when standing alongside someone utterly irresponsible. Maybe you are saving someone because you are a strong, generous, well-put-together person who wants to do the right thing. But it is also possible and perhaps more likely that you just want to draw attention to your inexhaustible reserves of compassion and goodwill. Or maybe you're saving someone. Assume first that you are doing the easiest thing and not the most difficult. Contempt would be more salutary than your pity. require far more from both of you. Are you so sure the person crying out to be saved has not decided 1,000 times to accept his lot of pointless and worsening suffering simply because it is easier than shouldering any true responsibility? Are you enabling a delusion? Is it possible that your raging alcoholism makes my binge drinking appear trivial? My long serious talks with you about your badly failing marriage convince both of us that you are doing everything possible and that I am helping you to my utmost. It looks like effort. It looks like progress. But real improvement can more easily forget what we are doing. You don't mention any of that, but you all know what is really going on. Suffering of the stupidest sort. You all decided to sacrifice the future to the present. You don't talk about it. You don't all get together and say, let us take the easier path. Let us indulge in whatever the moment might bring. And let us agree further not to call each other on it. That way, or maybe you have no plan, genuine or otherwise, to rescue anybody. You're associating with people who are bad for you not because it is better for anyone, but because it is easier. You know it, your friends know it. You're all bound by an implicit contract aimed at nihilism and failure and power. That's simple. Besides, if you buy the story that everything terrible just happened on its own with no personal responsibility on the part of the victim, you deny that person all agency in the past and, by implication, in the present and future as well. In this manner, you strip him or her of all. Before you help someone, you should find out why that person is in trouble. You shouldn't merely assume that he or she is a noble victim of unjust circumstances and exploitation. It is the most unlikely explanation, not the most probable. In my experience, clinical and otherwise, it has just never been. Prior to downing a jar of mayonnaise and vodka, that is a problem for future Homer, man. I don't envy that guide 66. It is far more likely that a given individual has just decided to reject the path upward because of its difficulty. Perhaps that should even be your default assumption when faced with such a situation. That is too harsh, you think. You might be right. Maybe that is a step too far. But consider this, too. It is easier not to shoulder a burden. It is easier not to think and not to do and not to care. It is easier to put off until tomorrow what needs to be done today and drown the upcoming months and years in today's cheap pleasures. As the infamous father of the Simpson clan puts it immediately, failure is easy to understand. No explanation for its existence is required. In the same manner, fear, hatred, addiction, promiscuity, betrayal, and deception require no explanation. It is not the existence of vice or the indulgence in it that requires explanation. Vice is easy. Failure is easy. Game. How do I know that I am not myself merely pretending to be responsible while pointlessly helping you so that I don't have to do something truly difficult and genuinely possible? How do I know that your suffering is not the demand of martyrdom for my resources so that you can also momentarily stave off the inevitable? Maybe you have even moved beyond caring about the impending collapse, but don't yet want to admit it. Maybe my help won't rectify anything, can't rectify anything, but it does keep that too terrible, too personal realization temporarily at bay. Maybe your misery is a demand placed on me so that I fail too, so that the gap you so painfully feel between us can be reduced while you degenerate and sink. How do I know that you would refuse to play such a Maybe your willingness to suffer in failure is inexhaustible, given what you use that suffering to prove. Maybe it is your revenge on being How exactly should I befriend you when you are in such a place? How exactly could I? Maybe your misery is the weapon you brandish in your hatred for those who rose upward while you waited and sank. Maybe your misery is your attempt to prove the world as injustice instead of the evidence of your own sin, your own missing of the mark, your conscious refusal to strive and to live has dissipated, and much of the less that they have become is now real. Things fall apart of their own accord, but the sins of men speed their degeneration, and then comes the flood. Success, that is the mystery, virtue, that is what is inexplicable. To fail, you merely have to cultivate a few bad habits. You just have to bide your time. And once someone has spent enough time cultivating bad habits and biding their time, they are much diminished, much of what they could have been. I am not saying that there is no hope of redemption, but it is much harder to extract someone from a chasm than to lift him from a ditch, and some chasms are very deep, and there's not much left of the body at the bottom. Maybe I should at least wait to help you until it is clear that you want to be helped. Carl Rogers, the famous humanistic psychologist, believed it was impossible to start a therapeutic relationship if the person seeking help did not want to improve. 67 Rogers believed it was impossible to convince someone to change for the better. The desire to improve was instead the precondition for progress. I've had court-mandated psychotherapy clients. They did not want my help. They were forced to seek it. It did not work. It was a travesty. Willing to help someone that has to be a good person. Not so. It might be just a person trying to look good, pretending to solve what appears to be a difficult problem instead of actually being good and addressing something real. If I stay in an unhealthy relationship with you, perhaps it is because I am too weak-willed and indecisive to leave, but I don't want to know it. Thus, I continue helping you and console myself with my pointless martyrdom. Maybe I can then conclude about myself, someone that's self-sacrificing, that maybe instead of continuing our friendship I should just go off somewhere, get my act together, and lead by example. And none of this is a justification for abandoning those in real need to pursue your narrow, blind ambition, in case it has to be said. A reciprocal arrangement. It is appropriate and praiseworthy to associate with people whose lives would be improved if they saw your life improve. Honestly, friendship is a reciprocal arrangement. You are not morally obliged to support someone who is making the world a worse place. Quite the opposite. You should choose people who want things to be better, not worse. It is a good thing, not a selfish thing, to choose people who are good for you. Here's something to consider. If you have a friend whose friendship you wouldn't recommend to your sister, or your father, or your son, why would you have such a friend for yourself? You might say out of loyalty. Well, loyalty is not identical to stupidity. Loyalty must be negotiated fairly and even light. If you surround yourself with people who support your upward aim, they will not tolerate your cynicism and destructiveness. They will instead encourage you when you do good for yourself and others and punish you carefully when you do not. This will help bolster your resolve to do what you should do. Punish you for it. They will override your accomplishment with a past action, real or imaginary, of their own. Maybe they are trying to test you to see if your resolve is real, to see if you are genuine. But mostly they are dragging you down because your new improvements cast their faults in the most appropriate and careful manner. People who are not aiming up will do the opposite. They will offer a former smoker a cigarette and a former alcoholic a beer. They will become jealous when you succeed or do something pristine. They will withdraw their presence or support or actively up onto their shoulders where it belongs. It is for this reason that every good example is a fateful challenge, and every hero a judge. Michelangelo's great perfect marble David cries out to its observer, "You could be more than you are." When you dare aspire upward, you reveal the inadequacy of the present and the promise of the future. Then you disturb others in the depths of their souls, where they understand that their cynicism and immobility are unjustifiable. You play able to their cane. You remind them that they ceased caring not because of life as horrors which are undeniable, but because they do not want to lift the world from too uncritical compassion and pity. Don't you think that it is easier to surround yourself with good healthy people than with bad unhealthy people? It is not. A good healthy person is an ideal. It requires strength and daring to stand up near such a person. Have some humility, have some courage, use your judgment, and protect yourself. Make friends with people who want the best for you. Rule 5. Do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Actually, it's not okay. Problem solving would have brought the shameful episode to a halt. More thoughtful parents would not have let someone they truly cared for become the object of a crowd's contempt. His parents and hundreds of other people to gain attention. Maybe he needed something, but that was no way to get it, and his parents should have let him know that. You might object that perhaps they were worn out and jet-lagged after a long trip, but 30 seconds of carefully directed. Recently, I watched a 3-year-old boy trail his mother and father slowly through a crowded airport. He was screaming violently at 5-second intervals, and, more important, he was doing it voluntarily. He wasn't at the end of his tether. As a parent, I could tell from the tone. He was irritating. Children 4 and 5 dominated the social scene, eating the centers out of all the sliced bread, subjecting everyone to their juvenile tyranny while mom and dad watched, embarrassed and bereft of the ability to intervene. I have also watched a couple unable or unwilling to say no to their 2-year-old, obliged to follow closely behind him everywhere he went, every moment of what was supposed to be an enjoyable social visit, because he misbehaved so badly when not micromanaged that he could not be given a second off. Means he had no conception of the reasonable limits enabling maximal toddler autonomy. It was a classic example of too much chaos breeding too much order and the inevitable reversal. I have similarly seen parents rendered unable to engage in adult conversation at a dinner party because their genuine freedom without risk, the desire of his parents to let their child act without correction on every impulse, perversely produced precisely the opposite effect. They deprived him instead of every opportunity to engage in independent action, because they did not dare to teach him what no. Reason to hate their mothers-in-law, respect for women, that as for other boys, other men, not for their dear sons. Frightened daughter, and told him in hushed tones not to do such things, while she patted him comfortingly in a manner clearly indicative of approval. She was out to produce a little god emperor of the universe. That is the unstated goal of many a mother, including many who consider themselves advocates for full gender equality. Such women will object vociferously to any command uttered by an adult male, but will trot off in seconds to make their progeny a peanut butter sandwich if he demands it while immersed self-importantly in a video game. The future mates of such boys have every. When my now adult daughter was a child, another child once hit her on the head with a metal toy truck. I watched that same child 1 year later viciously push his younger sister backwards over a fragile glass-surfaced coffee table. His mother picked him up immediately afterward, but not her. Something of the same sort may underlie, in part, the preference for male children seen most particularly in places such as India, Pakistan, and China, where sex-selective abortion is widely practiced. The Wikipedia entry for that practice attributes its existence to cultural norms favoring male. They're not pretty from a modern, egalitarian perspective. If circumstances force you to put all your eggs into one basket, so to speak, a son is a better bet by the strict standards of evolutionary logic, where the proliferation of your genes is all that matters. Why? Over female children. I cite Wikipedia because it is collectively written and edited and, therefore, the perfect place to find accepted wisdom. But there is no evidence that such ideas are strictly cultural. There are plausible psychobiological reasons for the evolution of such an attitude, and suggesting a lack of other, more culturally dependent reasons. 2010-77. But the sky is truly the limit with a reproductively successful son. Sex with multiple female partners is his ticket to exponential reproduction, given our species' practical limitation to single births. Rumor has it that the actor Warren Beatty and the athlete Wilt Chamberlain each betted, well, a reproductively successful daughter might gain you 8 or 9 children. The Holocaust survivor Yetta Schwartz, a star in this regard, had 3 generations of direct descendants who matched such performance. She was the ancestor of almost 2,000 people by the time of her death in male line ancestor of 1.5 million people in northeastern China. 78. The medieval O'Neill dynasty produced up to 3 million male descendants, localized mainly in northwestern Ireland and thus through Irish immigration. 79. And the king of them all, Genghis Khan, conqueror of much of Asia. Multiple thousands of women, something not unknown as well, among rock stars. They didn't produce children in those numbers. Modern birth control limits that, but similar celebrity types in the past have done so. The forefather of the Qing dynasty, Gyekenga, circa 1550, for example, is forefather of 8% of the men in Central Asia. 16 million male descendants, 34 generations later, 80. So, from a deep biological perspective, there are reasons why parents might favor sons sufficiently to eliminate female fetuses. Although I am not claiming direct causality, nor expression, but it can make for a dark, painful spectacle in the here and now, and mutate into something indescribably dangerous. Preferential treatment awarded a son during development might even help produce an attractive, well-rounded, confident man. This happened in the case of the father of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, by his own account, a man who has been the indisputable favorite of his mother keeps for life the dead millions of Chinese, Persians, Russians, and Hungarians. Spoiling a son might therefore work well from the standpoint of the selfish gene, allowing the favored childless genes to replicate themselves in innumerable offspring, to use the evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins' famous feeling of a conqueror, that confidence of success that often induces real success. 81. Fair enough. But feeling of a conqueror can all too easily become actual conqueror. Genghis Khan's outstanding reproductive success certainly came at the cost of any success whatsoever for others, including. None of this means that all mothers favor all sons over their daughters, or that daughters are not sometimes favored over sons, or that fathers don't sometimes favor their sons. Other factors can clearly dominate. Sometimes, for example, unconscious hatred, sometimes not so unconscious either. Put the spoon in front of him, waiting patiently, persistently, while he moved his head back and forth, refusing at entry, using defensive methods typical of a recalcitrant and none too well-attended 2-year-old. Managed to feed him an entire lunchtime meal, rewarding him throughout for his cooperation, and refusing to let him fail. He started out with a closed mouth, sitting with all of us at the dining room table, my wife and I, our 2 kids, and 2 neighborhood kids we looked after during the day. She overrides any concern a parent might have for any child, regardless of gender or personality or situation. I saw a 4-year-old boy allowed to go hungry on a regular basis. His nanny had been injured, and he was being cycled through the neighbors for temporary care when his mother dropped him off. At our house, she indicated that he wouldn't eat at all day. That is okay, she said. It wasn't okay in case that is not obvious. This was the same 4-year-old boy who clung to my wife for hours in absolute desperation and total commitment when she tenaciously, persistently, and mercifully was a drama of life and death. She didn't let him fail. She patted him on the head every time he managed a mouthful, telling him sincerely that he was a good boy when he did so. She did think he was a good boy. He was a cute, damaged kid. 10 not too painful minutes later, he finished his meal. We were all watching intently. It looked, she said, holding up his bowl. You finished all of it. This boy, who was standing in the corner voluntarily and unhappily when I first saw him, who wouldn't he interact with the other kids, who frowned tronically, who wouldn't he respond to me when I tickled and prodded him, trying to get him. Resentfully seeing her son curled up in my wife's lap. Then she departed, black, murderous heart unchanged, doomed child in hand. She was a psychologist, the things you can see with even a single open eye. It is no wonder that people want to stay blind. To play this boy broke immediately into a wide, radiant smile. It brought joy to everyone at the table. 20 years later, writing it down today, it still brings me to tears. Afterward, he followed my wife around like a puppy for the rest of the day, refusing to let her out of his sight. When she sat down, he jumped in her lap, cuddling and opening himself back up to the world, searching desperately for the love he had been continually denied. Later in the day, but far too soon, his mother reappeared. She came down the stairs into the room we all occupied. Oh, supermum, she uttered. Everybody hates arithmetic. 40-hour work weeks. My clinical clients frequently come to me to discuss their day-to-day familial problems. Such quotidian concerns are insidious. Their habitual and predictable occurrence makes them appear trivial. But that appearance of triviality is deceptive. It is the things that occur every single day that truly make up our lives, and time spent the same way over and again adds up at an alarming rate. One father recently spoke with me about the trouble he was having putting his son to sleep at night, a ritual that typically involved about 3/4 of an hour of fighting. We did the arithmetic. 45 minutes a day, 7 days a week, that is 300 minutes, or 5 hours a week. 5 hours for each of the 4 weeks of a month, that is 20 hours per month. 20 hours a month for 12 months is 240 hours a year. That is a month and a half of standard. Fault lie in child or in parent, in nature or society, and what, if anything, is to be done? My client was spending a month and a half of work weeks per year fighting ineffectually and miserably with his son. Needless to say, both were suffering for it. No matter how good your intentions, or how sweet and tolerant your temperament, you will not maintain good relations with someone you fight with for a month and a half of work weeks per year, resentment will inevitably build, even if it doesn't eat. All that wasted, unpleasant time could clearly be spent in more productive and useful and less stressful and more enjoyable activity. How are such situations to be understood? Where does the deeply ideological theory? Some localize all such problems in the adult, whether in the parent or broader society. There are no bad children, such people think, only bad parents. When the idealized image of an unsullied child is brought to mind, this notion appears fully justified. The beauty, openness, joy, trust in human corruption is uncritically laid at society's feet. The conclusion merely displaces the problem back in time. It explains nothing and solves no problems. If society is corrupt but not the individuals within it, then where did the corruption originate? How is it propagated? It has a one-sided capacity for love characterizing children makes it easy to attribute full culpability to the adults on the scene. But such an attitude is dangerously and naively romantic. It is too one-sided in the case of parents granted a particularly difficult son or daughter. It is also not for the best that all springs to mind is likely to produce far more trouble than good, given the suffering that even small revolutions generally produce. Even more problematic is the insistence logically stemming from this presumption of social corruption that all individual problems, no matter how rare, must be solved by cultural restructuring, no matter how radical. Our society faces the increasing call to deconstruct its stabilizing traditions to include smaller and smaller numbers of people who do not or will not fit into the categories upon which even our perceptions are based. This is not a good thing. Each person's private trouble cannot be solved by a social revolution, because revolutions are destabilizing and dangerous. We have learned to live together and organize our complex societies slowly and incrementally over vast stretches of time, and we do not understand with sufficient exactitude why what we are doing works, thus altering our ways of social being carelessly in the name of some ideological shibboleth, diversity. So wisely by our ancestors, we tear them down at our peril. We skate, unconsciously, on thin ice with deep, cold waters below, where unimaginable monsters lurk. Was it really a good thing, for example, to so dramatically liberalize the divorce laws in the 1960s? It is not clear to me that the children whose lives were destabilized by the hypothetical freedom this attempt at liberation introduced would say so. Horror and terror lurk behind the walls provided. Extremes of every moral continuum. Freedom. This has increased parental sensitivity to the short-term emotional suffering of their children, while heightening their fear of damaging their children to a painful and counterproductive degree. Better this than the reverse, you might argue, but there are catastrophes lurking at the I see today as parents as terrified by their children, not least because they have been deemed the proximal agents of this hypothetical social tyranny and simultaneously denied credit for their role as benevolent and necessary agents of discipline, order, and conventionality. They dwell uncomfortably and self-consciously in the all-too-powerful shadow of the adolescent ethos of the 1960s, a decade whose excesses led to a general denigration of adulthood, an unthinking disbelief in the existence of competent power, and the inability to distinguish between the chaos of immaturity and responsible. The ignoble savage. His children to the tender and fatal mercies of the orphanages of the time. Jean-Jacques Rousseau 82 Rousseau was a fervent believer in the corrupting influence of human society and private ownership alike. He claimed that nothing was so gentle and wonderful as man in his pre-civilized state. At precisely the same time, noting his inability as a father, he abandoned 5 of. It has been said that every individual is the conscious or unconscious follower of some influential philosopher. The belief that children have an intrinsically unsullied spirit, damaged only by culture and society, is derived in no small part from the 18th century Genevan French philosopher. Grown-up society. William Golding, a stark and anarchistic Lord of the Flies, is a classic for a reason. The noble savage Rousseau described, however, was an ideal in abstraction, archetypal and religious, and not the flesh and blood reality he supposed. The mythologically perfect divine child permanently inhabits our imagination. He is the potential of youth, the newborn hero, the wronged innocent, and the long-lost son of the rightful king. He is the intimations of immortality that accompany our earliest experiences. He is Adam, the perfect man, walking without sin with God in the garden before the fall. But human beings are evil, as well as good, and the darkness that dwells forever in our souls is also there in no small part in our younger selves. In general, people improve with age, rather than worsening, becoming kinder, more conscientious, and more emotionally stable as they mature. 83. Bullying at the sheer and often terrible intensity of the schoolyard. 84. Rarely manifests itself in published her account. Many refused to believe it. It soon became obvious, however, that what she observed was by no means rare. Unwilling to murder each other, to use the terminology appropriate to humans. 85. Because of its shocking nature and great anthropological significance, she kept her observations secret for years, fearing that her contact with the animals had led them to manifest unnatural behavior, even after she. Furthermore, there is plenty of direct evidence that the horrors of human behavior cannot be so easily attributed to history and society. This was discovered most painfully, perhaps, by the primatologist Jane Goodall, beginning in 1974, when she learned that her beloved chimpanzees were capable of chimp, cupping his hand below Sniff's chin to drink the blood that welled from a great wound in his face, Jamu tearing a strip of skin from Death's thigh, again, charging and hitting again and again the stricken, quivering body of Goliath, one of his childhood heroes. 89. Small gangs of adolescent. Romantic. And the less said about Unit 731. A covert Japanese biological warfare research unit established at that time, the better. Read about it at your peril. You have been warned. Prudent to remember that the human capacity for self-control may also be overestimated. Careful perusal of a book as shocking and horrific as Era's Chain as The Rape of Nanking 90, which describes the brutal decimation of that Chinese city by the invading Japanese, will disenchant even a committed. Bluntly put, chimpanzees conduct intertribal warfare. Furthermore, they do it with almost unimaginable brutality. The typical full-grown chimp is more than twice as strong as a comparable human being, despite their smaller size. 86. Goodall reported with some terror the proclivity of the chimps. Chimps, mostly male, roam the borders of their territory. If they encounter foreigners, even chimps they once knew who had broken away from the no-too-large group, and if they outnumber them, the gang will mob and destroy them without mercy. Chimps don't have much of a superego, and it is studied to snap strong steel cables and levers. 87. Chimps can literally tear each other to pieces, and they do. Human societies and their complex technologies cannot be blamed for that. 88. Often when I woke in the night, she wrote, horrific pictures sprang unbidden to my mind. Satan, a long observed. Held by the Kato, an indigenous people of California, 1,450 of whom per 100 met a violent death circa 1,840. 95. Elizabeth Marshall Thomas as the harmless people. 92 had a yearly murder rate of 40 per 100, which declined by more than 30 once they became subject to state authority. 93. This is a very instructive example of complex social structures serving to reduce, not exacerbate, the violent tendencies. Hunter-gatherers, too, are much more murderous than their urban, industrialized counterparts. Despite their communal lives and localized cultures, the yearly rate of homicide in the modern UK is about 1 per 100. 91. It is 4 to 5 times higher in the US and about 90 times higher in Honduras, which has the highest rate recorded of any modern nation. But the evidence strongly suggests that human beings have become more peaceful, rather than less so, as time has progressed and societies became larger and more organized. The Kung Bushmen of Africa, romanticized in the 1950s by of human beings, yearly rates of 300 per 100 have been reported for the Yanomami of Brazil, famed for their aggression, but the stats don't max out there. The denizens of Papua New Guinea kill each other at yearly rates ranging from 140 to 1,000 per 100. 94. However, the record appears to be effective and sophisticated communal players is vitally necessary. That they are much more likely to go complexly astray if they are not trained, disciplined, and properly encouraged. This means that it is not just wrong to attribute all the violent tendencies of human beings to the pathologies of social structure. It is wrong enough to be virtually backward. Vital process of socialization prevents much harm and fosters much good. Children must be shaped and informed, or they cannot thrive. This fact is reflected starkly in their behavior. Kids are utterly desperate for attention from both peers and adults because such attention, which renders them. Because children, like other human beings, are not only good, they cannot simply be left to their own devices, untouched by society, and bloom into perfection. Even dogs must be socialized if they are to become acceptable members of the pack, and children are much more complex than dogs. This means are doughy and unfocused and vague. They are leaden and dull instead of golden and bright. They are uncarved blocks, trapped in a perpetual state of waiting to be, and observant and awake, and leave them instead in an unconscious and undifferentiated state. Children are damaged when those charged with their care, afraid of any conflict or upset, no longer dare to correct them, and leave them without guidance. I can recognize such children on the street. Children can be damaged as much or more by a lack of incisive attention as they are by abuse, mental or physical. This is damage by omission rather than commission, but it is no less severe and long-lasting. Children are damaged when their mercifully inattentive parents fail to make them sharp. Would be much lower. Tremendous demand of time and resources that accepting such dependence would necessitate. Confronted with such a situation, potentially friendly peers and interested adults are much more likely to turn their attention to interacting with other children whose cost-benefit ratio, to speak bluntly, though it may be was an almost universally experienced internal warning signal indicating the comparative danger of establishing a relationship with a poorly socialized child, the likelihood of immediate and inappropriate dependence which should have been the responsibility of the parent, and that such children are chronically ignored by their peers. This is because they are not fun to play with. Adults tend to manifest the same attitude, although they will deny it desperately when pressed. When I worked in daycare centers early in my career, the comparatively neglected children would come to me desperately in their fumbling, half-formed manner, with no sense of proper distance and no attentive playfulness. They would flop nearby or directly on my lap, no matter what I was doing, driven inexorably by the powerful desire for adult attention, the necessary catalyst for further development. It was very difficult not to react with annoyance, even disgust, to such children and their too prolonged infantilism. Difficult not to literally push them aside, even though I felt very badly for them and understood their predicament well. I believe that response, harsh and terrible, parent or friend, consequences, is very limited. Parents are the arbiters of society. They teach children how to behave so that other people will be able to interact meaningfully and productively with them. The neglect and mistreatment that is part and parcel of poorly structured or even entirely absent disciplinary approaches can be deliberate, motivated by explicit, conscious, if misguided, parental motives. But more often than not, modern parents are simply paralyzed by the fear that they will no longer be liked or even loved by their children if they chastise them for any reason. They want their children as friendship above all, and are willing to sacrifice respect to get it. This is not good. A child will have many friends, but only two parents, if that, and parents are more, not less than friends. Friends have very limited authority to correct. Every parent therefore needs to learn to tolerate the momentary anger or even hatred directed towards them by their children, after necessary corrective action has been taken, as the capacity of children to perceive or care about long-term pernicious act of self-deception. It is lazy, cruel, and inexcusable, and our proclivity to rationalize does not end there. It is an act of responsibility to discipline a child. It is not anger at misbehavior. It is not revenge for a misdeed. It is instead a careful combination of mercy and long-term judgment. Proper discipline requires effort, indeed, is virtually synonymous with effort. It is difficult to pay careful attention to children. It is difficult to figure out what is wrong and what is right and why. It is difficult to formulate just and compassionate strategies of discipline, and to negotiate their application with others deeply involved in a childless care. Because of this combination of responsibility and difficulty, any suggestion that all constraints placed on children are damaging can be perversely welcome. Such a notion, once accepted, allows adults who should know better to abandon their duty to serve as agents of enculturation and pretend that doing so is good for children. It has a deep and rather than inhibit creative achievement. 97. Belief in the purely destructive element of rules and structure is frequently conjoined with the idea that children will make good choices about when to sleep and what to eat, if their perfect natures are merely allowed to manifest themselves. These are enables chimp and child alike to discover the limits of what might otherwise be a too unstructured and terrifying freedom. Such limits, when discovered, provide security, even if their detection causes momentary disappointment or frustration. Nighttime unconsciousness until they are staggered by fatigue. They are also perfectly willing to provoke adults while exploring the complex contours of the social environment, just like juvenile chimps harassing the adults in their Troops 98, observing the consequences of teasing and taunting. We assume that rules will irremediably inhibit what would otherwise be the boundless and intrinsic creativity of our children, even though the scientific literature clearly indicates first that creativity beyond the trivial is shockingly rare 96, and second, that strict limitations facilitate equally ungrounded assumptions. Children are perfectly capable of attempting to subsist on hot dogs, chicken fingers, and Fruit Loops if doing so will attract attention, provide power, or shield them from trying anything new. Instead of going to bed wisely and peacefully, children will fight. Then, that he was destined to become one. That was the hopeless future his parents had saddled him with. To his great and salutary shock, I picked him bodily off the playground structure and threw him 30 feet down the field. I remember taking my daughter to the playground once when she was about 2. She was playing on the monkey bars hanging in midair. A particularly provocative little monster of about the same age was standing above her on the same bar she was gripping. I watched him move towards her, our eyes locked. He slowly and deliberately stepped on her hands, with increasing force over and over as he stared me down. He knew exactly what he was doing. Abuse Daddy, that was his philosophy. He had already concluded that adults were contemptible and that he could safely defy them. Too bad. No, I didn't. I just took my daughter somewhere else. But it would have been better for him if I had. Mystery. How is that people can ever be calm? There's the mystery. We are breakable and mortal. A million things can go wrong in a million ways. We should be terrified out of our skulls at every second. But we're not. The same can be said for depression, laziness, and criminality. Is the default. It is easy. It is peace that is difficult, learned, inculcated, earned. People often get basic psychological questions backwards. Why do people take drugs? Not a mystery. It is why they don't take them all the time. That is the mystery. Why do people suffer from anxiety? That is not it. Imagine a toddler repeatedly striking his mother in the face. Why would he do such a thing? It is a stupid question. It is unacceptably naive. The answer is obvious. To dominate his mother, to see if he can get away with it. Violence, after all, is no mystery. It is peace that has the mystery. Violence. Going to puzzle out what is acceptable. Infants are like blind people searching for a wall. They have to push forward and test to see where the actual boundaries lie, and those are too seldom where they are said to be. Dominant in some individuals and less in others, and second, because aggression facilitates desire. It is foolish to assume that such behavior must be learned. A snake does not have to be taught to strike. It is in the nature of the beast. 2-year-olds, statistically speaking, are the most violent. If I can hurt and overpower you, then I can do exactly what I want when I want, even when you're around. I can torment you to appease my curiosity. I can take the attention away from you and dominate you. I can steal your toy. Children hit first because aggression is innate. More. Of people 99, they kick, hit, and bite, and they steal the property of others. They do so to explore, to express outrage and frustration, and to gratify their impulsive desires. More importantly, for our purposes, they do so to discover the true limits of permissible behavior. How else are they ever regulating their impulses so that those impulses can coexist without conflict within the psyche of the child and in the broader social world? It is no simple matter to organize a mind. Consistent correction of such action indicates the limits of acceptable aggression to the child. Its absence merely heightens curiosity, so the child will hit and bite and kick if he is aggressive and dominant until something indicates a limit. How hard can I hit mommy? Until she objects. Given that correction is better sooner than later if the desired end result of the parent is not to be hit. Correction also helps the child learn that hitting others is a suboptimal social strategy. Without that correction, no child is going to undergo the effortful process of organizing and his mother, and she was taking it out on me. The trajectory wasn't good. Fought her for control over the spoon. Good, we thought. We didn't want to feed him one more minute than necessary anyway. But the little blighter would only eat 3 or 4 mouthfuls. Then he would play. He would stir his food around in his bowl. He would drop bits of it over the high chair. My son was particularly ornery when he was a toddler. When my daughter was little, I could paralyze her into immobility with an evil glance. Such an intervention had no effect at all on my son. He had my wife, who is no pushover, stymied at the dinner table by the time he was 9 months of age. He tabletop and watch as it fell on the floor below. No problem. He was exploring. But then he wasn't eating enough. Then, because he wasn't eating enough, he wasn't sleeping enough. Then his midnight crying was waking his parents. Then they were getting grumpy and out of sorts. He was frustrating. In tight circles. After a few days of this degeneration, I decided to take the spoon back. I prepared for war. I set aside sufficient time. A patient adult can defeat a 2-year-old, hard as that is to believe. As the saying goes, old age and treachery can always overcome youth and skill. This is partly because, and spooned up a delicious mouthful of mush, I moved it deliberately towards his mouth. He eyed me in precisely the same manner as the playground foot monster. He curled his lips downward into a tight frown, rejecting all entry. I chased his mouth around with the spoon as he twisted his head around. Time lasts forever when you're 2. Half an hour for me was a week for my son. I assured myself of victory. He was stubborn and horrible, but I could be worse. We sat down, face to face, bowl in front of him. It was high noon. He knew it, and I knew it. He picked up the spoon. I took it from him. Food was eaten by child. My son collapsed exhausted on my chest. We had a nap together, and he liked me a lot better when he woke up than he had before he was disciplined. On the head, and told him that he was a good boy. And I meant it. When someone does something you are trying to get them to do, reward them. No grudge after victory. And how later it was all over. There was outrage. There was some wailing. My wife had to leave the room. The stress was too much, but I had more tricks up my sleeve. I poked him in the chest with my free hand in a manner calculated to annoy. He didn't budge. I did it again, and again, and again. Not hard, but not in a manner to be ignored either. 10 or so pokes later, he opened his mouth, planning to emit a sound of outrage. Oh, his mistake. I deftly inserted the spoon. He tried gamely to force out the offending food with his tongue, but I know how to deal with that too. I just placed my forefinger horizontally across his lips. Some came out, but some was swallowed too. Score 1 for Dad. I gave him a pat. The children, who were all under 3, one evening, another set of parents joined us. I was unfamiliar with their son, a large, strong boy of 2. This was something I commonly observed when we went head-to-head, and not only with him. A little later we entered into a babysitting swap with another couple. All the kids would get together at one house. Then one pair of parents would go out to dinner or a movie and leave the other pair to watch. "He won't sleep," said his father. "After you put him to bed, he will crawl out of his bed and come downstairs. We usually put on an Elmo video and let him watch it." Course, there is just no talking to parents about their children until they are ready to listen. There's no damn way I am rewarding a recalcitrant child for unacceptable behavior, I thought, and I am certainly not showing anyone any Elmo video. I always hated that creepy, whiny puppet. He was a disgrace to Jim Henson's legacy, so reward by Elmo was not on the table. I didn't say anything of circumstances, but I believe in fair warning. Of course, he didn't lie down. He howled again for effect. 2 hours later, we put the kids to bed. 4 of the 5 went promptly to sleep, but not the Muppet aficionado. I had placed him in a crib, however, so he couldn't escape, but he could still howl, and that is exactly what he did. That was tricky. It was good strategy on his part. It was annoying, and it threatened to wake up all the other kids who would then also start to howl. Score 1 for the kid. So, I journeyed into the bedroom. "Lie down," I said. That produced no effect. "Lie down," I said, "or I will lay you down." Reasoning with kids isn't often of too much use, particularly under such soother, and pounded gently on his back. He started to relax. His eyes began to close. I removed my hand. Kids do this frequently. Scared parents think that a crying child is always sad or hurt. This is simply not true. Anger is one of the most common reasons for crying. Careful analysis of the musculature patterns of crying children has confirmed this. 100 anger crying and fairer sadness crying do not look the same. They also don't sound the same and can be distinguished with careful attention. Anger crying is often an act of dominance and should be dealt with as such. I lifted him up and laid him down, gently, patiently, but firmly. He got up. I laid him down. He got up. I laid him down. He got up. This time I laid him down and kept my hand on his back. He struggled mightily, but ineffectually. He was, after all, only 1/10 my size. I could take him with one hand. So I kept him down and spoke calmly to him and told him he was a good boy and that he should relax. I gave him a for the rest of the night. He promptly got to his feet. I was impressed. The kid had spirits. I lifted him up and laid him down again. "Lie down, monster," I said. I pounded his back gently some more. Some kids find that soothing. He was getting tired. He was ready to capitulate. He closed his eyes. I got to my feet and headed quietly and quickly to the door. I glanced back to check his position one last time. He was back on his feet. I pointed my finger at him. "Down, monster," I said, and I meant it. He went down like a shot. I closed the door. We liked each other. Neither my wife nor I heard a peep out of him. "How was the kid?" his father asked me when he got home, much later that night. "Good," I said. "No problem at all. He is asleep right now." "Did he get up?" said his father. "No," I said. "He slept the whole time." Dad looked at me. He wanted to know, but he didn't ask, and I didn't tell. "Don't cast pearls before swine," as the old saying goes, and you might think that is harsh, but training your child not to sleep and rewarding him with the antics of a creepy puppet, that is harsh too. You pick your poison, and I'll pick mine. Discipline and punish. Fear is unsurprising, but both are necessary. They can be applied unconsciously or consciously, badly or well, but there is no escaping their use. Modern parents are terrified of two frequently juxtaposed words, discipline and punish. They evoke images of prisons, soldiers, and jackboots. The distance between disciplinarian and tyrant or punishment and torture is indeed easily traversed. Discipline and punish must be handled with care. The electronic guidance systems rendered his efforts obsolete. It is not that it is impossible to discipline with reward. In fact, rewarding good behavior can be very effective. The most famous of all behavioral psychologists, B.F. Skinner, was a great advocate of this approach. He was expert at it. He taught pigeons to play ping pong, although they only rolled the ball back and forth by pecking it with their beaks. 101. But they were pigeons, so even though they played badly, it was still pretty good. Skinner even taught his birds to pilot missiles during the Second World War in Project Pigeon, later Orkan. 102. He got a long way before the invention of trapped in his klutzdom could follow. You might turn it into a game, pass with your left, switch to your right, circle around your back. Then you might give him a plate and take a few steps backwards so that he has to traverse a few steps before giving it back. Train him to become a plate handling virtuoso. Don't leave him. Skinner observed the animals he was training to perform such acts with exceptional care. Any actions that approximated what he was aiming at were immediately followed by a reward of just the right size, not small enough to be inconsequential, and not so large that it devalued future rewards. Such an approach can be used with children and works very well. Imagine that you would like your toddler to help set the table. It is a useful skill. You'd like him better if he could do it. It would be good for his shudder self-esteem. So you break the target behavior down into its component parts. 1. Element of setting the table is carrying a plate from the cupboard to the table. Even that might be too complex. Perhaps your child has only been walking a few months. He is still wobbly and unreliable, so you start his training by handing him a plate and having him hand it back. A pat on the head. Ever again. You can teach virtually anyone anything with such an approach. First, figure out what you want. Then watch the people around you like a hawk. Finally, whenever you see anything a bit more like what you want, swoop in hawk, remember, and deliver a reward. Your daughter has been very reserved since she became a teenager. You wish she would talk more. That has the target, more communicative daughter. One morning, over breakfast, she shares an anecdote about school. That is an excellent time to pay attention. That is the reward. Stop texting and listen. Unless you don't want her to tell you anything. Attention. But these are not the only shortcomings of the purely positive approach. Parental interventions that make children happy clearly can and should be used to shape behavior. The same goes for husbands, wives, coworkers, and parents. Skinner, however, was a realist. He noted that use of reward was very difficult. The observer had to attend patiently until the target spontaneously manifested the desired behavior and then reinforce. This required a lot of time and a lot of waiting, and that has a problem. He also had to starve his animals down to 3/4 of their normal body weight before they would become interested enough in food reward to truly pay. We feel good about the same-sized gain. Pain is more potent than pleasure, and anxiety more than hope. Negative emotions, like their positive counterparts, help us learn. We need to learn because we're stupid and easily damaged. We can die. That is not good, and we don't feel good about it. If we did, we would seek death and then we would die. We don't even feel good about dying if it only might happen. And that is all the time. In that manner, negative emotions, for all their unpleasantness, protect us. We feel hurt and scared and ashamed and disgusted so we can avoid damage, and we're susceptible to feeling such things a lot. In fact, we feel more negative about a loss of a given size than required to keep us alive and thriving. We therefore do our children a disservice by failing to use whatever is available to help them learn, including negative emotions, even though such use should occur in the most merciful possible manner. Emotions, positive and negative, come in two usefully differentiated variants. Satisfaction, technically, satiation, tells us that what we did was good, while hope, technically, incentive reward, indicates that something pleasurable is on the way. Pain hurts us, so we want to repeat actions that produced personal damage or social isolation, as loneliness is also, technically, a form of pain. Anxiety makes us stay away from hurtful people and bad places so we don't have to feel pain. All these emotions must be balanced against each other and carefully judged in context, but they're all. Skinner knew that threats and punishments could stop unwanted behaviors, just as reward reinforces what is desirable. In a world paralyzed at the thought of interfering with the hypothetically pristine path of natural child development, it can be difficult even to discuss the former techniques. Adults, given this, the fundamental moral question is not how to shelter children completely from misadventure and failure so they never experience any fear or pain, but how to maximize their learning so that useful knowledge may be gained with minimal cost. Don't know much about the world. Even when they are doing something as natural as learning to walk, they're constantly being walloped by the world. And this is to say nothing of the frustration and rejection they inevitably experience when dealing with siblings and peers and uncooperative, stubborn. However, children would not have such a lengthy period of natural development prior to maturity if their behavior did not have to be shaped. They would just leap out of the womb, ready to trade stocks. Children also cannot be fully sheltered from fear and pain. They're small and vulnerable. In the Disney movie Sleeping Beauty, the king and queen have a daughter, the Princess Aurora, after a long wait. They plan a great christening to introduce her to the world. They welcome everyone who loves and honors their new daughter, but they fail to invite Maleficent, malicious, malevolent, curses the princess, sentencing her to death at the age of 16, caused by the prick of a spinning wheelless needle. The spinning wheel is the wheel of fate. The prick, which produces blood, symbolizes the loss of virginity, a sign of the emergence of the woman from the child, who is essentially queen of the underworld or nature in her negative guise. This means, symbolically, that the two monarchs are overprotecting their beloved daughter by setting up a world around her that has nothing negative in it. But this does not protect her. It makes her weak. Maleficent. Children who can be brought low then desire the bliss of unconsciousness by their first real contact with failure or, worse, genuine malevolence, which they do not or will not understand and against which they have no defense. Fortunately, a good fairy, the positive element of nature, reduces the punishment to unconsciousness, redeemable with love as first kiss. The panicked king and queen get rid of all the spinning wheels in the land and turn their daughter over to the much too nice good fairies, of whom there are much. Then she loudly bemoans the fact that she is to be wed to Prince Philip, to whom she was betrothed as a child, and collapses emotionally when she is brought back to her parents' castle for her birthday. It is at that moment that Maleficent's curse manifests itself. A portal opens up in the castle, a spinning wheel appears and Aurora pricks her finger and falls unconscious. she becomes Sleeping Beauty. In doing so again, symbolically speaking, she chooses unconsciousness over the terror of adult life. Something existentially similar to this occurs very frequently with overprotected. 3. They continue with their strategy of removing all dangerous things, but in doing so they leave their daughter naive, immature and weak. One day, just before Rora's 16th birthday, she meets a prince in the forest and falls in love. The same day, by any reasonable standard, that is a bit lonely and rejected. That will produce anxiety, depression and resentment. That will produce the turning from life that is equivalent to the wish for unconsciousness. Take the case of the 3-year-old who has not learned to share. She displays her selfish behavior in the presence of her parents, but they're too nice to intervene. More truthfully, they refuse to pay attention, admit to what is happening, and teach her how to act properly. They're annoyed, of course, when she wants to share with her sister, but they pretend everything is okay. It is not okay. They'll snap at her later for something totally unrelated. She will be hurt by that and confused, but learn nothing. Worse, when she tries to make friends, it won't go well because of her lack of social sophistication. Children her own age will be put off by her inability to cooperate. They'll fight with her or wander off and find someone else to play with. The parents of those children will observe her awkwardness and misbehavior and want to invite her back to play with their kids. She will be. Motivation for the latter decision should never be confused with love. Contrary, the judgmental and uncaring broader social world will mete out conflict and punishment far greater than that which would have been delivered by an awake parent. You can discipline your children, or you can turn that responsibility over to the harsh, uncaring, judgmental world, and the parents who refuse to adopt the responsibility for disciplining their children think they can just opt out of the conflict necessary for proper child rearing. They avoid being the bad guy in the short term, but they do not at all rescue or protect their children from fear and pain. Quite the or racism. The question of adult authority must be answered with care. That requires a thorough examination of the question itself. Accepting an objection as formulated is halfway to accepting its validity, and that can be dangerous if the question is ill-posed. Let us break it down. You might object, as modern parents sometimes do. Why should a child even be subject to the arbitrary dictates of a parent? In fact, there is a new variant of politically correct thinking that presumes that such an idea is adultism. 103, a form of prejudice and oppression analogous to, say, sexism. Every reason to aspire to it. Something even better might be imagined. The child could act in a manner that simultaneously ensures optimal adult attention, in a manner that benefits his or her present state of being and future development. That has a very high standard, but it is in the best interests of the child, so there is. First, why should a child be subject? That is easy. Every child must listen to and obey adults because he or she is dependent on the care that one or more imperfect grown-ups is willing to bestow. Given this, it is better for the child to act in a manner that invites genuine affection and goodwill. Every child should also be taught to comply gracefully with the expectations of civil society. This does not mean crushed into mindless ideological conformity. It means instead that parents must reward those attitudes and actions that will bring their child success in the world outside the family. Reminded to think and act properly. When we drift, people that care for and love us nudge us in small ways and large back on track. So, we better have some of those people around. Other children continue to progress. Thus, the friendless child too often becomes the lonely, antisocial or depressed teenager and adult. This is not good. Much more of our sanity than we commonly realize is a consequence of our fortunate immersion in a social community. We must be continually for him or her to make friends. The research literature is quite clear on this. This matters because peers are the primary source of socialization after the age of 4. Rejected children cease to develop because they are alienated from their peers. They fall further and further behind and use threat and punishment when necessary to eliminate behaviors that will lead to misery and failure. There's a tight window of opportunity for this as well, so getting it right quickly matters. If a child has not been taught to behave properly by the age of 4, it will forever be difficult. The hierarchies of chimpanzees, which is an indication of its fundamental, biological and non-arbitrary emergent truth. 104. It is also not the case back to the question that adult dictates are all arbitrary. That is only true in a dysfunctional totalitarian state. But in civilized, open societies, the majority abide by a functional social contract aimed at mutual betterment or at least at existence in close proximity. Allows for theft and exploitation, it will not remain conflict-free for long. If its hierarchies are based only or even primarily on power instead of the competence necessary to get important and difficult things done, it will be prone to collapse as well. This is even true in simpler form of without too much violence. Even a system of rules that allows for only that minimum contract is by no means arbitrary, given the alternatives. If a society does not adequately reward productive, pro-social behavior, insists upon distributing resources in a markedly arbitrary and unfair manner, and variability, we are the beneficiaries of much thoughtful meditation on the proper use of social control. Poorly socialized children have terrible lives. Thus, it is better to socialize them optimally. Some of this can be done with reward, but not all of it. The issue is therefore not whether to use punishment and threat. The issue is whether to do it consciously and thoughtfully. How, then, should children be disciplined? This is a very difficult question, because children and parents differ vastly in their temperaments. Some children are agreeable. They deeply want to please but pay for that with a tendency to be conflict-averse and dependent. Others are tormented and more to demands for even minimal necessary order. Some are wildly imaginative and creative, and others more concrete and conservative. These are all deep, important differences heavily influenced by biological factors and difficult to modify socially. It is fortunate indeed that in the face of such independent, those kids want to do what they want when they want, all the time. They can be challenging, non-compliant, and stubborn. Some children are desperate for rules and structure and are content even in rigid environments. Others, with little regard for predictability and routine, are immune. Minimum necessary force. Hypothesis is preferable, so don't encumber children or their disciplinarians with too many rules. That path leads to frustration. Here is a straightforward initial idea. Rules should not be multiplied beyond necessity. Alternatively stated, bad laws drive out respect for good laws. This is the ethical, even legal equivalent of Occam's razor, the scientist's conceptual guillotine, which states that the simplest possible help us establish a second useful principle. Limit the rules, then figure out what to do when one of them gets broken. A general, context-independent rule for punishment severity is hard to establish. However, a helpful norm has already been enshrined in English common law, one of the great products of Western civilization. Its analysis can. English common law allows you to defend your rights, but only in a reasonable manner. Someone breaks into your house, you have a loaded pistol, you have a right to defend yourself, but it is better to do it in stages. What if it is a drunk and confused neighbor? Shoot them, you think, but it is not. Practical principle can be used to generate all these incrementally more severe reactions, that of minimum necessary force. So now we have two general principles of discipline. The first, limit the rules. The second, use the least force necessary to enforce those rules. That's simple, so you say instead, stop, I have a gun. If that produces neither explanation nor retreat, you might consider a warning shot. Then, if the perpetrator still advances, you might take aim at his leg. Don't mistake any of this for legal advice. It is an example, a single brilliantly. Child who knows these rules will be welcome everywhere. About the first principle, you might ask, limit the rules to what exactly? Here are some suggestions. Do not bite, kick or hit except in self-defense. Do not torture and bully other children, so you don't end up in jail. Eat in a civilized and thankful manner, so that people are happy to have. Resent your existence. Take care of your belongings, because you need to learn how and because you are lucky to have them. Be good company when something fun is happening so that you are invited for the fun. Act so that other people are happy you're around, so that people will want you around. You at their house and pleased to feed you. Learn to share so other kids will play with you. Pay attention when spoken to by adults so they don't hate you and might therefore deign to teach you something. Go to sleep properly and peaceably so that your parents can have a private life and not are experimenting, trying to establish if the same old rules also apply in the new place. They don't sort that out verbally, not when they are under 3. About the second, equally important principle, your question might be, what is minimum necessary force? This must be established experimentally, starting with the smallest possible intervention. Some children will be turned to stone by a glare. A verbal command will stop another. A thumb cocked. Attention is not making himself popular. A child who is running from table to table and disrupting everyone's peace is bringing disgrace, an old word, but a good one, on himself and his parents. Such outcomes are far from optimal, and children will definitely misbehave more in public because they flick of the index finger on a small hand might be necessary for some. Such a strategy is particularly useful in public places such as restaurants. It can be administered suddenly, quietly, and effectively without risking escalation. What is the alternative? A child who is crying angrily, demanding. Kids. They could see that people liked them. This also reinforced their good behavior. That was the reward. When our children were little and we took them to restaurants, they attracted smiles. They sat nicely and ate politely. They couldn't keep it up for long, but we didn't keep them there too long. When they started to get antsy, after sitting for 45 minutes, we knew it was time to go. That was part of the deal. Nearby diners would tell us how nice it was to see a happy family. We weren't always happy, and our children weren't always properly behaved, but they were most of the time, and it was wonderful to see people responding so positively to their presence. It was truly good for your children carefully and effectively, and to do that, you have to know something about reward. and about punishment instead of shying away from the knowledge. People will really like your kids if you give them the chance. This is something I learned as soon as we had our first baby, our daughter, Michaela, when we took her down the street in her little fold-up stroller in our French Montreal working-class neighborhood. Rough-looking, heavy drinking lumberjack types would stop in their tracks and smile at her. They would coo and giggle and make stupid faces. Watching people respond to children restores your faith in human nature. All that has multiplied when your kids behave in public. To ensure that such things happen, you have to discipline. Simple. Whatever will stop it fastest within reason. Because the alternative could be fatal. Part of establishing a relationship with your son or daughter is learning how that small person responds to disciplinary intervention and then intervening effectively. It is very easy to mouth cliches instead, such as, "There is no excuse for physical punishment," or "Hitting children merely teaches." Actions must be brought to a halt both effectively and immediately, not least so that something worse doesn't happen. What is the proper punishment for someone who will not stop poking a fork into an electrical socket, or who runs away laughing in a crowded supermarket parking lot? The answer is them to hit. Let us start with the former claim. There is no excuse for physical punishment. First, we should note the widespread consensus around the idea that some forms of misbehavior, particularly those associated with theft and assault, are both wrong and should be subject to sanction. Second, know this neurobiologically. The same brain areas mediate response to all three, and all are ameliorated by the same class of drugs, opiates. 105. Jail is clearly physical punishment, particularly solitary confinement, even when nothing violent happens. Third, we should note that some misbegotten. We should note that almost all those sanctions involve punishment in its many psychological and more directly physical forms. Deprivation of liberty causes pain in a manner essentially similar to that of physical trauma. The same can be said of the use of social isolation, including time out. That is pretty obvious in the case of parking lot or outlet, but the same thing applies in the social realm. And that brings us to the fourth point regarding excuses for physical punishment. The penalties for misbehavior of the sort that could have been effectively halted in childhood become nature at age 2. They were statistically more likely than their peers to kick, hit, bite, and take away toys, later known as stealing. They comprise about 5% of boys and a much smaller percentage of girls. 106. To unthinkingly parrot the magic line, there is no excuse for physical. Increasingly severe as children get older, and it is disproportionately those who remain unsocialized effectively by age 4 who end up punished explicitly by society in their later youth and early adulthood. Those unconstrained 4-year-olds, in turn, are often those who were unduly aggressive by punishment is also to foster the delusion that teenage devils magically emerge from once innocent little child angels. You're not doing your child any favors by overlooking any misbehavior, particularly if he or she is temperamentally more aggressive. To hold the no excuse for physical punishment theory is also, fifth, to assume that the word no can be effectively uttered to another person in the absence of the threat of punishment. A woman can say no to a powerful, narcissistic man only because she has social norms, the law, and the state backing. Hook, tyrannical and terrified of his own mortality, think hungry crocodile with clock in his stomach. The only time no ever means no in the absence of violence is when it is uttered by one civilized person to another. When most things that are learned without undue personal pain are modeled or explicitly taught by adults, what does a child who ignores adults and holds them in contempt have to look forward to when they grow up at all? And that's the story of Peter Pan, who thinks all adults are variants of Captain. You do not like will happen to you, otherwise it means nothing, or worse, it means another nonsensical nothing muttered by ignorable adults, or worse still, it means all adults are ineffectual and weak. This is a particularly bad lesson when every child's destiny is to become an adult, and a parent can only say no to a child who wants a third piece of cake because he or she is larger, stronger, and more capable than the child and is additionally backed up in his authority by law and state. What no means in the final analysis is always if you continue to do that something. Gingerbread house has a witch inside it that devours children. And what about the idea that hitting a child merely teaches them to hit first? No, wrong. Too simple. For starters, hitting is a very unsophisticated word to describe the disciplinary act of an effective parent. If hitting accurately described the entire range of physical force, then there. 2. Carelessly to take its bone. How hard someone is hit and why they are hit cannot merely be ignored when speaking of hitting. Timing, part of context, is also of crucial importance. If you flick your 2-year-old with your finger just after he smacks the baby on the head with a wooden block, he sophisticated, and how else are you going to protect his younger sibling if you discipline ineffectively? Then the baby will suffer, maybe for years. The bullying will continue because you won't do a damn thing to stop it. You'll avoid the conflict that is necessary to establish peace. You'll will get the connection and be at least somewhat less willing to smack her again in the future. That seems like a good outcome. He certainly won't conclude that he should hit her more, using the flick of his mother's finger as an example. He is not stupid. He is just jealous, impulsive, and not very. A blind eye, and then later, when the younger child confronts you, maybe even in adulthood, you'll say, I never knew it was like that. You just didn't want to know, so you didn't. You just rejected the responsibility of discipline and justified it with a continual show of your niceness. Would be no difference between rain droplets and atom bombs. Magnitude matters, and so does context if we're not being willfully blind and naive about the issue. Every child knows the difference between being bitten by a mean, unprovoked dog and being nipped by his own pet when he tries playfully, but he hasn't completely repented, or maybe you should do something about your tendency to hold a grudge. Wins instead of his anger. The rule is come be with us as soon as you can behave properly. This is a very good deal for child, parent, and society. You'll be able to tell if your child has really regained control. You'll like him again, despite his earlier misbehavior. If you're still mad, maybe. So where does all that leave us with the decision to discipline effectively, or to discipline ineffectively, but never the decision to forego discipline altogether, because nature and society will punish in a draconian manner whatever errors of childhood behavior remain uncorrected. So here are a few practical hints. Timeout can be an extremely effective form of punishment, particularly if the misbehaving child is welcome as soon as he controls his temper. An angry child should sit by himself until he calms down. Then he should be allowed to return to normal life. That means the child dirtier doing it. If your child is the kind of determined varmint who simply runs away laughing when placed on the steps or in his room, physical restraint might have to be added to the timeout routine. A child can be held carefully but firmly by the upper arms until he or she stops squirming and pays attention. If that fails, being turned over a parent's knee might be required. For the child who is pushing the limits in a spectacularly inspired way, a swat across the backside can indicate requisite seriousness on the part of a responsible adult. There are some situations in which even that will not suffice, partly because some children are very determined, exploratory, and tough, or because the offending behavior is truly severe. And if you're not thinking such things through, then you're not acting responsibly as a parent. You are leaving the dirty work to someone else who will be much. A summary of principles. Equally viable, they're not. Period. Provocative child and her fed-up cranky parent will excite each other to the point of no return. Parents should come in pairs so the father of a newborn can watch the new mother so she won't get worn out and do something disparate after hearing her colicky baby wail from 11 in the evening until hangover, a bad day at work. Any of these things singly can make a person unreasonable, while in combination they can produce someone dangerous. Under such circumstances, it is necessary to have someone else around to observe and step in and discuss. This will make it less likely that a whiny 5 in the morning for 30 nights in a row. I am not saying we should be mean to single mothers, many of whom struggle impossibly and courageously, and a proportion of whom have had to escape singly from a brutal relationship, but that doesn't mean we should pretend that all family forms are. Disciplinary Principle 1. Limit the rules. Principle 2. Use minimum necessary force. Here's a third. Parents should come in pairs. 107. Raising young children is demanding and exhausting. Because of this, it is easy for a parent to make a mistake. Insomnia, hunger, the aftermath of an argument, and love. They're tough. It is not good. It can get murderous. Dominated by an upstart child, revenge will come. 10 minutes after a pair of all too nice and patient parents have failed to prevent a public tantrum at the local supermarket, they will pay their toddler back with the cold shoulder when he runs up, excited, to show mom and dad his newest. Here's a fourth principle, one that is more particularly psychological. Parents should understand their own capacity to be harsh, vengeful, arrogant, resentful, angry, and deceitful. Very few people set out consciously to do a terrible job as father or mother, but bad parenting happens all the accomplishment, enough embarrassment, disobedience, and dominance challenge, and even the most hypothetically selfless parent will become resentful, and then the real punishment will begin. Resentment breeds the desire for vengeance. Fewer spontaneous offers of love will be offered, with more rationalizations for their absence. Fewer opportunities for the personal development of the child will be sought out. A subtle turning away will begin. And this is only the beginning of the road to total familial warfare, conducted mostly in the underworld underneath the false fade of normality. Time. This is because people have a great capacity for evil, as well as good, and because they remain willfully blind to that fact. People are aggressive and selfish as well as kind and thoughtful. For this reason, no adult human being, no hierarchical, predatory can truly tolerate being. This frequently traveled path is much better avoided. A parent who is seriously aware of his or her limited tolerance and capacity for misbehavior when provoked can therefore seriously plan a proper disciplinary strategy, particularly if monitored by an equally awake partner, and never let things degenerate to the point where genuine hatred emerges. Beware. There are toxic families everywhere. They make no rules and limit no misbehavior. The parents lash out randomly and unpredictably. The children live in that chaos and are crushed if they're timid or rebel counterproductively if established. Here is a fifth and final and most general principle. Parents have a duty to act as proxies for the real world, merciful proxies, caring proxies, but proxies nonetheless. This obligation supersedes any responsibility to ensure happiness, foster creativity, or boost self-esteem. It is the primary duty of parents to make their children socially desirable. That will provide the child with opportunity, self-regard, and security. It is more important even than fostering individual identity. That holy grail can only be pursued in any case after a high degree of social sophistication has been. The good child and the responsible parent. False smiles. She will be introduced to the world by people who are pleased to do so. This will do more for her eventual individuality than any cowardly parental attempt to avoid day-to-day conflict and discipline. A properly socialized 3-year-old is polite and engaging. She is also no pushover. She evokes interest from other children and appreciation from adults. She exists in a world where other kids welcome her and compete for her attention, and where adults are happy to see her instead of hiding behind. And learn to do better. Discuss your likes and dislikes with regards to your children with your partner or, failing that, a friend. But do not be afraid to have likes and dislikes. You can judge suitable from unsuitable and wheat from chaff. You realize the difference between good and evil. Having clarified your stance, having assessed yourself for pettiness, arrogance, and resentment, you take the next step, and you make your children behave. You take responsibility for their discipline. You take responsibility for the mistakes you will inevitably make while disciplining. You can apologize when you are wrong. Know what is desirable and what is not, so they become sophisticated denizens of the world outside the family. You love your kids after all. If their actions make you dislike them, think what an effect they will have on other people who care much less about them than you. Those other people will punish them severely by omission or commission. Don't allow that to happen. Better to let your little monsters. There are no greater gifts that a committed and courageous parent can bestow. That and happily instructed, he will thrive in what can so easily be a cold, unforgiving, and hostile world. Clear rules make for secure children and calm, rational parents. Clear principles of discipline and punishment balance mercy and justice so that social development and psychological maturity can be optimally promoted. Clear rules and proper discipline help the child and the family and society establish, maintain, and expand the order that is all that protects us from chaos and the terrors of the underworld, where everything is uncertain, anxiety-provoking, hopeless, and depressing. A child who pays attention instead of drifting and can play and does not whine and is comical but not annoying and is trustworthy, that child will have friends wherever he goes. His teachers will like him, and so will his parents. If he attends politely to adults, he will be attended to, smiled. Do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. I draw here and will many times again in the course of this book on my clinical experience, as I have already on my personal history. I have tried to keep the moral of the stories intact while disguising the details for the sake of the privacy of those involved. I hope I got the balance right. Rule 7. Pursue what is meaningful, not what is expedient. Get while the getting's good. Life is suffering, that is clear. There is no more basic, irrefutable truth. It is basically what God tells Adam and Eve immediately before he kicks them out of paradise. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake, in sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken, for dust you are and to dust you will return. Genesis 3:16-19. Chiv. What in the world should be done about that? New idea. The fact of life as tragedy and the suffering that is part of it has been used to justify the pursuit of immediate selfish gratification for a very long time. The simplest, most obvious, and most direct answer: pursue pleasure. Follow your impulses. Live for the moment. Do what is expedient. Lie, cheat, steal, deceive, manipulate, but don't get caught. In an ultimately meaningless universe, what possible difference could it make? And this is by no means short and sorrowful is our life, and there is no remedy when a man comes to his end, and no one has been known to return from Hades. Because we were born by mere chance, and hereafter we shall be as though we had never been, because the breath in our nostrils is smoke, and reason is a spark kindled by the beating of our hearts. By its heat, when it is extinguished, the body will turn to ashes, and the spirit will dissolve like empty air. Our name will be forgotten in time, and no one will remember our works. Our life will pass away like the traces of a cloud, and be scattered like mist that is chased by the rays of the sun and overcome. For our allotted time is the passing of a shadow, and there is no return from our death, because it is sealed up and no one turns back. Come, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that exist and make use of the creation to the full as in youth. Let us take our fill of costly wine and perfumes, and let no flower of spring pass by us. Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they wither. Let none of us fail to share in our revelry. Everywhere let us leave signs of enjoyment, because this is our portion, and this our lot. Let us oppress the righteous poor man. Let us not spare the widow nor regard the gray hairs of the aged. But let our might be a law of right, for what is weak proves itself to be useless. Wisdom 2:11, verse. Opportunity arises when not determined to live in that manner. The pleasure of expediency may be fleeting, but it has pleasure nonetheless, and that has something to stack up against the terror and pain of existence. Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost, as the old proverb has it. Why not simply take everything you can get whenever that? Or is there an alternative more powerful and more compelling? Started to tell stories, we coded our observations of our own drama in these stories. In this manner, the information that was first only embedded in our behavior became represented in our stories, but we didn't and still don't understand what it all means. But we're not yet wise enough to formulate them explicitly. We're still chimps in a troop or wolves in a pack. We know how to behave, we know who is who and why. We've learned that through experience. Our knowledge has been shaped by our interaction with others. We've established predictable routines and patterns of behavior, but we don't really understand them or know where they originated. They've evolved over great expanses of time. No one was formulating them explicitly, at least not in the dimmest reaches of the past, even though we've been telling each other how to act forever. One day, however, not so long ago, we woke up. We were already doing, but we started noticing what we were doing. We started using our bodies as devices to represent their own actions. We started imitating and dramatizing. We invented ritual. We started acting out our own experiences. Then our ancestors worked out very sophisticated answers to such questions, but we still don't understand them very well. This is because they are in large part still implicit, manifest primarily in ritual and myth, and as of yet incompletely articulated. We act them out and represent them in stories. Favor could be gained and his wrath averted through proper sacrifice, and also that bloody murder might be motivated among those unwilling or unable to succeed in this manner. The biblical narrative of paradise and the fall is one such story, fabricated by our collective imagination, working over the centuries. It provides a profound account of the nature of being, and points the way to a mode of conceptualization and action well matched to that nature. In the Garden of God, mankind was exiled from paradise and began its effortful mortal existence. The idea of sacrifice enters soon afterward, beginning with the account of Cain and Abel and developing through the Abrahamic adventures and the Exodus. After much contemplation, struggling humanity learns that Goddess Eden, prior to the dawn of self-consciousness, so goes the story, human beings were sinless. Our primordial parents, Adam and Eve, walked with God. Then, tempted by the snake, the first couple ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, discovered death and vulnerability, and turned away from the delay of gratification. With my girlfriend, while they're doing it, work, they are also both uniquely human. Sometimes animals act as if they are working, but they are really only following the dictates of their nature. Beavers build dams. They do so because they are beavers, and beavers build dams. They don't think, yeah, but I'd rather be on a beach in Mexico. When engaging in sacrifice, our forefathers began to act out what would be considered a proposition, if it were stated in words, that something better might be attained in the future by giving up something of value in the present. Recall, if you will, that the necessity for work is one of the curses. Might be staved off through work, through the sacrifice of the now to gain benefit later. It is for this reason, among others, no doubt, that the concept of sacrifice is introduced in the biblical chapter immediately following the drama of the fall. There is little difference between sacrifice and placed by God upon Adam and his descendants in consequence of original sin. Adam is waking to the fundamental constraints of his being, his vulnerability. His eventual death is equivalent to his discovery of the future. The future, that is where you go to die, hopefully not too soon. Your demise. Quality of tomorrow motivated the social contract, the organization that enables today's work to be stored reliably, mostly in the form of promises from others. Prosaically, such sacrifice work is delay of gratification, but that has a very mundane phrase to describe something of such profound significance. The discovery that gratification could be delayed was simultaneously the discovery of time, and with it causality, at least the causal force of voluntary human action. Long ago, in the dim mists of time, we began to realize that reality was structured as if it could be bargained with. We learned that behaving properly now in the present, regulating our impulses, considering the plight of others, could bring rewards in the future, in a time and place that did not yet exist, we began to inhibit, control, and organize our immediate impulses so that we could stop interfering with other people and our future selves. Doing so was indistinguishable from organizing society, the discovery of the causal relationship between our efforts today and the intermediaries, or the full range of our practices and ideas surrounding sacrifice and work, and their representation could have never emerged with someone else, and those are very much the same thing as in the former case. You are sharing with your future self. It is much easier and far more likely to selfishly and immediately wolf down everything in sight. There are similar long journeys between every leap in sophistication with regard to delay and its conceptualization, short-term sharing, storing away for the future, representation of that storage in the form of records, and later in the form of currency, and ultimately the saving of money in a bank or other social institution. Some conceptualizations had to serve as understanding. Is often acted out before it can be articulated, just as a child acts out what it means to be mother or father before being able to give a spoken account of what those roles mean. 116. The act of making a ritual sacrifice to God was an early and sophisticated enactment of the idea of the usefulness of delay. There is a long conceptual journey between merely feasting hungrily and learning to set aside some extra meat, smoked by the fire, for the end of the day or for someone who isn't present. It takes a long time to learn to keep anything later for yourself, or to share it. Future is a judgmental father. That has a good start. But two additional, archetypal foundational questions rose because of the discovery of sacrifice of work. Both have to do with the ultimate extension of the logic of work, which is sacrifice now to gain later. Beings often precisely those who have watched and evaluated and appraised the tiniest details of your past behavior. It is not very far from that to God, sitting above on high, tracking your every move and writing it down for further reference in a big book. Here's a productive symbolic idea. The ancestors acted out a drama of fiction. They personified the force that governs fate as a spirit that can be bargained with, traded with, as if it were another human being. And the amazing thing is that it worked. This was in part because the future is largely composed of other human over a very long period of time, so sacrifices are necessary to improve the future, and larger sacrifices can be better. First question: what must be sacrificed? Small sacrifices may be sufficient to solve small, singular problems, but it is possible that larger, more comprehensive sacrifices might solve an array of large and complex problems all at the same time. That is harder, but it might be better. Adapting to the necessary discipline of medical school will, for example, fatally interfere with the licentious lifestyle of a hardcore undergraduate party animal. Giving that up is a sacrifice. But a physician can, to paraphrase George W., really put food on his family. That has a lot of trouble dispensed with. Sacrifice could be made. Second question, set of related questions, really. We've already established the basic principle: sacrifice will improve the future. But a principle, once established, has to be fleshed out. Its full extension or significance has to be understood. What is implied by the idea that sacrifice will improve the future in the most extreme and final of cases? Where does that basic principle find its limits? We must ask, to begin, what would be the largest, most effective, most pleasing of all possible sacrifices? And then how good might the best possible future be if the most effective? Don't notice The biblical story of Cain and Abel, Adam and Eve as sons, immediately follows the story of the expulsion from paradise, as mentioned previously. Cain and Abel are really the first humans since their parents were made directly by God and not born in the standard manner Cain and Abel live in, are of equal quality. Furthermore, it often appears that sacrifices of apparently high quality are not rewarded with a better future, and it is not clear why. Why isn't God happy? What would have to change to make him so? Those are difficult questions, and everyone asks them all the time, even if they text strongly hints that Cain's heart is just not in it. Maybe the quality of what Cain put forward was low. Maybe his spirit was begrudging, or maybe God was vexed for some secret reasons of his own. And all of this is realistic, including the text's vagueness of explanation. Not all sacrifices. His story, not in Eden. They must work. They must make sacrifices to please God, and they do so with altar and proper ritual. But things get complicated. Abel's offerings please God, but Cain's do not. Abel is rewarded many times over, but Cain is not. It is not precisely clear why all of that. Asking such questions is indistinguishable from thinking. Possibly have manifested themselves. The realization that pleasure could be usefully forestalled dawned on us with great difficulty. It runs absolutely contrary to our ancient, fundamental animal instincts, which demand immediate satisfaction, particularly under conditions of deprivation, which are both inevitable and commonplace. And to complicate the matter, such delay only becomes useful when civilization has stabilized itself enough to guarantee the existence of the delayed reward in the future. If everything you save will be destroyed or, worse, stolen, there is no point in saving. It is for this reason that a wolf will down 20 pounds of raw meat in a single meal. Isn't he thinking, man, I hate it when I binge. I should save some of this for next week. So how was it that those two impossible and necessarily simultaneous accomplishments, delay and the stabilization of society into the future, could? Mammoth becomes future mammoth, and future mammoth becomes personal reputation. That is the emergence of the social contract. Here is a developmental progression from animal to human. It is wrong, no doubt, in the details, but it is sufficiently correct for our purposes in theme. First, there is excess food. Large carcasses, mammoths or other massive herbivores might provide that. We ate a lot of mammoths, maybe all of. Later, that provisional notion develops to the next level. If I leave some for later, I won't have to go hungry, and neither will those I care for. And then to the next, I can't possibly eat all of this mammoth, but I can't store the rest for too long either. Maybe I should feed some to other people. Maybe they'll remember and feed me some of their mammoth when they have some and I have none. Then I'll get some mammoth now and some mammoth later. That is a good deal, and maybe those I am sharing with will come to trust me more generally. Maybe then we could trade forever. In such a them. After a kill with a large animal, there is some left for later. That is accidental at first, but eventually the utility of for later starts to be appreciated. Some provisional notion of sacrifice develops at the same time. If I leave some, even if I want it now, I won't have to be hungry. Could now ask the former for a favor in return because of the debt incurred, increasing their mutual familiarity and trust. In that manner, both parties could overcome their natural hesitancy and mutual fear of the stranger. To share does not mean to give away something you value and get nothing back. That is instead only what every child who refuses to share fears it means. To share means, properly, to initiate the process of trade. A child who can't share, who can't trade, can't have any friends, because having friends is a form of trade. Benjamin Franklin once suggested that a newcomer to a neighborhood ask a new neighbor to do him or her a favor, citing an old maxim, "He that has once done you a kindness will be more ready to do you another than he whom you yourself have obliged." 117. In Franklin's opinion, asking someone for something not too extreme, obviously, was the most useful and immediate invitation to social interaction. Such asking on the part of the newcomer provided the neighbor with an opportunity to show him or herself as a good person. At first encounter, it also meant that the latter leftovers are a good idea, the highest moral principles might emerge. It is better to have something than nothing. It is better yet to share generously the something you have. It is even better than that, however, to become widely known for generous sharing. That is something that lasts. That is something that is reliable. And at this point of abstraction, we can observe how the groundwork for the conceptions reliable, honest, and generous has been laid. The basis for an articulated morality has been put in place. The productive, truthful sharer is the prototype for the good citizen and the good man. We can see in this manner how, from the simple notion that become represented in metaphorical abstraction as rituals and tales of sacrifice, told in a manner such as this, it is as if there is a powerful figure in the sky who sees all and is judging you. Giving up something you value seems to make him happy, and you want to make him happy, because all hell breaks loose if you don't. So practice sacrificing and sharing until you become expert at it, and things will go well for you. No one said any of this, at least not so plainly and directly, but it was implicit in the practice and then in the stories. It is as if something like the following happened as humanity developed. First were the endless tens or hundreds of thousands of years prior to the emergence of written history and drama. During this time, the twin practices of delay and exchange begin to emerge, slowly and painfully. Then the answers become increasingly deeper and profound. Action came first, as it had to, as the animals we once were could act but could not think. Implicit, unrecognized value came first, as the actions that preceded thought embodied value, but did not make that value explicit. People watched the successful succeed and the unsuccessful fail. For difference between the successful and the unsuccessful, the successful sacrifice. Things get better as the successful practice their sacrifices. The questions become increasingly precise and simultaneously broader. What is the greatest possible sacrifice for the greatest possible good? And the thousands and thousands of years, we thought it over and drew a conclusion. The successful among us delay gratification. The successful among us bargain with the future. A great idea begins to emerge, taking ever more clearly articulated form in ever more clearly articulated stories. What is the goddess going further necessary? Why does Huido's life impose such demands? The god of Western tradition, like so many gods, requires sacrifice. We have already examined why, but sometimes he goes even further. He demands not only sacrifice, but the sacrifice of precisely what is loved best. This is most starkly portrayed and most confusingly evident in the story of unreasonable and apparently barbaric fashion demands that his faithful servant offer his son as a sacrifice. The story ends happily. God sends an angel to stay Abraham's obedient hand and accepts a ram in Isaac's stead. That is a good thing, but it doesn't really address the issue at hand. Why is Abraham and Isaac. Abraham, beloved of God, long wanted a son, and God promised him exactly that, after many delays and under the apparently impossible conditions of old age and a long barren wife. But not so long afterward, when the miraculously born Isaac is still a child, God turns around and in. It is not the world that has the cause is instead that which is currently most valued subjectively and personally. Why? Because the world is revealed, to an indeterminate degree, through the template of your values. Much more on this in Rule 10. If the world you are seeing is not the world, we'll start our analysis with a truism, stark, self-evident and understated. Sometimes things do not go well. That seems to have much to do with the terrible nature of the world, with its plagues and famines and tyrannies and betrayals. But here's the rub: sometimes when things are not going well, you want. Therefore, it is time to examine your values. It is time to rid yourself of your current presuppositions. It is time to let go. It might even be time to sacrifice what you love best so that you can become who you might become, instead of staying who you are. Preserve the whole. Fist now full of treats from the too narrow opening of the jar, not without unclenching his hand, not without relinquishing what he already has, and that is just what he won't do. The monkey catcher can just walk over to the jar and pick up the monkey. The animal will not sacrifice the part to. There's an old and possibly apocryphal story about how to catch a monkey that illustrates this set of ideas very well. First, you must find a large, narrow-necked jar, just barely wide enough in diameter at the top for a monkey to put its hand inside. Then you must fill the jar part way with rocks, so it is too heavy for a monkey to carry. Then you must scatter some treats attractive to monkeys near the jar to attract one, and put some more inside the jar. A monkey will come along, reach into the narrow opening, and grab while the grabbing is good. But now he won't be able to extract his. The part, what constitutes the ultimate sacrifice for the gain of the ultimate prize. Something valuable given up ensures future prosperity. Something valuable sacrificed pleases the Lord. What is most valuable and best sacrificed, or what is at least emblematic of that? A choice cut of meat, the best animal in a flock, a most valued possession. What is above even that? Something intensely personal and painful to give up, that is symbolized perhaps in God's insistence on circumcision as part of Abraham's sacrificial routine, where the part is offered symbolically to redeem the whole. What is beyond that? What pertains more closely to the whole person, rather than mothers, if they allow themselves to see it as an act of supreme courage when undertaken voluntarily. Her fall, it was through her that he entered the world and its great drama of being. Is it right to bring a baby into this terrible world? Every woman asks herself that question. Some say no, and they have their reasons. Mary answers yes, voluntarily, knowing full well what is to come as do all. It is a close race between child and self. The sacrifice of the mother offering her child to the world is exemplified profoundly by Michelangelo's great sculpture, The Piet, illustrated at the beginning of this chapter. Michelangelo crafted Mary contemplating her son, crucified and ruined. It is sacrificing his son. It is for this reason that the Christian's sacrificial drama of son and self is archetypal. It has a story at the limit, where nothing more extreme, nothing greater can be imagined. That has the very definition of archetypal. That has the core of what constitutes religious. For the sake of the better who offers up his life for the advancement of being, who allows God's will to become manifest fully within the confines of a single, mortal life. That is the model for the honorable man. In Christ's case, however, as he sacrifices himself, God his Father is simultaneously. In turn, Mary's Son, Christ offers himself to God and the world, to betrayal, torture, and death to the very point of despair on the cross, where he cries out those terrible words, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Matthew 27:46. That is the archetypal story of the man who gives his all. Good, he will forego expediency, he will pursue the path of ultimate meaning, and he will in that manner bring salvation to the ever-disparate world. The person who wishes to alleviate suffering, who wishes to rectify the flaws in being, who wants to bring about the best of all possible futures, who wants to create heaven on earth, will make the greatest of sacrifices of self and child, of everything that is loved, to live a life aimed at the pain and suffering define the world. Of that, there can be no doubt. Sacrifice can hold pain and suffering in abeyance, to a greater or lesser degree, and greater sacrifices can do that more effectively than lesser. Of that, there can be no doubt. Everyone holds this knowledge in their soul. Thus, him wise above other men, not least for this reason, according to the Delphic oracle herself, held to be a reliable judge of such things. 125. Socrates, the ancient Greek philosopher, after a lifetime of seeking the truth and educating his countrymen, Socrates faced a trial for crimes against the city-state of Athens, his hometown. His accusers provided him with plenty of opportunity to simply leave and avoid the trouble. 118. But the great sage had already considered and rejected this course of action. His companion Hermogenes observed him at this time discussing any and every subject 119 other than his trial, and asked him why he appeared so unconcerned. Socrates first answered that he had been preparing his whole life to defend himself. 120. But then said something more mysterious and significant when he attempted specifically to consider strategies that would produce acquittal by fair means or foul. 121. Or even when merely considering his potential actions at the trial. 122. He found himself interrupted by his divine sign, his internal spirit, voice, or daemon. Socrates discussed this voice at the trial itself. 123. He said that one of the factors distinguishing him from other men. 124. Was his absolute willingness to listen to its warnings to stop speaking and cease acting when it objected. The gods themselves had deemed. But is such a thing even possible? Is this simply not asking too much of the individual? It is all well and good for Christ, it might be objected, but he was the veritable Son of God. But we do have other examples, some much less mythologized and archetypal. Consider, for example, the case of put his affairs in order. He saw that he could escape the terrible slow degeneration of the advancing years. He came to understand all that was happening to him as a gift from the gods. He was not therefore required to defend himself against his accusers, at least not with the aim of pronouncing his innocence and escaping his fate. Instead, he turned the tables, addressing his judges in a manner that makes the reader understand precisely why the town council wanted this man dead. Then he took his poison like a man. Because his ever-reliable internal voice objected to fleeing or even to defending himself, Socrates radically altered his view of the significance of his trial. He began to consider that it might be a blessing rather than a curse. He told Hermogenes of his realization that the spirit to whom fate allowed him to put away mortal terror in the face of death itself, prior to and during the trial, after the sentence was handed down. 129, and even later, During his execution 130, he saw that his life had been so rich and full that he could let it go gracefully. He was given the opportunity to had always listened might be offering him a way out of life in a manner easiest but also the least irksome to one his friends 126 with sound body and a spirit capable of showing kindliness 127 and absent the throes of illness and vexations of extreme old age 128. Socrates' decision to accept his offered by any short-sighted concentration on your own safety. If you live properly, fully, you can discover meaning so profound that it protects you even from the fear of death. Socrates rejected expediency and the necessity for manipulation that accompanied it. He chose instead, under the direst of conditions, to maintain his pursuit of the meaningful and the true. 2,500 years later, we remember his decision and take comfort from it. What can we learn from this? If you cease to utter falsehoods and live according to the dictates of your conscience, you can maintain your nobility, even when facing the ultimate threat. If you abide truthfully and courageously by the highest of ideals, you will be provided with more security and strength than will be. Could all that possibly be true? Death, toil, and evil. The tragedy of self-conscious being produces suffering, inevitable suffering. That suffering in turn motivates the desire for selfish, immediate gratification for expediency. But sacrifice and work serves far more effectively than short-term impulsive pleasure at keeping suffering at bay. However, madness in humanity to man is something even worse. Thus, the problem of sacrifice is compounded in its complexity. It is not only privation and mortal limitation that must be addressed by work, by the willingness to offer and to give up. It is the problem of evil as well. Tragedy itself, conceived of as the arbitrary harshness of society and nature, set against the vulnerability of the individual, is not the only and perhaps not even the primary source of suffering. There is also the problem of evil to consider. The world is set hard against us of a certainty, but knowledge of good and evil, terror. We therefore sacrifice the pleasures of today for the sake of a better tomorrow. But the realization of mortality and the necessity of work is not the only revelation to Adam and Eve when they eat the forbidden fruit, wake up and open their eyes. They were also granted or cursed by the. Consider, once again, the story of Adam and Eve. Life becomes very hard for their children, that is us, after the fall and awakening of our archetypal parents. First is the terrible fate awaiting us in the post-paradisal world and the world of history. Not the least of this is what Goethe called our creative, endless toil. 131 Humans work. As we have seen, we work because we have awakened to the truth of our own vulnerability, our subjugation to disease and death, and wish to protect ourselves for as long as possible. Once we can see the future, we must prepare for it, or live in denial and tormenting others and ourselves, of course, but it is the others we are concerned about right now. We see the consequences of this new knowledge manifest themselves when we meet Cain and Abel, the sons of Adam and Eve. It took me decades to understand what that means, to understand even part of what that means. It is this: once you become consciously aware that you yourself are vulnerable, you understand the nature of human vulnerability in general. You understand what it is like to be fearful and angry and resentful and bitter. You understand what pain means. And once you truly understand such feelings in yourself and how they're produced, you understand how to produce them in others. It is in this manner that the self-conscious beings that we are become voluntarily and exquisitely capable of By the time of their appearance, mankind has learned to make sacrifices to God on altars of stone. Designed for that purpose, a communal ritual is performed, the immolation of something valuable, a choice animal or portion thereof, and its transformation through fire to the smoke to the spirit. The moment if he had strived and toiled and things still didn't work out, if he was rejected, despite his efforts, then he has lost the present and the future, then his work, his sacrifice has been pointless. Under such conditions, the world darkens and the soul rebels. That rises to heaven above. In this manner, the idea of delay is dramatized so that the future might improve. Abel's sacrifices are accepted by God and he flourishes. Cain's, however, are rejected. He becomes jealous and bitter, and it is no wonder if someone fails and is rejected because he refused to make any sacrifices at all. Well, that is at least understandable. He may still feel resentful and vengeful, but knows in his heart that he is personally to blame. That knowledge generally places a limit on his outrage. It is much worse, however, if he had actually foregone the pleasures of. From Canaan, the first creator of weapons of war. And next in the Genesis stories comes the flood. The juxtaposition is by no means accidental. Cain is outraged by his rejection. He confronts God, accuses him, and curses his creation. That proves to be a very poor decision. God responds in no uncertain terms that the fault is all with Cain, and worse, that Cain has knowingly and creatively dallied with sin 132 and reaped the consequences. This is not at all what Cain wanted to hear. It is by no means an apology on God's part. Instead, it is insult added to injury. Cain, embittered to the core by God's response, plots revenge. He defies the Creator audaciously. It is daring. Cain knows how to hurt. He is self-conscious. After Alan has become even more so in his suffering and shame, so he murders Abel in cold blood. He kills his brother. His own ideal as Abel is everything Cain wishes to be. He commits this most terrible of crimes to spite himself, all of mankind, and God himself, all at once. He does it to wreak havoc and gain his vengeance. He does it to register his fundamental opposition to existence, to protest the intolerable vagaries of being itself. And Cain's children, the offspring, as it were, of both his body and his decision, are worse. In his existential fury, Cain kills once. Lamech, his descendant, goes much further. I have slain a man to my wounding, says Lamech, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. Genesis 4:23-24. Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, Genesis 4:22, is by tradition 7 generations. Them as a cataclysm of cosmic magnitude. Evil enters the world with self-consciousness. The toil with which God curses Adam, that is bad enough. The trouble in childbirth with which Eve is burdened and her consequent dependence on her husband are no trivial matters either. They are indicative of the implicit and oft-agonizing tragedies of all of that, but human evil adds a whole new dimension of misery to the world. It is for this reason that the rise of self-consciousness and its attendant realization of mortality and knowledge of good and evil is presented in the early chapters of Genesis and in the vast tradition that surrounds. Tolerate the implicit tragedies of being without faltering, without breaking, or, worse, breaking bad. I have seen evidence of this repeatedly in my private life, in my work as a professor, and in my role as a clinical practitioner. Earthquakes, floods, poverty, cancer are tough enough to take on. insufficiency, privation, brute necessity, and subjugation to illness and death that simultaneously define and plague existence. The mere factual reality is sometimes sufficient to turn even a courageous person against life. It has been my experience, however, that human beings are strong enough to, and permanently damaging even to the strong. And what is it, precisely, that motivates such evil? Conscious human malevolence can break the spirit even tragedy could not shake. I remember discovering with her that one of my clients had been shocked into years of serious post-traumatic stress disorder, daily physical shaking and terror, and chronic nightly insomnia by the mere expression on her enraged, drunken boyfriend's face. His fallen countenance, Genesis 4:5, indicated his clear and conscious desire to do her harm. She was more naive than she should have been, and that predisposed her to the trauma. But that is not the point. The voluntary evil we do one another can be profoundly for revenge, sacrifice undertaken even more begrudgingly or refused altogether, and it is hell itself that serves as the destination place of that downward spiral. It doesn't make itself manifest merely in consequence of the hard lot of life. It doesn't even emerge simply because of failure itself, or because of the disappointment and bitterness that failure often and understandably engenders, but the hard lot of life magnified by the consequence of do it for the sake of that pain and suffering. In that manner, a truly vicious circle takes hold. Begrudging sacrifice, half-heartedly undertaken, rejection of that sacrifice by God or by reality, take your pick, angry resentment, generated by that rejection, descent into bitterness and the desire. Continually rejected sacrifices, however poorly conceptualized, however half-heartedly executed, that will bend and twist people into the truly monstrous forms who then begin, consciously, to work evil, who then begin to generate for themselves and others little besides pain and suffering, and who life is indeed nasty, brutish and short, as the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes so memorably remarked, but man's capacity for evil makes it worse. This means that the central problem of life, the dealing with its brute facts, is not merely what and how to sacrifice to diminish suffering, but what thousands of additional years for humanity to come up with anything else resembling a solution. The same issue emerges again, in its culminating form, in the story of Christ and his temptation by Satan, but this time it is expressed more comprehensively, and the hero wins. Up at the good, and the other down at hell itself. Abel is a hero, true, but a hero who is ultimately defeated by Cain. Abel could please God, a non-trivial and unlikely accomplishment, but he could not overcome human evil. For this reason, Abel is archetypally incomplete. Perhaps he was naive. And how to sacrifice to diminish suffering and evil, the conscious and voluntary and vengeful source of the worst suffering. The story of Cain and Abel is one manifestation of the archetypal tale of the hostile brothers, hero and adversary, the two elements of the individual human psyche. One, aimed. Although a vengeful brother can be inconceivably treacherous and subtle, like the snake in Genesis 3:1. But excuses, even reasons, even understandable reasons, don't matter, not in the final analysis. The problem of evil remained unsolved even by the divinely acceptable sacrifices of Abel. It took evil, confronted his temptations, and he does what he can to make things as bad as possible, motivated by, in John Milton's imperishable words, Abel is, by all appearances, dancing his way through life. His crops flourish, women love him. Worst of all, he is a genuinely good man. Everyone knows it. He deserves his good fortune. all the more reason to envy and hate him. Things do not progress well for Cain, by contrast, and he broods on his revenge, and as he does so his arrogance grows to Luciferian proportions. I am ill-used and oppressed, he thinks. This is a stupid bloody planet. As far as I am concerned, it can go to hell. And with that Cain encounters Satan in the wilderness for all intents and purposes and falls prey to misfortune. Like a vulture on an egg, he strives in his misery to give birth to something hellish, and in doing so enters the desert wilderness of his own mind. He obsesses over his ill fortune, his betrayal by God. He nourishes his resentment. He indulges in ever more elaborate fantasies of. Jesus was led into the wilderness according to the story, to be tempted by the devil, Matthew 4:1. Prior to his crucifixion, this is the story of Cain. Restated abstractly, Cain is neither content nor happy, as we have seen. He is working hard, or so he thinks, but God is not pleased. Meanwhile, so deep a malice to confound the race of mankind in one root and earth with hell, to mingle and involve on all to spite the great Creator. 133. Cain turns to evil to obtain what good denied him, and he does it voluntarily, self-consciously, and with malice aforethought. And let us suggest, in testament to the exactitude of the story, 40 days and nights starving alone in the wilderness might take you exactly to that place. It is in such a manner that the objective and subjective worlds come crashing synchronistically together. 40 days is a deeply symbolic, murderous ideological pathologies is as good a place as any to start at, and some consideration of the fact that the worst of the concentration camp guards were human, all too human, too. That is all part of making the desert story real again, part of updating it for the modern mind. Period of time, echoing the 40 years the Israelites spent wandering in the desert after escaping the tyranny of Pharaoh and Egypt. 40 days is a long time in the underworld of dark assumptions, confusion, and feel long enough to journey to the very center, which is hell itself. A journey there to see the sights can be undertaken by anyone, that is, who is willing to take the evil of self and man with sufficient seriousness. A bit of familiarity with history can help. A sojourn through the totalitarian horrors of the 20th century with its concentration camps, forced labor, and Christ takes a different path. His sojourn in the desert is the dark night of the solid, deeply human and universal human experience. It is the journey to that place each of us goes when things fall apart, friends and family are distant, hopelessness and despair reign, and black nihilism beckons. Understanding of the desert encounter with the devil himself. Homo sum humani nihil ami alienum putu, said the Roman playwright Terence. Nothing human is alien to me. After Auschwitz, said Theodor Adorno, student of authoritarianism, there should be no poetry. He was wrong, but the poetry should be about Auschwitz. In the grim wake of the last 10 decades of the previous millennium, the terrible destructiveness of man has become a problem whose seriousness self-evidently dwarfs even the problem of unredeemed suffering, and neither one of those problems is going to be solved in the absence of a solution to the other. This is where the idea of Christ as taking on the sins of mankind as if they were his own becomes key, opening the door to deep. Incomprehensibly, the very day prior to massacring his classmates, it is interesting when I am in my human form, knowing I am going to die. Everything has a touch of triviality to it. 135. Who would dare explain such a missive, or, worse, explain it away? opinion without a corresponding move down. It is for this reason that enlightenment is so rare. Who is willing to do that? Do you really want to meet who is in charge at the very bottom of the most wicked thoughts? What did Eric Harris, mass murderer of the Columbine High School, write? So, no tree can grow to heaven, adds the ever-terrifying Carl Gustav Jung, psychoanalyst extraordinaire, unless its roots reach down to hell. 134. Such a statement should give everyone who encounters it pause. There was no possibility for movement upward in that great psychiatrist as deeply considered, fully and voluntarily in the form that dwelt simultaneously within him and in the world. This is nothing merely abstract, although it is abstract, nothing to be brushed over. It is no merely intellectual matter. Responsibility for the full depth of human depravity. It means that Christ is eternally he who is willing to confront and deeply consider and risk the temptations posed by the most malevolent elements of human nature. It means that Christ is always he who is willing to confront evil consciously. In the desert, Christ encounters Satan. See Luke 4:13 and Matthew 4:11. This story has a clear psychological meaning, a metaphorical meaning in addition to whatever else material and metaphysical alike it might signify. It means that Christ is forever he who determines to take personal. Later, he will not know how to reconcile himself with the reality about himself and the world that was then revealed, and no wonder. Soldiers who develop post-traumatic stress disorder frequently develop it not because of something they saw, but because of something they did. 136. There are many demons, so to speak, on the battlefield. Involvement in warfare is something that can open a gateway to hell. Now and then something climbs through and possesses some naive farm boy from Iowa, and he turns monstrous. He does something terrible. He rapes and kills the women and massacres the infants of my lie, and he watches himself do it, and some dark part of him enjoys it, and that is the part that is most unforgettable. And capacity for vision. What would a mere man lose who attempted the same thing? But perhaps he might gain an internal vision and understanding, something proportional to what he loses in perception of the outside world. Falcon God, the Egyptian eye of supreme, eternal attention itself, has the courage to contend with Set's true nature, meeting him in direct combat. In the struggle with his dread uncle, however, his consciousness is damaged. He loses an eye. This is despite his godly stature and his unparalleled. In the great and fundamental myths of ancient Egypt, the god Horus, often regarded as a precursor to Christ historically and conceptually speaking, 137 experienced the same thing when he confronted his evil uncle Set II, usurper of the throne of Osiris, Horus's father. Horus, the all-seeing Egyptian, ardently desire. Satan embodies the refusal of sacrifice. He is arrogance incarnate, spite, deceit, and cruel, conscious malevolence. He is pure hatred of man, God, and being. He will not humble himself, even when he knows full well that he should. Furthermore, he knows exactly what he is doing, obsessed with the desire for destruction, and does it deliberately, thoughtfully, and completely. It has to be him. Therefore, the very archetype of evil who confronts and tempts Christ, the archetype of good, it must be him who offers to the Savior of mankind, under the most trying of conditions, what all men most and every person alive, and produce, and sacrifice, and speak, and share in a manner that would permanently render the privation of hunger a thing of the past. And that is how the problem of hunger and the privations of the desert is most truly and finally addressed. Moral desolation, that is the poorest and most miserable of feasts. Christ aims, therefore, at something higher, at the description of a mode of being that would finally and forever solve the problem of hunger, if we all chose instead of expedience to dine on the Word of God. That would require each. Christ could clearly use his near-infinite power, as Satan indicates, to gain bread, now to break his fast even, in the broader sense, to gain wealth in the world, which would theoretically solve the problem of bread more permanently. But at what cost and to what gain? Gluttony in the midst of every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. What does this answer mean? It means that even under conditions of extreme privation, there are more important things than food. To put it another way, bread is of little use to the man who has betrayed his soul, even if he is currently starving. 3. Satan first tempts the starving Christ to quell his hunger by transforming the desert rocks into bread. Then he suggests that he throw himself off a cliff, calling on God and the angels to break his fall. Christ responds to the first temptation by saying, 1. Does not live by bread alone, but by bread. That is better than the money that will buy bread. Thus Christ, the symbolically perfect individual, overcomes the first temptation. 2 more follow. There are other indications of this in the Gospels in dramatic, enacted form. Christ is continually portrayed as the purveyor of endless sustenance. He miraculously multiplies bread and fish. He turns water into wine. What does this mean? As a call to the pursuit of higher meaning as the mode of living that is simultaneously most practical and of highest quality. It is a call portrayed in dramatic literary form. Life as the archetypal savior lives, and you and those around you will hunger no more. The beneficence of the world manifests itself to those who live properly. That is better than destiny and free will and responsibility. Furthermore, God is in no wise a safety net for the blind. He is not someone to be commanded to perform magic tricks or forced into self-revelation, not even by his own Son. Throw yourself off that cliff, Satan says, offering the next temptation. If God exists, he will surely save you. If you are in fact his Son, God will surely save you. Why would God not make himself manifest to rescue his only begotten child from hunger and isolation and the presence of great evil? But that establishes no pattern for life. It doesn't even work as literature. The Deus Ex Machina, the emergence of a divine force that magically rescues the hero from his predicament, is the cheapest trick in the hack writer's playbook. It makes a mockery of independence and courage and 1. Narcissistic displays of superiority and the commanding of God, even by his Son. To demand that God prove his presence, he refuses as well. To solve the problems of mortal vulnerability in a merely personal manner by compelling God to save him, because that would not solve the problem for everyone else and for all time. There is also the echo of the rejection of the comforts of do not put the Lord your God to the test, Matthew 4:7. This answer, though rather brief, dispenses with the second temptation. Christ does not casually order or even dare ask God to intervene on his behalf. He refuses to dispense with his responsibility for the events of his own life. He refuses insanity in this foregone temptation. Easy but psychotic self-identification as the merely magical Messiah might well have been a genuine temptation under the harsh conditions of Christ's sojourn in the desert. Instead, he rejects the idea that salvation or even survival in the shorter term depends. Finally comes the third temptation, the most compelling of all. Christ sees the kingdoms of the world laid before him for the taking. That as the siren call of earthly power, the opportunity to control and order everyone and everything. Christ is offered the pinnacle of the dominance hierarchy. That also means the capacity to take vengeance, ensure submission, and crush enemies. Grant Cain enough power and he will not only kill Abel, he will torture him first imaginatively and endlessly. Then and only then will he kill him. Then he will come after everyone else. Inner darkness to reveal itself. The lust for blood, rape, and destruction is very much part of power's attraction. It is not only that men desire power so that they will no longer suffer. It is not only that they desire power so that they can overcome subjugation to want, disease, and death. Power. Animalistic desire of every naked ape, the obedience of all, the most wondrous of estates, the power to build and to increase, the possibility of unlimited sensual gratification. That has expedience, writ large, but that has not all. Such expansion of status also provides unlimited opportunity for the vision. Once of an immense landscape spread for miles out to the horizon before me. I was high in the air, granted a bird's eye view. Everywhere I could see great stratified multi-storied pyramids of glass, some small, some large, some overlapping, some separate, all akin to modern skyscrapers, all specific group or cause, but instead to some simultaneously transcend all. That was attention itself, pure and untrammeled, detached, alert, watchful attention, waiting to act when the time was right and the place had been established. As the Tao teaching has it, there is something above even the pinnacle of the highest of dominance hierarchies, access to which should not be sacrificed for mere proximal success. It is a real place, too, although not to be conceptualized in the standard geographical sense of place we typically use to orient ourselves. I had a full of people striving to reach each pyramid as very pinnacle. But there was something above that pinnacle, a domain outside each pyramid in which all were nested. That was the privileged position of the eye that could or perhaps chose to soar freely above the fray, that chose not to dominate any. He who contrives defeats his purpose, and he who is grasping loses. The sage does not contrive to win, and therefore is not defeated. He is not grasping, so does not lose. 138. Off the path. There is a powerful call to proper being in the story of the third temptation. To obtain the greatest possible price, the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth, the resurrection of paradise, the individual must conduct his or her life in a manner that requires the rejection of the immediate, of the essential tragedy of being. Sacrifice of the more prosaic sort can keep that tragedy at bay more or less successfully, but it takes a special kind of sacrifice to defeat evil. It is the description of that special sacrifice that has preoccupied the Christian, and more than Christian, imagination for centuries. Why has it not had the desired effect? Why do we remain unconvinced that there is no better plan than lifting our eyes skyward, aiming at the good, and sacrificing everything to that ambition? Have we merely failed to understand, or have we fallen, willfully or otherwise, gratification of natural and perverse desires alike, no matter how powerfully and convincingly and realistically those are offered, and dispense, as well with the temptations of evil? Evil amplifies the catastrophe of life, increasing dramatically the motivation for expediency already there, because Christianity and its problems. For the development of science, with its extreme demands on individual thinkers for concentration and delay of gratification, Carl Jung hypothesized that the European mind found itself motivated to develop the cognitive technologies of science to investigate the material world after implicitly concluding that Christianity, with its laser-like emphasis on spiritual salvation, had failed to sufficiently address the problem. Alchemy, and developing only after many centuries into the fully articulated form of science. 139, it was the alchemists who first seriously began to examine the transformations of matter, hoping to discover the secrets of health, wealth, and longevity. These great dreamers, Newton foremost among the 140, intuited and then imagined that the material world, damned by the Church, held secrets the revelation of which could free humanity from its earthly pain and limitations. It was that vision, driven by doubt, that provided the tremendous collective and individual motivational power necessary. Of suffering in the here and now, this realization became unbearably acute in the 3 or 4 centuries before the Renaissance. In consequence, a strange, profound, compensatory fantasy began to emerge deep in the collective Western psyche, manifesting itself first in the strange musings of ownership and absolute domination of another person came to be viewed as wrong. This is not to say that Christianity, even in its incompletely realized form, was a failure. Quite the contrary, Christianity achieved the well-nigh impossible. The Christian doctrine elevated the individual soul, placing slave and master and commoner and nobleman alike on the same metaphysical, morally over the commoner. In consequence, the metaphysical conception of the implicit transcendent worth of each and every soul established itself against impossible odds as the fundamental presupposition of Western law and society. That was not the case in the world of the past, and is not the de-emphasize. This was partly accomplished through the strange Christian insistence that salvation could not be obtained through effort or worth through works. 141, whatever its limitations, the development of such doctrine prevented king, aristocrat, and wealthy merchant alike from lording it. Case yet in most places in the world of the present. It is in fact nothing short of a miracle, and we should keep this fact firmly before our eyes, that the hierarchical slave-based societies of our ancestors reorganized themselves under the sway of an ethical religious revelation, such that the footing, rendering them equal before God and the law. Christianity insisted that even the king was only one among many, for something so contrary to all apparent evidence to find its footing. The idea that worldly power and prominence were indicators of God's particular favor had to be radically and dominate. That requires explanation. We have it backwards yet again. It would do us well to remember as well that the immediate utility of slavery is obvious, and that the argument that the strong should dominate the weak is compelling, convenient, and eminently practical, at least for the strong. This means that a revolutionary critique of everything slave-owning societies valued was necessary before the practice could be even questioned, let alone halted, including the idea that wielding power and authority made the slave owner noble, including the even more fundamental idea that the power wielded by the slave owner was valid and even virtuous. Human ownership degraded the slaver, previously viewed as admirable nobility, as much or even more than the slave. We fail to understand how difficult such an idea is to grasp. We forget that the opposite was self-evident throughout most of human history. We think that it is the desire to enslave. Christianity made explicit the surprising claim that even the lowliest person had rights, genuine rights, and that sovereign and state were morally charged at a fundamental level to recognize those rights. Christianity put forward explicitly the even more incomprehensible idea that the act of veneration due to gods All of this was asking the impossible, but it happened. Pagan, even the Roman ones it replaced, Christian society at least recognized that feeding slaves to ravenous lions for the entertainment of the populace was wrong, even if many barbaric practices still existed. It objected to infanticide, to prostitution, and to the principle that might means right. It insisted that women were as valuable as men, even though we are still working out how to manifest that insistence politically. It demanded that even as society's enemies be regarded as human. Finally, it separated church from state, so that all too human emperors could no longer claim the. This is not to say that Christianity was without its problems, but it is more appropriate to note that they were the sort of problems that emerge only after an entirely different set of more serious problems has been solved. The society produced by Christianity was far less barbaric than the hundreds of millions stopped starving. In any case, by the time Nietzsche entered the picture in the late 19th century, the problems Christianity had left unsolved had become paramount. Carbon dioxide. It is not precisely that CO2 levels are irrelevant. It is that they're irrelevant when you are working yourself to death, starving, scraping a bare living from the stony, unyielding, thorn and thistle-infested ground. It is that they're irrelevant until after the tractor is invented, and within successfully Christianized societies, the fact that automobiles pollute only becomes a problem of sufficient magnitude to attract public attention when the far worse problems that the internal combustion engine solves has vanished from view. People stricken with poverty don't care about problems that remained, less amenable to quick solution by Christian doctrine, come to occupy a central place in the consciousness of the West, come to motivate, for example, the development of science aimed at resolving the corporeal, material suffering that was still all too painfully extant. As the Christian Revolution progressed, however, the impossible problems it had solved disappeared from view. That is what happens to problems that are solved. And after the solution was implemented, even the fact that such problems had ever existed disappeared from view. Then and only then could the or knives, who will wipe this blood off us. 143. Nietzsche described himself with no serious overstatement as philosophizing with a hammer. 142. His devastating critique of Christianity, already weakened by its conflict with the very science to which it had given rise, involved two main lines of attack. Nietzsche claimed, first, that it was comprehended, and so an opposition was presumed where none necessarily exists, but that does not belie the point. Even when the modern atheists opposed to Christianity belittle fundamentalists for insisting, for example, that the creation account in Genesis is objectively true, they are using their heretofore taken for granted could and should be questioned. God is dead, said Nietzsche. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we, murderers of all murderers, console ourselves? That which was the holiest and mightiest of all that the world has yet possessed has bled to death under sense of truth highly developed over the centuries of Christian culture. To engage in such argumentation, Carl Jung continued to develop Nietzsche's arguments decades later, pointing out that Europe awoke during the Enlightenment, as if from a Christian dream, noticing that everything it had, precisely, the sense of truth developed in the highest sense by Christianity itself, that ultimately came to question and then to undermine the fundamental presuppositions of the faith. That was partly because the difference between moral or narrative truth and objective truth had not yet been fully all too fallen human individuals. The central dogmas of the Western faith were no longer credible, according to Nietzsche, given what the Western mind now considered truth. but it was his second attack on the removal of the true moral burden of Christianity during the development of the church that was most devastating. The hammer-wielding philosopher mounted an assault on an early established and then highly influential line of Christian thinking that Christianity meant accepting the proposition that Christ's sacrifice, and only that sacrifice, had redeemed humanity. This did not mean, absolutely, that a Christian who believed that Christ died on the cross for the salvation of mankind was thereby freed from any and all personal moral obligation. But it did strongly imply that the primary responsibility for redemption had already been borne by the Savior, and that nothing too important to do remained for about abstract belief, but instead to actually manifest the spirit of the Savior in the particular, specific conditions of his or her life, to realize or incarnate the archetype, as Jung had it, to clothe the eternal pattern in flesh. Nietzsche writes, "The Christians have never practiced the actions." Nietzsche believed that Paul, and later the Protestants following Luther, had removed moral responsibility from Christ's followers. They had watered down the idea of the imitation of Christ. This imitation was the sacred duty of the believer, not to adhere or merely to mouth a set of statements. Jesus prescribed them, and the impudent garrulous talk about the justification by faith and its supreme and sole significance is only the consequence of the Church's lack of courage and will to profess the works Jesus demanded. 144. Nietzsche was, indeed, a critic without parallel. Ivan, tell a little story. The Grand Inquisitor. 145. A brief review is in order. Dogmatic belief in the central axioms of Christianity, that Christ's crucifixion redeemed the world, that salvation was reserved for the hereafter, that salvation could not be achieved through works, had three mutually reinforcing consequences. First, devaluation of the significance of earthly life, consequence that Marx also derided with his proposition that religion was the opiate of the masses. And finally, third, the right of the believer to reject any real moral burden outside of the stated belief in salvation through Christ, because the Son of God had already done all the important. As only the hereafter mattered, this also meant that it had become acceptable to overlook and shirk responsibility for the suffering that existed in the here and now. Second, passive acceptance of the status quo, because salvation could not be earned in any case through effort in this life. They work. It was for such reasons that Dostoevsky, who was a great influence on Nietzsche, also criticized institutional Christianity, although he arguably managed it in a more ambiguous but also more sophisticated manner. In his masterwork, The Brothers Karamazov, Dostoevsky has his atheist Superman. Leave. Christ embraces him and kisses him on the lips. The Inquisitor turns white in shock. Then he goes out, leaving the cell door open. Ivan speaks to his brother Ilyusha's pursuits as a monastic novitiate he holds in contempt of Christ returning to earth at the time of the Spanish Inquisition. The returning Savior makes quite a ruckus, as would be expected. He heals the sick. He raises the dead. His antics soon attract merciful escapes of faith and the afterlife. That work took centuries, says the Inquisitor, and the last thing the Church needs after all that effort is the return of the man who insisted that people bear all the weight in the first place. Christ listens in silence. Then, as the Inquisitor turns to attention from the Grand Inquisitor himself, who promptly has Christ arrested and thrown into a prison cell. Later, the Inquisitor pays him a visit. He informs Christ that he is no longer needed. His return is simply too great a threat to the Church. The Inquisitor tells Christ that the burden he laid on mankind, the burden of existence and faith and truth, was simply too great for mere mortals to bear. The Inquisitor claims that the Church, in its mercy, diluted that message, lifting the demand for perfect being from the shoulders of its followers, providing them instead with the simple and Dostoevsky has the great embodied moral goodness of Alyosha the Noviti's courageous imitation of Christ attain victory over the spectacular but ultimately nihilistic critical intelligence of Ivan. The profundity of this story and the greatness of spirit necessary to produce it can hardly be exaggerated. Dostoevsky, one of the great literary geniuses of all time, confronted the most serious existential problems in all his great writings, and he did so courageously, headlong, and heedless of and passion. Alyosha, aligned with the church by temperament and decision, cannot undermine a single one of his brother's arguments, although his faith remains unshakable. Dostoevsky knew and admitted that Christianity had been defeated by the rational faculty, by the intellect, even but, and this is of primary importance, he did not hide from that fact. He didn't attempt through denial or deceit or even satire to weaken the position that opposed what he believed to be most true and valuable. He instead placed action above words and addressed the problem successfully. By the novelist's end, the consequences, clearly Christian, he nonetheless adamantly refuses to make a straw man of his rationalist and atheistic opponents. Quite the contrary, in the Brothers Karamazov, for example, Dostoevsky's atheist, Ivan, argues against the presuppositions of Christianity with unsurpassable clarity. False. The Christian church described by the Grand Inquisitor is the same church pilloried by Nietzsche, childish, sanctimonious, patriarchal, servant of the state. That church is everything rotten, still objected to by modern critics of Christianity. Nietzsche, for all his brilliance, allows himself anger. There was a necessary precondition for the emergence of the disciplined but free modern mind, as he stated in Beyond Good and Evil, but does not perhaps sufficiently temper it with judgment. This is where Dostoevsky truly transcends Nietzsche, in my estimation, where Dostoevsky's great literature transcends Nietzsche's mere philosophy. The Russian writer's Inquisitor is the genuine article in every sense. He is an opportunistic, cynical, manipulative, and cruel interrogator, willing to persecute heretics, even to torture and kill them. He is the purveyor of a dogma he knows to be false. But Dostoevsky has Christ, the archetypal perfect man, kiss him anyway. Equally importantly, in the aftermath of the kiss, the Grand Inquisitor leaves the door ajar so Christ can escape his pending execution. Dostoevsky saw that the great, corrupt edifice of Christianity still managed to make room for the spirit of its founder. That has the gratitude of a wise and profound soul for the enduring wisdom of the West, despite its. It is not as if Nietzsche was unwilling to give the faith and, more particularly, Catholicism its due. Nietzsche believed that the long tradition of unfreedom characterizing dogmatic Christianity, its insistence that everything be explained within the confines of a single, coherent metaphysical. The long bondage of the spirit, the persistent spiritual will to interpret everything that happened according to a Christian scheme, and in every occurrence to rediscover and justify the Christian God in every accident. All this violence, arbitrariness, severity, dreadfulness, and unreasonableness has proved itself the disciplinary means whereby the European spirit has attained its strength. Its remorseless curiosity and subtle mobility granted also that much irrecoverable strength and spirit had to be stifled, suffocated, and spoiled in the process. 146. Still find its resting place, even its sovereignty, within that dogmatic structure. For Nietzsche and Dostoevsky alike, freedom, even the ability to act, requires constraint. For this reason, they both recognized the vital necessity of the dogma of the Church. The individual must be constrained, molded, even brought close to destruction by a restrictive, coherent disciplinary structure before he or she can act freely and competently. Dostoevsky, with his great generosity of spirit, granted to the church, cropped as it might be, a certain element of mercy, a certain pragmatism. He admitted that the spirit of Christ, the world-engendering Logos, had historically and might remain Peter Pan, the eternal boy, king of the lost boys, ruler of the non-existent Neverland. That is not a morally acceptable alternative. Potential be funneled down a single pathway. In placing such limitations on his son, he might be considered a destructive force, acting as he does to replace the miraculous plurality of childhood with a single narrow actuality. But if the father does not take such action, he merely lets his son. If a father disciplines his son properly, he obviously interferes with his freedom, particularly in the here and now. He puts limits on the voluntary expression of his son as being, forcing him to take his place as a socialized member of the world. Such a father requires that all that childish what we believe on our souls. This was Carl Jung's great discovery, made in no little part because of his intense study of the problems posed by Nietzsche. Structures necessary for the development of a free mind. Christian dogma provided that unfreedom, but the dogma is dead, at least to the modern Western mind. It perished along with God. What has emerged from behind its corpse, and this is an issue of central importance, is something even more dead, something that was never alive, even in the past, nihilism, as well as an equally dangerous susceptibility to new, totalizing utopian ideas. It was in the aftermath of good as death that the great collective horrors of communism and fascism sprang forth, as both Dostoevsky and Nietzsche. The dogma of the church was undermined by the spirit of truth strongly developed by the church itself. That undermining culminated in the death of God. But the dogmatic structure of the church was a necessary disciplinary structure. A long period of unfreedom, adherence to a singular interpretive. Predicted they would. Nietzsche, for his part, posited that individual human beings would have to invent their own values in the aftermath of God as death. But this is the element of his thinking that appears weakest psychologically. We cannot invent our own values because we cannot merely impose it. That we could most truly become, knowing who we most truly are. We must get to the very bottom of things before such questions can be truly answered. Make myself over in the image constructed by my intellect, particularly if that intellect is possessed by an ideology. I have a nature, and so do you, and so do we all. We must discover that nature and contend with it before making peace with ourselves. What is it that we most truly are? What is? We rebel against our own totalitarianism as much as that of others. I cannot merely order myself to action, and neither can you. I will stop procrastinating, I say, but I don't eat. I will eat properly, I say, but I don't eat. I will end my drunken misbehavior, I say, but I don't eat. I cannot merely doubt past mere nihilism. Thinks that is the modern self, simply put. But what exactly is that self? 300 years before Nietzsche, the great French philosopher René Descartes set out on an intellectual mission to take his doubts seriously, to break things apart, to get to what was essential, to see if he could establish or discover a single proposition impervious to his skepticism. He was searching for the foundation stone on which proper being could be established. Descartes found it, as far as he was concerned, in the I who thinks, the I who was aware, as expressed in his famous dictum, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. But that I had been conceptualized long before. spoke forth words of world-engendering magic. During the Christian epoch, the I transformed into the Logos, the word that speaks order into being at the beginning of time. It might be said that Descartes merely secularized the Logos, turning it more explicitly into that which is aware and thousands of years ago, the aware eye was the all-seeing eye of Horus, the great Egyptian sun and sun god who renewed the state by attending to and then confronting its inevitable corruption. Before that, it was the creator god Marduk of the Mesopotamians, whose eyes encircled his head and who we can understand to some degree its horrors if we wish to, but its goodness remains more difficult to define. The self is the great actor of evil who strode about the stage of being as Nazi and Stalinist alike, who produced Auschwitz, Buchenwald, Dachau, and the multiplicity of the Soviet. The rational intellect, that faculty so beloved of those who hold traditional wisdom in contempt, is at minimum something closely and necessarily akin to the archetypal dying and eternally resurrected God, the eternal savior of humanity, the Logos itself. The philosopher of science Karl Popper, certainly no mystic, regarded thinking itself as a logical extension of the Darwinian process. A creature that cannot think must solely embody its being. It can merely act out its nature concretely in the here and now, if it cannot manifest in its behavior what the environment demands while doing. Galax, and all of that must be considered with dread seriousness. But what is its opposite? What is the good that is the necessary counterpart of that evil that is made more corporeal and comprehensible by the very existence of that evil? And here we can state with conviction and clarity that even can let it go. We can, in Popper's formulation, let our ideas die in our stead. 147. Then the essential part, the creator of those ideas, can continue onward, now untrammeled by comparison with error. Faith in the part of us that continues across those deaths is a prerequisite to thinking itself. So it will simply die. But that is not true of human beings. We can produce abstracted representations of potential modes of being. We can produce an idea in the theater of the imagination. We can test it out against our other ideas, the ideas of others, or the world itself. If it falls short, we idea need die, and that the person with the idea can stop being its avatar, change his or her ways, and continue. Now, an idea is not the same thing as a fact. A fact is something that is dead in and of itself. It has no consciousness, no will to power, no motivation, no action. There are billions of dead facts. The internet is a graveyard of dead facts. But an idea that grips a person is alive. It wants to make of that person its avatar, to impel that person to act it out. Sometimes that impulsion, possession is another word, can be so strong that the person will die, rather than allowing the idea to perish. This is, generally speaking, a bad decision, given that it is often the case that only the express itself to life in the world. It is for this reason that the depth psychologists Freud and Jung, paramount among them, insisted that the human psyche was a battleground for ideas. An idea has an aim. It wants something. It posits a value structure. An idea believes that what it is aiming for is better than what it has now. It reduces the world to those things that aid or impede its realization, and it reduces everything else to irrelevance. An idea defines figure against ground. An idea is a personality, not a fact. When it manifests itself within a person, it has a strong proclivity to use the dramatic conceptualization of our ancestors. It is the most fundamental convictions that must die, must be sacrificed when the relationship with God has been disrupted, when the presence of undue and often intolerable suffering, for example, indicates that something has to change. This is to say nothing other than that the future can be made better if the proper sacrifices take place in the present. No other animal has ever figured this out, and it took us untold hundreds of thousands of years to do it. It took further eons of observation and hero worship, and then millennia of study to distill that idea into a story. It then took additional vast stretches of time to assess that story, to incorporate it so that we now can simply say, if you are disciplined and privilege the future over the present, you can change the structure of reality in your favor. But how best to do that? My youth, by the time I could understand the fundamentals of Darwinian theory. After that, I could not distinguish the basic elements of Christian belief from wishful thinking. The socialism that soon afterward became so attractive to me as an alternative proved equally insubstantial with time. I suffer from existential angst and develop cancer and dementia, and die alone and unloved. Recovering addicts cursed with money blow it all in a frenzy of snorting and drunkenness, and boredom weighs heavily on people who have nothing to do. They just thought that if different people had the money, the problems plaguing humanity would vanish. This is simply untrue. There are many problems that money does not solve, and others that it makes worse. Rich people still divorce each other and alienate themselves from their children, and came to understand through the great George Orwell that much of such thinking found its motivation in hatred of the rich and successful instead of true regard for the poor. Besides, the socialists were more intrinsically capitalist than the capitalists. They believed just as strongly in money. In 1984, I started down the same road as Descartes. I did not know it was the same road at the time, and I am not claiming kinship with Descartes, who is rightly regarded as one of the greatest philosophers of all time. But I was truly plagued with doubt. I had outgrown the shallow Christianity of was one system just as arbitrary and corrupt as the other? Was it a mere matter of opinion? Were all value structures merely the clothing of power? I was simultaneously tormented by the fact of the Cold War. It obsessed me. It gave me nightmares. It drove me into the desert, into the long night of the human soul. I could not understand how it had come to pass that the world as two great factions aimed mutual assured destruction at each other. Was everyone crazy? Just exactly what happened in the 20th century anyway. How was it that so many tens of millions had to die, sacrificed to the new dogmas and ideologies? How was it that we discovered something worse, much worse than the aristocracy and corrupt religious beliefs that communism and fascism sought so rationally to supplant? No one had answered those questions as far as I could tell. Like Descartes, I was plagued with doubt. I searched for one thing, anything I could regard as indisputable. I wanted a rock upon which to build my house. It was doubt that led me to it. Freedom was death. Carrying the salt was an act of pointless torment. It was a piece of malevolent art. It allowed me to realize with certainty that some actions are wrong. I once read of a particularly insidious practice at Auschwitz. A guard would force an inmate to carry 100-pound sack of wet salt from one side of the large compound to the other and then to carry it back. A bit matched fright, said the sign over the camp entrance. Work will set you free. And the Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote definitively and profoundly about the horrors of the 20th century, the tens of millions who were stripped of employment, family, identity, and life. In his Gulag Archipelago, in the second part of the second volume, he discussed the Nuremberg trials, which he actions. No excuses are available for engaging in them. To dehumanize a fellow being, to reduce him or her to the status of a parasite, to torture and to slaughter with no consideration of individual innocence or guilt, to make an art form of pain that is wrong. Considered the most significant event of the 20th century, the conclusion of those trials, there are some actions that are so intrinsically terrible that they run counter to the proper nature of human being. This is true essentially cross-culturally across time and place. These are evil. Suffering produced then the good is whatever is diametrically opposed to that. The good is whatever stops such things from happening. The cornerstone of my belief, searching through the lowest reaches of human thought and action, understanding my own capacity to act like a Nazi prison guard or a Gulag archipelago trustee or a torturer of children in a dungeon, I grasped what it meant to take the sins of the world onto oneself. Each human being has an immense capacity for evil. Each human being understands, a priori, perhaps not what is good, but certainly what is not. And if there is something that is not good, then there is something that is good. If the worst sin is the torment of others, merely for the sake of the what, can I not doubt the reality of suffering? It brooks no arguments. Nihilists cannot undermine it with skepticism. Totalitarians cannot banish it. Cynics cannot escape from its reality. Suffering is real, and the artful infliction of suffering on another for its own sake is wrong. That became meaning as the higher good. The deaths of millions of people. You've fallen short of the glory of God. You've sinned, and all of that is your contribution to the insufficiency and evil of the world. And above all, don't lie. Don't lie about anything, ever. Lying leads to hell. It was the great and the small lies of the Nazi and communist states that produced. It was from this that I drew my fundamental moral conclusions. Aim up. Pay attention. Fix what you can fix. Don't be arrogant in your knowledge. Strive for humility, because totalitarian pride manifests itself in intolerance, oppression, torture, and death. Become aware of your own insufficiency or cowardice, malevolence, resentment, and hatred. Consider the murderousness of your own spirit before you dare accuse others and before you attempt to repair the fabric of the world. Maybe it is not the world that is at fault. Maybe it is you. You've failed to make the mark. You've missed the target. Suffering at the pinnacle of your hierarchy of value is to work to bring about the kingdom of God on earth. That is a state, and a state of mind at the same time. Consider then that the alleviation of unnecessary pain and suffering is a good. Make that an axiom. To the best of my ability, I will act in a manner that leads to the alleviation of unnecessary pain and suffering. You have now placed at the pinnacle of your moral hierarchy a set of presuppositions and actions aimed at the betterment of being. Why? Because we know the alternative. The alternative was the 20th century. The alternative was so close to hell that the difference is not worth discussing. And the opposite of hell is heaven. To place the alleviation of unnecessary pain and of unnecessary suffering and pain, then it is Satan. That is the inescapable, archetypal reality. Jung observed that the construction of such a moral hierarchy was inevitable, although it could remain poorly arranged and internally self-contradictory. For Jung, whatever was at the top of an individual's moral hierarchy was, for all intents and purposes, that person's ultimate value, that person's Superman or Lex Luthor, Charles Francis Xavier or Magneto, and Thor or Loki. It is Abel or Cain, and it is Christ or Satan. If it is working for the ennobling of being, for the establishment of paradise, then it is Christ. If it is working for the destruction of being, for the generation and propagation, God. It was what the person acted out. It was what the person believed most deeply. Something enacted is not a fact or even a set of facts. Instead, it has a personality, or more precisely, a choice between two opposing personalities. It has Sherlock Holmes or Moriarty. It has Batman or the Joker. It has meta. It will make everything better. From the interplay between the possibilities of the world and the value structure operating within that world. If the value structure is aimed at the betterment of being, the meaning revealed will be life-sustaining. It will provide the antidote for chaos and suffering. It will make everything. Expedience is the following of blind impulse. It has short-term gain. It has narrow and selfish. It lies to get its way. It takes nothing into account. It is immature and irresponsible. Meaning is its match or replacement. Meaning emerges when impulses are regulated, organized, and unified. Meaning emerges, gratifies all impulses now and forever. That is why we can detect it. Meaning, this stacking up is a place in space and time whose existence we can detect with our ability to experience more than is simply revealed here and now by our senses, which are obviously limited to their information gathering and representational capacity. Meaning trumps expedience. Meaning, if you act properly, your actions allow you to be psychologically integrated now and tomorrow and into the future, while you benefit yourself, your family, and the broader world around you. Everything will stack up and align along a single axis. Everything will come together. This produces maximal. Use my time to make things better instead of worse. Such tasks may announce themselves as the pile of undone paperwork that you could attend to, the room that you could make a bit more welcoming, or the meal that could be a bit more delicious and more gratefully delivered to your family. If you decide that you are not justified in your resentment of being, despite its inequity and pain, you may come to notice things you could fix to reduce even by a bit some unnecessary pain and suffering. You may come to ask yourself, what should I do today, in a manner that means how could I? An angel of paradise. You may find that if you attend to these moral obligations, once you have placed make the world better at the top of your value hierarchy, you experience ever-deepening meaning. It is not bliss. It is not happiness. It is something more like atonement for the criminal fact of your fractured and damaged being. It is payment of the debt you owe for the insane and horrible miracle of your existence. It is how you remember the Holocaust. It is how you make amends for the pathology of history. It is adoption of the responsibility for being a potential denizen of hell. It is willingness to serve as. Because expedience merely transfers the curse on your head to someone else or to your future self in a manner that will make your future, and the future generally, worse instead of better. Expedience that is hiding all the skeletons in the closet, that is covering the blood you just spilled with a carpet, that is avoiding responsibility. It is cowardly and shallow and wrong. It is wrong because mere expedience, multiplied by many repetitions, produces the character of a demon. It is wrong. Properly balanced between order and chaos, where everything lines up as best it can at that moment. Want, nor what you truly need. Meaning is something that comes upon you of its own accord. You can set up the preconditions, you can follow meaning when it manifests itself, but you cannot simply produce it as an act of will. Meaning signifies that you are in the right place at the right time. There is no faith and no courage and no sacrifice in doing what is expedient. There is no careful observation that actions and presuppositions matter, or that the world is made of what matters. To have meaning in your life is better than to have what you want, because you may neither know what you To joy, a triumphant bringing forth from the void of pattern after pattern upon beautiful pattern, every instrument playing its part, disciplined voices layered on top of that, spanning the entire breadth of human emotion from despair to exhilaration. What is expedient works only for the moment. It is immediate, impulsive, and limited. What is meaningful, by contrast, is the organization of what would otherwise merely be expedient into a symphony of being. Meaning is what is put forth more powerfully than mere words can express by Beethoven's ode. Ever-clearing water, blooming forth on the very surface, revealing within itself the golden Buddha himself perfectly integrated, such that the revelation of the divine will can make itself manifest in his every word and gesture. Past, present, and future are all at once redeemed and reconciled. Meaning is what emerges beautifully and profoundly like a newly formed rosebud opening itself out of nothingness into the light of sun and God. Meaning is the lotus striving upward through the dark lake depths through the. Meaning is what manifests itself when the many levels of being range themselves into a perfectly functioning harmony, from atomic microcosm to cell to organ to individual to society to nature to cosmos, so that action at each level beautifully and perfectly facilitates action at all, such that so intense that all the horrors of the past, all the terrible struggle engaged in by all of life and all of humanity to that moment becomes a necessary and worthwhile part of the increasingly successful attempt to build something truly mighty and good. Meaning is when everything there is comes together in an ecstatic dance of single purpose, the glorification of a reality, so that no matter how good it has suddenly become, it can get better and better and better, more and more deeply forever into the future. Meaning happens when that dance has become. Meaning is the ultimate balance between, on the one hand, the chaos of transformation and possibility, and on the other, the discipline of pristine order, whose purpose is to produce out of the attendant chaos a new order that will be even more immaculate and capable of bringing forth a still more balanced and productive chaos and order. Meaning is the way, the path of life more abundant, the place you live when you are guided by love and speaking truth, and when nothing you want or could possibly want takes any precedence over precisely that. Do what is meaningful, not what is expedient. 1. And this is all true. Note whether there is or is not actually such a powerful figure in the sky. 2. In keeping with this observation is the fact that the word Set is an etymological precursor to the word Satan. See Murdoch, D.M. 2009. Christ in Egypt, the Horus-Jesus Connection. Seattle, Wa, Stellar House, p. 75. Behavior and its exaggerated rather than diminished importance in situations of extreme want and suffering. 3. For anyone who thinks this is somehow unrealistic, given the concrete material reality and genuine suffering that is associated with privation, I would once again recommend Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, which contains a series of exceptionally profound discussions about proper ethical. Rule 9. Assume that the person you are listening to might know something you don't. Not advise. You weren't so stupid after all, you wouldn't have your stupid problems. Psychotherapy is not advice. Advice is what you get when the person you are talking with about something horrible and complicated wishes you would just shut up and go away. Advice is what you get when the person you are talking to wants to revel in the superiority of his or her own intelligence. If also, didn't he know that witch covens spent any of their time visualizing world peace? Didn't he know what to make of any of it either, but it wasn't boring, and that is something. Psychotherapy is genuine conversation. Genuine conversation is exploration, articulation, and strategizing. When you are involved in a genuine conversation, you are listening and talking, but mostly listening. Listening is paying attention. It's amazing what people will tell you if you listen. Listening to someone very carefully, and she told me within minutes that she was a witch, and that her witch coven spent a lot of its time visualizing world peace together. She was a long-time lower-level functionary in some bureaucratic job. I would never have guessed that she was a witch. Sometimes if you listen to people, they will even tell you what is wrong with them. Sometimes they will even tell you how they plan to fix it. Sometimes that helps you fix something wrong with yourself. One surprising time, and this is only one occasion of many when such things happened, I was happening around them. They have parents with Alzheimer's or sick children. There is not much time left over for their personal concerns. In my clinical practice, I talk and I listen. I talk more to some people and listen more to others. Many of the people I listen to have no one else to talk to. Some of them are truly alone in the world. There are far more people like that than you think. You don't meet them because they're alone. Others are surrounded by tyrants or narcissists or drunks or traumatized people or professional victims. Some are not good at articulating themselves. They go off on tangents. They repeat themselves. They say vague and contradictory things. They're hard to listen to. Others have terrible things that might be involved. How else to understand, I think. But that wasn't the end of the story. She added an extra detail 5 times. The first sentence was awful enough, but the second produced something unfathomable. 5 times. What could that possibly mean? One time a client who I had been seeing for a few months came into my office for her scheduled appointment, and after some brief preliminaries she announced, "I think I was raped." It is not easy to know how to respond to a statement like that, although there is frequently some mystery around such events. Often alcohol is involved, as it is in most sexual assault cases. Alcohol can cause ambiguity. That is partly why people drink. Alcohol temporarily lifts the terrible burden of self-consciousness from people. Drunk people know about the future, but they don't care about it. That is exciting. That is exhilarating. Drunk people can party like there's no tomorrow. But because there is a tomorrow, most of the time drunk people also get in trouble. They black out. They go to dangerous places with careless people. They have fun, but they also get raped. So I immediately thought something like held a real job and knew nothing about being an entrepreneur. She had been receiving welfare payments for the entirety of her adulthood. My client told me that she would go to a bar and have a few drinks. Someone would start to talk with her. She would end up at his place or her place with him. The evening would proceed, inevitably, to its sexual climax. The next day she would wake up uncertain about what happened and certain about her way onto a government advisory board considering the construction of a major piece of transportation infrastructure, even though she knew nothing about government, advising, or construction. She also hosted a local public access radio show dedicated to small business, even though she had never. Her motives, uncertain about his motives and uncertain about the world, Miss S., we'll call her, was vague to the point of non-existence. She was a ghost of a person. She dressed, however, like a professional. She knew how to present herself for first appearances. In consequence, she had finagled. Her parents had never provided her with a minute of attention. She had 4 brothers and they were not at all good to her. She had no friends now and none in the past. She had no partner. She had no one to talk to, and she didn't know how to think on her own. That is not rare. She had no self. Sevie, Miss S knew nothing about herself. She knew nothing about other individuals. She knew nothing about the world. She was a movie played out of focus, and she was desperately waiting for a story about herself to make it all make sense. With manila tag separators, the ones with the little colorful index markers on the sides. The sections included such topics as my dreams and books I have read. She had written down dozens of her nighttime dreams in the My Dreams section, and provided brief summaries and reviews of her reading material. This was what she proposed to send to prospective employers, or perhaps already had, who really knew. It is impossible to understand how much someone has to be no one at all to exist in a world where a file folder box containing 50 indexed pages listing dreams and novels constitutes it. Was instead a walking cacophony of unintegrated experiences. I had tried previously to help her find a job. I asked her if she had a CV. She said yes. I asked her to bring it to me. She brought it to our next session. It was 50 pages long. It was in a file folder box, divided into sections. If you add some sugar to cold water and stir it, the sugar will dissolve. If you heat up that water, you can dissolve more. If you heat the water to boiling, you can add a lot more sugar and get that to dissolve too. Then, if you take that boiling sugar water and slowly cool it and don't bump it, adoption of any reasonably orderly system of interpretation. This is the bringing together of the disparate elements of their lives in a disciplined manner. So, if you have come apart at the seams, or if you never have been together at all, you can restructure your life on, or jar it, you can trick it. I don't know how else to phrase this, into holding a lot more dissolved sugar than it would have it if it had remained cold all along. That is called a supersaturated solution. If you drop a single crystal of sugar into that supersaturated solution, all the excess sugar, Freudian, Jungian, Adlerian, Rogerian, or behavioral principles, at least then you make sense. At least then you're coherent. At least then you might be good for something, if not good yet for everything. You can't fix a car with an axe, but you can cut down a tree. That is still something. Will suddenly and dramatically crystallize. It is as if it were crying out for order. That was my client. People like her are the reason that the many forms of psychotherapy currently practiced all work. People can be so confused that their psyches will be ordered and their lives improved by the drastic revision unwittingly applied by unconscious therapists, grasped onto disparately by clinical clients, all too eager to find a simple cause for all their troubles. Sometimes it was the former, perhaps, and sometimes the latter. I understood much more clearly and precisely, however, how easy it might be to instill a false memory into the mental landscape as soon as my client revealed her uncertainty about her sexual experiences. The past appears fixed, but it is not in an important psychological sense. There is an awful lot to the past, after all, and the way we organize it can be subject to present. At about the same time I was seeing this client, the media was all afire with stories of recovered memories, particularly of sexual assault. The dispute raged apace. Were these genuine accounts of past trauma, or were they post hoc constructs, dreamed up as a consequence of pressure wittingly, or the story ends abruptly unresolved, or something facile and clitched occurs? You leave deeply annoyed and unsatisfied, failing to notice that you were fully engaged and enjoying the movie almost the whole time you were in the theater. The present can change the past, and the future can change the Imagine, For example, a movie where nothing but terrible things happen, but in the end everything works out. Everything is resolved. A sufficiently happy ending can change the meaning of all the previous events. They can all be viewed as worthwhile given that ending. Now imagine another movie. A lot of things are happening. They're all exciting and interesting, but there are a lot of them. 90 minutes in, you start to worry. This is a great movie, you think, but there are a lot of things going on. I sure hope the filmmaker can pull it all together, but that doesn't happen. Instead, either you're alive, you're subjective, you have vested interests at least in yourself, at least usually. What exactly should be included in the story? Where exactly is the border between events? Categorize your experience, grouping some elements together and separating them from the rest. There is a mysterious arbitrariness about all of this. You don't form a comprehensive, objective record. You can't, you just don't know enough. You just can't perceive enough. You are not objective. When you are remembering the past as well, you remember some parts of it and forget others. You have clear memories of some things that happened, but not others of potentially equal import. Just as in the present you are aware of some aspects of your surroundings and unconscious of others, they can retain their theory. Sometimes what they remember never happened and the people accused are innocent. The good news, at least the therapist's theory remains intact. That's good for the therapist, but there's no shortage of collateral damage. However, people are often willing to produce a lot of collateral damage if therapists with a little second-hand knowledge of Freud often axiomatically assume that a distressed adult in their practice must have been subject to childhood sexual abuse. Why else would they be distressed? So they dig and infer and intimate and suggest and overact and bias and tilt. They exaggerate the importance of some events and downplay the importance of others. They trim the facts to fit their theory 158, and they convince their clients that they were sexually abused if they could only remember. And then the clients start to remember. And then they start to accuse. And the sexual abuse of children is distressingly common 156. However, it is not as common as poorly trained psychotherapists think, and it also does not always produce terribly damaged adults 157. People vary in their resilience. An event that will wipe one person out can be shrugged off by another. And that is your life. Are going 10 different places at the same time. Anyone can take you by the hand and guide you down the road of their choosing. After all, if you're not the leading man in your own drama, you are a bit player in someone else's, and you might well be assigned to play a dismal, lonely, and tragic part. After Miss S recounted her story, we sat there. I thought, you have normal sexual desires. You are extremely lonely. You are unfulfilled sexually. You are afraid of men and ignorant of the world and know nothing of yourself. You wander around like an accident waiting to happen, and the accident happens. I knew about all this when Miss S came to talk to me about her sexual experiences. When she recounted her trips to the singles bars and their recurring aftermath, I thought a bunch of things at once. I thought, you are so vague and so non-existent. You are a denizen of chaos and the underworld. You. Happening again. That is the purpose of memory. It is not to remember the past. It is to stop the same damn thing from happening over and over. I thought, part of you wants to be taken. Part of you wants to be a child. You were abused by your brothers and ignored by your father, and so part of you wants revenge upon men. Part of you is guilty. Another part is ashamed. Another part is thrilled and excited. Who are you? What did you do? What happened? What was the objective truth? There was no way of knowing the objective truth. and there never would be. There was no objective observer, and there never would be. There was no complete and accurate story. Such a thing did not and could not exist. There were and are only partial accounts and fragmentary viewpoints, but some are still better than others. Memory is not a description of the objective past. Memory is a tool. Memory is the past as guide to the future. If you remember that something bad happened and you can figure out why, then you can try to avoid that bad thing. Would have been true, and she would have accepted it as true and remembered it for the rest of her life. She would have been a new person with a new history and a new destiny. She was not too impaired by alcohol to give consent. I could tell her that she had indisputably been subject to violent and illicit acts unless she had consented to each sexual move explicitly and verbally. I could tell her that she was an innocent victim. I could have told her all that, and it. I thought I could simplify Miss S.'s life. I could say that her suspicions of rape were fully justified, and that her doubt about the events was nothing but additional evidence of her thorough and long-term victimization. I could insist that her sexual partners had a legal obligation to ensure that. And that would have been true, too, and she would have accepted it as such and remembered it. But I also thought I could tell Miss S that she is a walking disaster. I could tell her that she wanders into a bar like a courtesan in a coma, that she is a danger to herself and others, that she needs to wake up, and that if she goes to singles bars and drinks too much and is taken home and has rough violent sex or even tender caring sex, then what the hell does she expect? In other words, I could have told her in more philosophical terms that she was Nietzsche's pale criminal, the person who at one moment dares to break the sacred law and at the next shrinks from paying the price. Satisfaction and hers that the story I had told her was true, completely, irrefutably true, and that would have been advice. If I had been the adherent of a left-wing social justice ideology, I would have told her the first story. If I had been the adherent of a conservative ideology, I would have told her the second. And her responses after having been told either the first or the second story would have proved to my eye. Figure it out for yourself. Finished. She still didn't know if she had been raped, and neither did I. Life is very complicated. I decided instead to listen. I have learned not to steal my clients' problems from them. I don't want to be the redeeming hero or the Deus Ex Machina not in someone else's story. I don't want their lives. So I asked her to tell me what she thought, and I listened. She talked a lot when we were. She first met me, but at least she didn't leave as the living embodiment of my damned ideology. Sometimes you have to change the way you understand everything to properly understand a single something. Was I raped can be a very complicated question. The mere fact that the question would present itself in that form indicates the existence of infinite layers of complexity, to say nothing of 5 times. There are a myriad of questions hidden inside. Was I raped? What is rape? What is consent? What constitutes appropriate sexual caution? How should a person defend herself? Where does the fault lie? Was I raped? Is a hydra? If you cut off the head of a hydra, 7 more grow. That is life. Miss S would have had to talk for 20 years to figure out whether she had been raped, and someone would have had to be there to listen. I started the process, but circumstances made it impossible for me to finish. She left therapy with me only somewhat less ill-formed and vague than when. The people I listen to need to talk, because that is how people think. People need to think, otherwise they wander blindly into pits. When people think, they simulate the world and plan how to act in it. If they do a good job of simulating, They can figure out what stupid things they shouldn't do. Then they cannot do them. Then they don't have to suffer the consequences. That is the purpose of thinking, but we can't do it alone. We simulate the world and plan our actions in it. Only human beings do this. That is how brilliant we are. We make little avatars of ourselves. We place those avatars in fictional worlds. Then we watch what happens. If our avatar thrives, then we act like he does in the real world. Then we thrive, we hope. If our avatar fails, we don't go there. If we have any sense, we let him die in the fictional world so that we don't have to really die in the present. Imagine two children talking. The younger one says, "Wouldn't it be fun to climb up on the roof?" He has just placed a little avatar of himself in a fictional world, but his older sister objects. She chimes in. "That is stupid," she says. "What if you fall off the roof? What if Dad catches you?" The younger child can then modify the original simulation, draw the appropriate conclusion, and let the whole fictional world wither on the vine. Or not. Maybe the risk is worth it, but at least now it can be factored in. The fictional world is a bit more complete, and the avatar a bit wiser. Don't have to change your mind. You're propagandizing. You're using doublespeak. You're using your conclusions to justify your proofs. You're hiding from the truth. Process by which these internal avatars imagine and articulate their worlds to one another. You can set straw men against one another when you are thinking either, because then you are not thinking, you are rationalizing post hoc. You are matching what you want against a weak opponent so that people think they think, but it is not true. It is mostly self-criticism that passes for thinking. True thinking is rare, just like true listening. Thinking is listening to yourself. It is difficult to think. You have to be at least two people at the same time. Then you have to let those people disagree. Thinking is an internal dialogue between two or more different views of the world. Viewpoint 1 is an avatar in a simulated world. It has its own representations of past, present, and future, and its own ideas about how to act. So do viewpoints 2, and 3, and 4. Thinking is the sophisticated to have all of this occur inside your own head. What are you to do, then, if you aren't very good at thinking, at being two people at one time? That is easy. You talk, but you need someone to listen. A listening person is your collaborator and your opponent. True thinking is complex and demanding. It requires you to be articulate speaker and careful, judicious listener. At the same time, it involves conflict, so you have to tolerate conflict. Conflict involves negotiation and compromise, so you have to learn to give and take and to modify your premises and adjust your thoughts, even your perceptions of the world. Sometimes it results in the defeat and elimination of one or more internal avatar. They don't like to be defeated or eliminated either. They're hard to build. They're valuable. They're alive. They like to stay alive. They'll fight to stay alive. You better listen to them. If you don't, they'll go underground and turn into devils and torture you. In consequence, thinking is emotionally painful, as well as physiologically demanding, more so than anything else except not thinking. But you have to be very articulate and a listening person tests your talking and your thinking without having to say anything. A listening person is a representative of common humanity. He stands for the crowd. Now, the crowd is by no means always right, but it is commonly right. It is typically right. If you say something that takes, have a very good reason not to. If you are in a rut, at least you know that other people have traveled that path. Out of the rut is too often off the road, and in the desert that awaits off the road there are highwaymen and monsters. Order. If you are going to insist on bending the world to your way, you better have your reasons. If you are going to stand your ground, you better have your reasons. You better have thought them through. You might otherwise be in for a very hard landing. You should do what other people do, unless you long way down farther, perhaps, than you think. If you are reading this book, there is a strong probability that you are a privileged person. You can read. You have time to read. You are perched high in the clouds. It took untold generations to get you where you are. A little gratitude might be in everyone aback. Therefore, you should reconsider what you said. I say that, knowing full well that controversial opinions are sometimes correct, sometimes so much so that the crowd will perish if it refuses to listen. It is for this reason, among others, that the individual is morally obliged to stand up and tell the truth of his or her own experience. But something new and radical is still almost always wrong. You need good, even great, reasons to ignore or defy general public opinion. That as your culture, it as a mighty oak, you perch on one of its branches. If the branch breaks, it as it. So speaks wisdom. A listening person. That also has its dangers. This is in part why I have opted in my practice for the conversation, instead of the Freudian method as have most clinical psychologists. Crudely, Freud had a point. He was, after all, a genius. You can tell that because people still hate him. But there are disadvantages to the detached and somewhat distant approach recommended by Freud. Many of those who seek therapy desire and need a closer, more personal relationship, although a listening person can reflect the crowd. He can do that without talking. He can do that merely by letting the talking person listen to himself. That is what Freud recommended. He had his patients lay on a couch, look at the ceiling, let their minds wander, and say whatever wandered in. That is his. By his emotional expressions, no matter how slight, he was properly concerned that his own opinions and, worse, his own unresolved problems would find themselves uncontrollably reflected in his responses and reactions, conscious and unconscious alike. He was afraid that he would in such a manner. Method of free association. That is the way the Freudian psychoanalyst avoids transferring his or her own personal biases and opinions into the internal landscape of the patient. It was for such reasons that Freud did not face his patients. He did not want their spontaneous meditations to be altered, detrimentally affect the development of his patients. It was for such reasons as well that Freud insisted that psychoanalysts be analyzed themselves. He wanted those who practiced his method to uncover and eliminate some of their own worst blind spots and prejudices so they would not practice. I face each other. We make eye contact. We can see each other's expressions. They can observe the effects of their words on me, and I can observe the effects of mine on them. They can respond to my responses. Want the best, period, as well, because that is part of wanting the best for my clients. I try to clear my mind and to leave my own concerns aside. That way I am concentrating on what is best for my clients, while I am simultaneously alert to any cues that I might be misunderstanding what that. It can be worthwhile for my clients to see my reactions. To protect them from the undue influence that might produce, I attempt to set my aim properly so that my responses emerge from the appropriate motivation. I do what I can to want the best for them, whatever that might be. I do my best to. Best is, that is something that has to be negotiated, not assumed on my part. It is something that has to be managed very carefully to mitigate the risks of close personal interaction. My clients talk. I listen. Sometimes I respond. Often the response is subtle. It is not even verbal. My clients and in the fabric of his culture, he says that was a good session, Dr. Peterson. I nod. You can be pretty smart if you can just shut up. A client of mine might say, I hate my wife. It is out there, once said. It is hanging in the air. It has emerged from the underworld, materialized from chaos, and manifested itself. It is perceptible and concrete and no longer easily ignored. It has become real. The speaker has even startled himself. Crazy, to tell you the truth. It even drove Mom crazy. She was a nice person, but she was very resentful. Well, at least my wife isn't as bad as my mother. Not at all. Wait, I guess my wife is actually pretty good at telling me what she wants, but I get really bothered when she doesn't, because Mom had failed previously to properly distinguish his wife from his mother, and I see that he was possessed unconsciously by the spirit of his father. He sees all of that too. Now he is a bit more differentiated, a bit less an uncarved block, a bit less hidden in the fog. He has sewed up a small tear. Tortured us all half to death being a martyr. That really affected me. Maybe I overreact now when it happens even a bit. Hey, I am acting just like Dad did when Mom upset him. That isn't me. That doesn't have anything to do with my wife. I better let her know. I observe from all this that my client, he sees the same thing reflected in my eyes. He notes that and continues on the road to sanity. Hold it, he says. Back up. That is too harsh. Sometimes I hate my wife. I hate her when she won't tell me what she wants. My mom did that all the time, too. It drove Dad crazy. It drove all of us. A personally revealing statement by another human being. It is meaningful sometimes, even corrective. Sometimes, however, it is me that gets corrected. I am a collaborator and opponent even when I am not talking. I can't help it. My expressions broadcast my response, even when they're subtle. So I am communicating, as Freud so rightly stressed, even when silent. But I also talk in my clinical sessions. How do I know when to say something first as I? Sometimes, for example, a client will say something and a thought will occur to me, or a fantasy flit through my mind. Frequently it is about something that was said by the same client earlier that day, or during a previous session. Then I tell my client that thought or fantasy, disinterestedly. I say, you said this and I noticed that. I then became aware of this. Then we discuss it. We try to determine the relevance of meaning of my reaction. Sometimes, perhaps, it is about me. That was Freud's point. But sometimes it is just the reaction of a detached but positively inclined human being to. Said, I put myself in the proper frame of mind. I aim properly. I want things to be better. My mind orients itself, given this goal. It tries to produce responses to the therapeutic dialogue that furthers that aim. I watch what happens internally. I reveal my responses. That is the first rule. So easy to get. That is not nothing. That is key to the psychotherapeutic process. 2. People tell each other the truth and both listen. You have to get along with other people. A therapist is one of those other people. A good therapist will tell you the truth about what he thinks. That is not the same thing as telling you that what he thinks is the truth. Then at least you have the honest opinion of at least one person. That is not. How should you listen? Completely. All of that is good to know. Carl Rogers, one of the 20th century's great psychotherapists, knew something about listening. He wrote, "The great majority of us cannot listen. We find ourselves compelled to evaluate, because listening is too dangerous. The first requirement is courage, and we do not always have it." 159. He knew that listening could transform people. On that, Rogers commented, "Some of you may be feeling that you listen well to people and that you have never seen such results. The chances are very great indeed that your listening has not been of the type I have described." He suggested that his readers conduct a short experiment when they next found themselves in a dispute. Stop the discussion for a moment and institute this rule: each person can speak up for himself only after he has first restated the ideas and feelings of the previous speaker accurately, and to that speaker's satisfaction. I have found this technique very useful in my private life and in my practice. I routinely summarize what people have said to me and ask them if I have understood properly. Sometimes they accept my summary. Sometimes I am offered a small correction. Now and then I am wrong. Is one of the most frightening prospects most of us can face. More salutary words have rarely been written. There are several primary advantages to this process of summary. The first advantage is that I genuinely come to understand what the person is saying. Of this, Rogers notes, "Sounds simple, doesn't it? But if you try it, you will discover it is one of the most difficult things you have ever tried to do. If you really understand a person in this way, if you are willing to enter his private world and see the way life appears to him, you run the risk of being changed yourself. You might see it his way. You might find yourself influenced in your attitudes or personality. This risk of being changed. Memory. You remember the past not so that it is accurately recorded, to say it again, but so that you are prepared for the future. A description of the cause and the result of what happened, formulated such that repetition of the tragedy and pain becomes less likely in the future. This is what happened. This is why. This is what I have to do to avoid such things from now on. That is a successful memory. That is the purpose of account becomes shorter. It is now summed up in the client's memory and in mine, in the form we discussed. It is now a different memory in many ways, with luck, a better memory. It is now less weighty. It has been distilled, reduced to the gist. We have extracted the moral of the story. It becomes. The second advantage to the act of summary is that it aids the person in consolidation and utility of memory. Consider the following situation. A client in my practice recounts a long, meandering, emotion-laden account of a difficult period in his or her life. We summarize back and forth. Much stronger, then you will no longer have to misrepresent your opponent's position, and may well have bridged at least part of the gap between the two of you. You will also be much better at withstanding your own doubts. Give the devil his due. Looking at his arguments from his perspective, you can 1. Find the value in them, and learn something in the process, or 2. Hone your positions against them, if you still believe they are wrong, and strengthen your arguments further against challenge. This will make you dissenter and to unjustly raise your personal status. By contrast, if you are called upon to summarize someone's position so that the speaking person agrees with that summary, you may have to state the argument even more clearly and succinctly than the speaker has even yet managed. If you first. The third advantage to employing the Rogerian method is the difficulty it poses to the careless construction of straw man arguments. When someone opposes you, it is very tempting to oversimplify, parody, or distort his or her position. This is a counterproductive game. designed both to harm the speaker must recount the whole experience in detail. Only then can the central narrative, cause and consequence, come into focus or consolidate itself. Only then can the moral of the story be derived. Sometimes it takes a long time to figure out what someone genuinely means when they are talking. This is because often they are articulating their ideas for the first time. They can't do it without wandering down blind alleys or making contradictory or even nonsensical claims. This is partly because talking and thinking is often more about forgetting than about remembering. To discuss an event, particularly something emotional, like a death or serious illness, is to slowly choose what to leave behind. To begin, however, much that is not necessary must be put into words. The emotion-laden never learn to separate wheat from chaff. To take when really listening to someone trying to solve a problem or communicate something important. If upon learning that some of the bills are counterfeit you too casually dismiss all of them, as you would if you were in a hurry or otherwise unwilling to put in the effort, the person will imagine that someone holds a stack of $100 bills, some of which are counterfeit. All the bills might have to be spread on a table so that each can be seen, and any difference is noted, before the genuine can be distinguished from the false. This is the sort of methodical approach you have. Actually listening in this manner, if the conversation is boring, you probably aren't. If you listen, instead, without premature judgment, people will generally tell you everything they are thinking and with very little deceit. People will tell you the most amazing, absurd, interesting things. Very few of your conversations will be boring. You can in fact tell whether or not you are primate dominant hierarchy maneuvers and wit. Not all talking is thinking, nor does all listening foster transformation. There are other motives for both, some of which produce much less valuable, counterproductive, and even dangerous outcomes. There is the conversation, for example, where one participant is speaking merely to establish or status as less interesting individual, immediately thinks of something better, worse, or more surprising to relate. This isn't one of those situations where two conversational participants are genuinely playing off each other, riffing on the same themes for the mutual enjoyment of both, and confirm his place in the dominance hierarchy. One person begins by telling a story about some interesting occurrence, recent or past, that involved something good, bad, or surprising enough to make the listening worthwhile. The other person, now concerned with his or her potentially substandard everyone else, this is jockeying for position, pure and simple. You can tell when one of those conversations is occurring. They are accompanied by a feeling of embarrassment among speakers and alike, all who know that something false and exaggerated has just been said. Leaves or someone thinks of something witty and puts Humpty Dumpty together again. There is another closely allied form of conversation where neither speaker is listening in the least to the other. Instead, each is using the time occupied by the current speaker to conjure up what he or she will say next, which will often be something off topic, because the person anxiously waiting to speak has not been listening. This can and will bring the whole conversational train to a shuddering halt. At this point, it is usual for those who were on board during the crash to remain silent and look occasionally and in a somewhat embarrassed manner at each other until everyone temperamentally based assumptions. A predictable conclusion emerges, but only when you ignore the fact that the assumptions themselves are mutable. Then, there is the conversation where one participant is trying to attain victory for his point of view. This is yet another variant of the dominance hierarchy conversation. During such a conversation, which often tends toward the ideological, the speaker endeavors to 1. Denigrate or ridicule the justify fixed a priori positions instead of trying to learn something or to adopt a different frame, even for the novelty. It is for this reason that conservatives and liberals alike believe their positions to be self-evident, particularly as they become more extreme, given certain oversimplified worldview. Thus, the purpose of the conversation is to make the case that not thinking is the correct tack. The person who is speaking in this manner believes that winning the argument makes him right, and that doing so necessarily validates the assumption structure of the dominance viewpoint of anyone holding a contrary position. 2. Use selective evidence while doing so. And finally, 3. Impress the listeners, many of whom are already occupying the same ideological space, with the validity of his assertions. The goal is to gain support for a comprehensive, unitary hierarchy he most identifies with. This is often and unsurprisingly the hierarchy within which he has achieved the most success, or the one with which he is most temperamentally aligned. Almost all discussions involving politics or economics unfold in this manner, with each participant attempting to tell their story. They lose their minds. Like hoarders, they cannot unclutter themselves. The input of the community is required for the integrity of the individual psyche. To put it another way, it takes a village to organize a mine. Everyone else responds sympathetically. These conversations are important because the speaker is organizing the troublesome event in his or her mind while recounting the story. The fact is important enough to bear repeating. People organize their brains with conversation. If they don't have anyone, these conversations are very different from the listening type. When a genuine listening conversation is taking place, one person at a time has the floor, and everyone else is listening. The person speaking is granted the opportunity to seriously discuss some event, usually unhappy or even tragic. 4. Trouble. Much of what we consider healthy mental function is the result of our ability to use the reactions of others to keep our complex selves functional. We outsource the problem of our sanity. This is why it is the fundamental responsibility of parents to render their children socially acceptable. If a person's behavior is such that other people can tolerate him, then all he has to do is place himself in a social context. Then people will indicate by being interested in or bored by what he says, or laughing or not laughing at his jokes, or teasing or ridiculing, or even by lifting an eyebrow. Whether his actions and statements are what they should be. Everyone is always broadcasting to everyone else their desire to encounter the ideal. We punish and reward each other precisely to the degree that each of us behaves in keeping with that desire, except, of course, when we are looking. This does not work, however, if they could realize and then remember that before a problem can be solved, it must be formulated precisely. Women are often intent on formulating the problem when they are discussing something, and they need to be listened to, even questioned, to help ensure clarity in. The sympathetic responses offered during a genuine conversation indicate that the teller is valued and that the story being told is important, serious, deserving of consideration, and understandable. Men and women often misunderstand each other when these conversations are focused on a specified the formulation. Then, whatever problem is left, if any, can be helpfully solved. It should also be noted first that too early problem solving may also merely indicate a desire to escape from the effort of the problem formulating conversation. Problem. Men are often accused of wanting to fix things too early on in a discussion. This frustrates men who like to solve problems and to do it efficiently, and who are in fact called upon frequently by women for precisely that purpose. It might be easier for my male readers to understand why. Of some set of facts is to tell those audience members how such knowledge could change their behavior or influence the way they interpret the world, so that they will now be able to avoid some obstacles and progress more rapidly to some better goals. Comprehension, gauging that by the interest they are showing, the story he or she is telling conveys to the members of the audience not only what the facts are, but why they are relevant, why it is important to know certain things about which they are currently ignorant, to demonstrate the importance. Another conversational variant is the lecture. A lecture is somewhat surprisingly a conversation. The lecturer speaks, but the audience communicates with him or her non-verbally. A surprising amount of human interaction, much of the delivery of emotional information, for example, takes place in this manner through postural display and facial emotion, as we noted in our discussion of Freud. A good lecturer is not only delivering facts, which is perhaps the least important part of a lecture, but also telling stories about those facts, pitching them precisely to the level of the audiences. Expressions. Then, after a few phrases, rounding out some idea, he switches to another audience member and does the same thing. In this manner, he infers and reacts to the attitude of the entire group insofar as such a thing exists. A good lecturer is thus talking with a nod at or even to his or her listeners. To manage this, the lecturer needs to be closely attending to the audience's every move, gesture, and sound. Perversely, this cannot be done by watching the audience as such. A good lecturer speaks directly to and watches the response of single, identifiable people too, instead of doing something cliché, such as presenting a talk to an audience. Everything about that phrase is wrong. You don't present, you talk. There is no such thing as a talk, unless it has canned, and it shouldn't be. There is also no audience. There are individuals who need to be included in the conversation. A well-practiced and competent public speaker addresses a single, identifiable person, watches that individual nod, shake his head, frown, or look confused, and responds appropriately and directly to those gestures and appalling as long it was funny. Generally over-the-top comedic exchange around among people I grew up with in northern Alberta, and later among some Navy SEALs I met in California who were friends of an author I know who writes somewhat horrifying popular fiction. They were all perfectly happy to say anything, no matter how. Of mine once observed was to say anything that was either true or funny. As truth and humor are often close always, that combination worked fine. I think that this might be the intelligent blue-collar workers' conversation. I participated in many fine bouts of sarcasm, satire, insult, and there are still other conversations that work primarily as demonstrations of wit. These also have a dominance element, but the goal is to be the most entertaining speaker, which is an accomplishment that everyone participating will also enjoy. The purpose of these conversations is a witty friend. Withstand that level of, well, let us call it competitive humor. It was a test of character, which they passed with flying colors. I attended this writer's 40th birthday celebration not too long ago in Leh. He had invited one of the aforementioned SEALs. A few months beforehand, however, his wife had been diagnosed with a serious medical condition, necessitating brain surgery. He called up his SEAL friend, informed him of story recently to a group of newer acquaintances, and they were more shocked and appalled than amused. I tried to defend the joke as an indication of the ceaseless respect for the couple's ability to withstand and transcend tragedy, but I wasn't particularly successful. Nonetheless, I believe that he did intend exactly that respect, and I think he was terrifyingly witty. His joke was daring, anarchic to the point of recklessness, which is exactly the point where serious funny occurs. My friend and his wife recognized the compliment. They saw that their friend knew they were tough enough to the circumstances and indicated that the event might have to be cancelled. "You think you guys have a problem?" responded his friend. "I just bought non-refundable airline tickets to your party. It is not clear what percentage of the world's population would find that response amusing." I riddled someone down when you are only pretending to put them down. I found that such conversations occurred less and less frequently as I moved from university to university up the educational and social ladder. Maybe it wasn't a class thing, although I have my suspicions it was. Maybe it is just that I am older, or that the friends a person makes later in life. Those conversations are the most fun, and I miss them. You have to keep up, or risk severe humiliation. But there is nothing more rewarding than topping the last comedian's story, joke, insult, or curse. Only one rule really applies: do not be boring, although it is also very bad form to actually put. After adolescence, lack the insane competitive closeness and perverse playfulness of those early tribal bonds. When I went back up north to my hometown for my 50th birthday party, however, my old friends made me laugh so hard I had to duck into a different room several times to catch my breath. Conversation on the way of thought, and the best preparation for proper living. Genuine interest to the participants. Everyone participating is trying to solve a problem, instead of insisting on the a priori validity of their own positions. All are acting on the premise that they have something to learn. This kind of conversation constitutes active philosophy, the highest form. The final type of conversation, akin to listening, is a form of mutual exploration. It requires true reciprocity on the part of those listening and speaking. It allows all participants to express and organize their thoughts. A conversation of mutual exploration has a topic, generally complex, of exploration. By contrast, requires people who have decided that the unknown makes a better friend than the known. Must have inverted, at least temporarily, the typical human preference for order over chaos, and I don't mean the chaos typical of mindless antisocial rebellion. Other conversational types except for the listening type all attempt to buttress some existing order, the conversation of mutual. The people involved in such a conversation must be discussing ideas they genuinely use to structure their perceptions and guide their actions and words. They must be existentially involved with their philosophy, that is, they must be living it, not merely believing or understanding it. They also business, politics, or love. However, your current knowledge has neither made you perfect nor kept you safe, so it is insufficient, by definition radically, fatally insufficient. You already know what you know after all, and unless your life is perfect, what you know is not enough. You remain threatened by disease and self-deception and unhappiness and malevolence and betrayal and corruption and pain and limitation. You are subject to all these things in the final analysis because you are just too ignorant to protect yourself. If you just knew enough, you could be healthier and more honest. You would suffer less. You could recognize, resist, and even triumph over malevolence and evil. You would neither betray a friend nor deal falsely and deceitfully in You must accept this before you can converse philosophically, instead of convincing, oppressing, dominating, or even amusing. You must accept this before you can tolerate a conversation where the word that eternally mediates between order and chaos is operating, psychologically speaking. To have this, you merely and automatically repeat what you already believe, seeking its validation and insisting on its rightness. But if you are meditating as you converse, then you listen to the other person and say the new and original things that can rise from deep within of their own accord. Kind of conversation, it is necessary to respect the personal experience of your conversational partners. You must assume that they have reached careful, thoughtful, genuine conclusions, and perhaps they must have done the work that justifies this assumption. You must believe that if they shared their conclusions with you, you could bypass at least some of the pain of personally learning the same things, as learning from the experience of others can be quicker and much less dangerous. You must meditate too, instead of strategizing towards victory. If you fail or refuse to do so, then presuppositions die as you shed your skins and emerge renewed. How it has changed your presuppositions, how it has made you think of new questions. You tell the speaker these things directly, then they have the same effect on him. In this manner, you both move towards somewhere newer and broader and better. You both change as you let your old. It is as if you are listening to yourself during such a conversation, just as you are listening to the other person. You are describing how you are responding to the new information imparted by the speaker. You are reporting what that information has done to you, what new things it made appear within. A conversation such as this is one where it is the desire for truth itself on the part of both participants that is truly listening and speaking. That is why it is engaging, vital, interesting, and meaningful. That sense of meaning is a signal from the deep, ancient parts of your being. You are aware. Conversation like that puts you in the realm where souls connect, and that is a real place. It leaves you thinking, that was really worthwhile. We really got to know each other. The masks came off, and the searchers were revealed. Permit your stability to repair and improve its structure and expand its domain. There the constituent elements of your being can find their more elegant formation. A conversation like that places you in the same place that listening to great music places you, and for much the same reason. You should be with one foot in order and the other tentatively extended into chaos and the unknown. You are immersed in the two, following the great way of life. There you are stable enough to be secure, but flexible enough to transform. There you are allowing new information to inform you too. Highly of Socrates, who always sought the truth, she described him as the wisest living man, because he knew that what he knew was nothing. So, listen to yourself and to those with whom you are speaking. Your wisdom then consists not of the knowledge you already have, but the continual search for knowledge, which is the highest form of wisdom. It is for this reason that the priestess of the Delphic oracle in ancient Greece spoke most. Assume that the person you are listening to might know something you don't. 1. Here again I have disguised many of the details of this case to maintain the privacy of those involved while attempting to maintain the central meaning of the events. Yours and not behind cliches. 2. The strategy of speaking to individuals is not only vital to the delivery of any message, it is a useful antidote to fear of public speaking. No one wants to be stared at by hundreds of unfriendly, judgmental eyes. However, almost everybody can talk to just one attentive person. So, if you have to deliver a speech, another terrible phrase, then do that. Talk to the individuals in the audience and don't hide. not behind the podium, not with downcast eyes, not by speaking too quietly or mumbling, not by apologizing for your lack of brilliance or preparedness, not behind ideas that are not. Rule 11. Do not bother children when they are skateboarding. Danger and mastery. There was a time when kids skateboarded on the west side of Sydney Smith Hall at the University of Toronto, where I work. Sometimes I stood there and watched them. There are rough, wide, shallow concrete steps there, leading up from the street to the front entrance, accompanied by tubular iron handrails about 2.5 inches in diameter and 20 feet long. The crazy kids, almost always boys, would pull back about 15 yards from the top of the steps. Then they would place a foot on their boards and skate like mad to get up some speed. Just before they collided with the handrail, they would reach down, grab their board with a single hand and jump onto the top of the rail, board sliding their way down its length, propelling themselves off and landing sometimes gracefully still atop their boards, sometimes painfully off them. Either way, they were soon back at it. Equipment, but that would have ruined it. They weren't trying to be safe. They were trying to become competent, and it's competence that makes people as safe as they can truly be. Some might call that stupid. Maybe it was. But it was brave too. I thought those kids were amazing. I thought they deserved a pat on the back and some honest admiration. Of course it was dangerous. Danger was the point. They wanted to triumph over danger. They would have been safer and protective. I wouldn't dare do what those kids were doing. Not only that, I certainly couldn't climb a construction crane like a certain type of modern daredevil, evident on YouTube and of course people who work on construction cranes. I don't like heights, all the 25,000. Until the force of gravity makes it stall. Then it falls backwards, corkscrewing, until eventually it flips and noses straight down, after which you pull out of the dive. Or you don't do another hammerhead roll. But I can't skateboard, especially down handrails, and I can't climb cranes. Feet to which airliners ascend is so high that it doesn't bother me. I have flown several times in a carbon fiber stunt plane, even doing a hammerhead roll, and that was okay, although it is very physically and mentally demanding. To perform a hammerhead roll, you pilot the plane straight up vertically. Cats and the less adventurous children. Sydney Smith Hall faces another street on the east side. Along that street, named George, ironically enough, the university installed a series of rough, hard-edged concrete plant boxes sloping down to the roadway. The kids used to go out there, too, and board slide along the box edges as they did along the concrete surround of a sculpture adjacent to the building. That didn't last very long. Little steel brackets known as skate stoppers soon appeared every 2 or 3 feet along those edges. When I first saw them, I remembered something that happened in Toronto several years previously. 2 weeks before elementary school classes started throughout the city, all the playground equipment disappeared. The legislation governing such things had changed, and there was a panic about insurability. The playgrounds were hastily removed, even though they were sufficiently safe. Grandfathered with their insurability and often paid for, and quite recently, by parents. This meant no playgrounds at all for more than a year. During this time, I often saw bored but admirable kids charging around on the roof of our local school. It was that or scrounge about in the dirt with the make them dangerous again 165. Seek to minimize risk. They seek to optimize it. They drive and walk and love and play so that they achieve what they desire, but they push themselves a bit at the same time. 2. So they continue to develop. Thus, if things are made too safe, people, including children, start to figure out ways to. I say sufficiently safe about the demolished playgrounds because when playgrounds are made too safe, kids either stop playing in them or start playing in unintended ways. Kids need playgrounds dangerous enough to remain challenging. People, including children, who are people too, after all, Dante. When untrammeled and encouraged, we prefer to live on the edge. There, we can still be both confident in our experience and confronting the chaos that helps us develop. We're hardwired for that reason, to enjoy risk, some of us more than others. We feel invigorated and excited when we work to optimize our future performance while playing in the present. Otherwise, we lumber around, sloth-like, unconscious, unformed and careless, overprotected. We will fail when something dangerous, unexpected and full of opportunity suddenly makes its appearance, as it inevitably will. Institution work can't look of the kind that appears when builders and public officials do not like or trust the people they serve. The skate stoppers are unattractive. The surround of the nearby sculpture would have to have been badly damaged by diligent board sliders before it would look as mean as it does now, studded with metal like a pit bull's color. The large plant boxes have metal guards placed at irregular intervals across their tops, and this, in addition to the wear caused by the skateboarders, produces a dismal impression of poor design, resentment, and badly executed afterthoughts. It gives the area, which was supposed to be beautified by the sculpture and vegetation, a generic industrial prison mental. The sheer harsh ugliness of the solution makes alive the reasons for its implementation. Success and resentment. If you read the depth psychologists Freud and Jung, for example, as well as their precursor Friedrich Nietzsche, you learn that there is a dark side to everything. Freud delved deeply into the latent, implicit content of dreams, which were often aimed, in his opinion, at the expression of some improper wish. Jung believed that every act of social propriety was accompanied by its evil twin, its unconscious shadow. Nietzsche investigated the role played by what he termed resentment in motivating what were ostensibly selfless actions and, often, exhibited all too publicly. 166. Out of you for equality, your most secret ambitions to be tyrants thus shroud themselves in words of virtue. For that man be delivered from revenge, that is for me the bridge to the highest hope, and a rainbow after long storms. The tarantulas, of course, would have it otherwise. What justice means to us is precisely that the world be filled with the storms of our revenge as they speak to each other. We shall wreak vengeance and abuse on all whose equals we are not, thus do the tarantula hearts vow, and will to equality shall henceforth be the name for virtue, and against all that has power we want to raise our clamor. You preachers of equality, the tyrant many of impotence clamors thus. Appalling conditions faced by OK miners in the 1930s. 167. The incomparable English essayist George Orwell knew this sort of thing well. In 1937, he wrote The Road to Wigan Pier, which was in part a scathing attack on upper-class British socialists, this, despite being inclined towards socialism himself. In the first half of this book, Orwell portrays the said to me, "Several dentists have told me that in industrial districts a person over 30 with any of his or her own teeth is coming to be an abnormality. In Wigan, various people gave me their opinion that it is best to get shut of your teeth as early in life as possible. Teeth is just a misery," one woman. Comparable, perhaps, to climbing a smallish mountain before and after your day's work, stated Orwell. None of the time spent crawling was paid. A Wigan Pier coal miner had to walk. Crawl would be a better word given the height of the mine shafts, up to 3 miles underground in the dark, banging his head and scraping his back, just to get to his 7.5-hour shift of back-breaking work. After that he crawled back. It is a monster could keep his heart hardened through the accounts of the lives Orwell describes. Orwell wrote The Road to Wigan Pier for the Left Book Club, a socialist publishing group that released a select volume every month. After reading the first half of his book, which deals directly with the miner's personal circumstances, it is impossible not to feel sympathy for the working poor. Only, it is not long since conditions in the mines were worse than they are now. There are still living a few very old women who in their youth have worked underground, crawling on all fours and dragging tubs of coal. They used to go on doing this even when they were pregnant, trying to change someone else's behavior. In book's second half, however, Orwell turned his gaze to a different problem: the comparative unpopularity of socialism in the UK at the time. Despite the clear and painful iniquity observable everywhere, he concluded that the tweed-wearing, armchair philosophizing, victim-identifying front haven't changed much today. It is because of a Freud, Jung, Nietzsche and Orwell that I always wonder, what, then, do you stand against? Whenever I hear someone say, too loudly, I stand for this, the question seems particularly relevant if the same someone is complaining, criticizing, or pity and contempt dispensing. Social reformer types frequently did not like the poor, as they claimed. Instead, they just hated the rich. They disguised their resentment and jealousy with piety, sanctimony, and self-righteousness. Things in the unconscious are on the social justice dispensing leftist wrong places. It is, perhaps, a last resort option. Nonetheless, there are times when its application proves enlightening. I believe it was Jung who developed the most surgically wicked of psychoanalytic dicta. If you cannot understand why someone did something, look at the consequences and infer the motivation. This is a psychological scalpel. It is not always a suitable instrument. It can cut too deeply, or in the skateboarders from doing highly skilled, courageous, and dangerous things. I see the operation of an insidious and profoundly anti-human spirit. If the consequences of placing skate stoppers on plant boxes and sculpture bases, for example, is unhappy adolescent males and brutalist aesthetic disregard of beauty, then perhaps that was the aim. When someone claims to be acting from the highest principles for the good of others, there is no reason to assume that the person's motives are genuine. People motivated to make things better usually aren't concerned with changing other people, or if they are, they take responsibility for making the same changes to themselves and first, beneath the production of rules stopping them. More about Chris. Well, from my own experience, ending up in the Fairview I wrote about earlier, fights with native kids were a too common part of his experience. During those moves, it is no overstatement to point out that such kids were, on average, rougher than the white kids, or that they were touchier and they had their reasons. I knew this. My friend Chris, whom I wrote about earlier, was possessed by such a spirit to the serious detriment of his mental health. Part of what plagued him was guilt. He attended elementary and junior high school in a number of towns up in the frigid expanses of the northernmost Alberta prairie. Prior to cow, Bernie might have been a cow, but there was nothing wrong with his hearing. Peterson, he said, after school you're dead. In addition, small for my age, Rene was a big, smart, good-looking kid, and he was tough. We were in grade 6 together in a class taught by my father. Rene was caught chewing gum. Rene said my father, "Spit that gum out. You look like a cow." Ha ha, I laughed under my breath. Rene I had a rocky friendship with his kid Rene Hackon when I was in elementary school. It was rocky because the situation was complex. There was a large cultural divide between Rene and me. His clothes were dirtier. He was rougher in speech and attitude. I had skipped a grade in school and was. "Couldn't you work forever?" I yelled out that I was sorry, but he wasn't mollified. His pride was hurt, and he wanted me to pay. Earlier in the morning, Rene and I had arranged to see a movie that night at the local movie theater, The Gem. It looked like that was off. In any case, the rest of the day passed quickly and unpleasantly as it does when threat and pain lurk. Rene was more than capable of giving me a good pounding. After school, I took off for the bike stands outside the school as fast as I could, but Rene beat me there. We circled around the bikes, him on one side, me on the other. We were characters in a Keystone Cops short. As long as I kept circling, he couldn't catch me, but my strategy. Otherwise what happened next would not have happened. Rene stopped circling. Then he stared at me. Then he broke into tears. Then he ran off. That was native white relationships in a nutshell in our hard little town. We never did go to a movie together. I crouched down and hid behind some bikes, keeping an eye on Rene. "Rene," I yelled, "I am sorry I called you a cow. Let us quit fighting." He started to approach me again. I said, "Rene, I am sorry I said that. Really. And I still want to go to the movie with you. This wasn't just a tactic. I meant planet." He had read some books about Buddhism and felt that negation of his own being was ethically required in the light of the current world situation. He came to believe that the same applied to others. When my friend Chris got into it with native kids, he wouldn't fight back. He didn't feel that his self-defense was morally justified, so he took his beatings. "We took their land," he later wrote. "That was wrong. No wonder they're angry." Over time, step by step, Chris withdrew from the world. It was partly his guilt. He developed a deep hatred for masculinity and masculine activity. He saw going to school or working or finding a girlfriend as part of the same process that had led to the colonization of North America, the horrible nuclear stalemate of the Cold War, and the despoiling of the people who own these cars miserable. He told me that they were all part of the frenetic human activity that was ruining everything, and that they deserved whatever they got. I said that taking revenge on people who were just living normal lives was not going to help anything. When I was an undergraduate, Chris was for a while one of my roommates. One late night we went to a local bar. We walked home. Afterward, he started to snap the side view mirrors off parked cars one after the other. I said, "Quit that, Chris. What possible good is it going to do to make the..." Years later, when I was in graduate school in Montreal, Chris showed up for what was supposed to be a visit. He was aimless, however, and lost. He asked if I could help. He ended up moving in. I was married by then, living with my wife, Tammy, and our year-old daughter, Michaela. Chris had also desire. He smoked heavily and was unemployed. Unsurprisingly, therefore, he was not of much interest to women. That made him bitter. I tried to convince him that the path he had chosen was only going to lead to further ruin. He needed to develop some humility. He needed to get a life. Being friends with Tammy back in Fairview and held out hopes of more than friendship. That complicated the situation even more, but not precisely in the manner you might think. Chris started by hating men, but he ended by hating women. He wanted them, but he had rejected education and career. And one evening, it was Chris's turn to make dinner. When my wife came home, the apartment was filled with smoke. Hamburgers were burning furiously in the frying pan. Chris was on his hands and knees attempting to repair something that had come loose on the legs of the stove. My wife knew his tricks. The food, when she pointed out what he was doing, he played the victim, but he was deeply and dangerously furious. Part of him, and not the good part, was convinced that he was smarter than anyone else. It was a blow to his pride that she could see through his tricks. It was an ugly situation. She knew he was burning dinner on purpose. He resented having to make it. He resented the feminine role, even though the household duties were split in a reasonable manner, even though he knew that perfectly well. He was fixing the stove to provide a plausible, even creditable excuse for burning. Impossible. It was inexplicable. It was exactly appropriate. We were on the stage of an absurdist play. It was directed by God. Tammy left soon after with our daughter for a few days elsewhere. Tammy and I took a walk up towards a local park the next day. We needed to get away from the apartment. Although it was 35 below, bitterly, frigidly cold, humid and foggy. It was windy. It was hostile to life. Living with Chris was too much, Tammy said. We entered the park. The trees forked. It was warm. Then we saw another and another and another and another and another. There were squirrels all around us in the park, all partly hairless, tails and bodies alike, all wind-blown on their branches, all shaking and freezing in the deathly cold. No one else was around. It was their bare branches upward through the damp gray air. A black squirrel, tail hairless from mange, gripped a leafless branch, shivered violently, struggling to hold on against the wind. What was it doing out there in the cold? Squirrels are partial hibernators. They only come out in the winter when territory. Another happy couple. It was salt in his wounds. Near Christmas time, that same year, my younger brother and his new wife came out to visit from Western Canada. My brother also knew Chris. They all put on their winter clothes in preparation for a walk around downtown Montreal. Chris put on a long dark winter coat. He pulled a black toque, brimless knitted cap far down over his head. His coat was black, as were his pants and boots. He was very tall and thin, and somewhat stooped. Chris, I joked, you look like a serial killer. Oh bloody hell. The three came back from their walk. Chris was out of sorts. There were strangers in his. We had dinner pleasantly enough. We talked and ended the evening, but I couldn't sleep. Something wasn't right. It was in the air. At 4 in the morning, I had had enough. I crawled out of bed. I knocked quietly on Chris's door and went without waiting for an answer into his room. He was awake on last night. I couldn't sleep at all. Was something wrong? I told my brother that Chris wasn't doing so well. I didn't tell him that he was lucky to be alive, that we all were. The spirit of Cain had visited our house, but we were left unscathed. The bed staring at the ceiling as I knew he would be. I sat down beside him. I knew him very well. I talked him down from his murderous rage. Then I went back to bed and slept. The next morning my brother pulled me aside. He wanted to speak with me. We sat down. He said, what the hell was going? Social worker I knew, who also knew Chris, told me of her familiarity with that odor. Everyone at her workplace knew of it, although they only discussed it in hushed tones. They called it the smell of the unemployable. Maybe I picked up some change in scent that night when death hung in the air. Chris had a very bitter odor. He showered frequently, but the towels and the sheets picked up the smell. It was impossible to get them clean. It was the product of a psyche and a body that did not operate harmoniously. Soon after this, I finished my postdoctoral studies. Tammy and I moved away from Montreal to Boston. We had our second baby. Now and then, Chris and I talked on the phone. He came to visit once. It went well. He had found a job at an auto parts place. He was trying to make things better. He was okay. Fairview into the bush, he ran a hose from the exhaust pipe into the front cab. I can see him there, looking through the cracked windshield, smoking, waiting. They found his body a few weeks later. I called his dad. My beautiful boy, he sobbed. At that point, but it didn't last. I didn't see him in Boston again. Almost 10 years later, the night before Chris's 40th birthday, as it happened, he called me again. By this time, I had moved my family to Toronto. He had some news. A story he had written was going to be published in a collection put together by a small but legitimate press. He wanted to tell me that he wrote good short stories. I had read them all. We had discussed them at length. He was a good photographer, too. He had a good creative eye. The next day, Chris drove his old pickup, the same battered beast from. Recently, I was invited to give a TEDx talk at a nearby university. Another professor talked first. He had been invited to speak because of his work is genuinely fascinating. Technical work with computationally intelligent surfaces, like computer touchscreens, but capable of being placed everywhere. He spoke instead about the threat human beings pose to the survival of the planet. Like Chris, like far too many people, he had become anti-human to the core. He had not walked as far down that road as my friend, but the same dread spirit animated them both. Freedom provided by the very same factories. A couple of them said as much in the question period that followed. He stood in front of a screen displaying an endless slow pan of a blocks-long Chinese high-tech factory. Hundreds of white-suited workers stood like sterile, inhuman robots behind their assembly lines, soundlessly inserting piece A into slot B. He told the audience filled with bright young people of the decision he and his wife had made to limit their number of children to one. He told them it was something they should all consider if they wanted to regard themselves as ethical people. I felt that such a decision was properly considered, but only in his particular case, where less than one might have been even better. The many Chinese students in attendance sat stolidly through his moralizing. They thought, perhaps, of their parents' escape from the horrors of mass cultural revolution and its one-child policy. They thought, perhaps, of the vast improvement in living standard and would have the professor reconsidered his opinions if he knew where such ideas can lead. I would like to say yes, but I don't believe it. I think he could have known, but refused to. Worse, perhaps he knew, but didn't care, knew, and was headed there voluntarily in any case. Self-appointed judges of the human race. Nothing that has not even yesterday. It has not been long since the earth seemed infinitely larger than the people who inhabited it. It was only in the late 1800s that the brilliant biologist Thomas Huxley, 1825–95, staunch defender of Darwin and Aldous Huxley's grandfather, told the British Parliament that it was literally impossible for mankind to exhaust the oceans. Their power of generation was simply too great, as far as he could determine, compared to even the most assiduous human predations. It has been an even shorter 50 years since Rachel Carson's Silent Spring ignited the environmental movement. 168. 50 years, that is. Planet is harder on us than we are on it. We could cut ourselves some slack. Decades that can be counted on our fingers. Even at present, it is the rare and fortunate family that does not contain at least one member with a serious illness, and all will face that problem eventually. We do what we can to make the best of things in our vulnerability and fragility, and we've only just developed the conceptual tools and technologies that allow us to understand the web of life, however imperfectly. We deserve a bit of sympathy in consequence for the hypothetical outrage of our destructive behavior. Sometimes we don't know any better. Sometimes we do know better, but haven't yet formulated any practical alternatives. It is not as if life is easy for human beings. After all, even now, it is only a few decades ago that the majority of human beings were starving, diseased and illiterate. 169. Wealthy as we are increasingly everywhere, we still only live. Climbers are so brave it rattles the mind. The same goes for extreme mountain bikers, freestyle snowboarders, surfers of 50-foot waves, and skateboarders. Superhuman in the 50s, parkour, a sport derived from French military obstacle course training, is amazing, as is free running. I watch compilations of such performances with unabashed admiration. Some of the kids jump off 3-story buildings without injury. It is dangerous and amazing. Crane. Before writing this, I happened across 2 videos juxtaposed on YouTube. One showed the Olympic gold medal vault from 1956, the other, the Olympic silver medal vault from 2012. It didn't even look like the same sport or the same animal. What Michaela Maroney did in 2012 would have been considered. Human beings are, after all, seriously remarkable creatures. We have no peers, and it is not clear that we have any real limits. Things happen now that appeared humanly impossible even at the same time in the recent past when we began to wake up to our planet-sized responsibilities. A few weeks. Humanity itself. Messiah might follow through with his rigorous moral logic and eliminate himself as well. This is what mass murderers driven by near-infinite resentment typically do. Even their own being does not justify the existence of humanity. In fact, they kill themselves precisely to demonstrate the purity of their commitment to annihilation. No one in the modern world may without objection express the opinion that existence would be bettered by the absence of Jews, blacks, Muslims, or Englishmen. Why, then, is it virtuous to propose that the planet might be better off if there were fewer? The boys who shot up Columbine High School, whom we discussed earlier, had appointed themselves judges of the human race like the text professor, although much more extreme, like Chris, my doomed friend. For Eric Harris, the more literate of the 2 killers, human beings were failed and corrupt. People on it, I can't help but see a skeletal, grinning face, gleeful at the possibility of the apocalypse hiding not so very far behind such statements. And why does it so often seem to be the very people standing so visibly against prejudice who so often appear to feel obligated to denounce? Species. Once a presupposition such as that is accepted, its inner logic will inevitably manifest itself. If something is a plague, as David Attenborough has it, 170, or a cancer, as the Club of Rome claimed, 171, the person who eradicates it is a hero, veritable planetary savior, in this case, a real. Writing this, I received the latest edition of The Economist. The cover story, the weaker sex meaning males. In modern universities, women now make up more than 50% of the students in more than 2/3 of all disciplines. Beneficiaries of the patriarchy, their accomplishments are considered unknown. As possible adherents of rape culture, they're sexually suspect. Their ambitions make them plunderers of the planet. They're not welcome at the junior high, high school, and university level. They're falling behind. I have seen university students, particularly those in the humanities, suffer genuine declines in their mental health from being philosophically berated by such defenders of the planet for their existence as members of the human species. It is worse, I think, for young men, as privileged. Educationally, when my son was 14, we discussed his grades. He was doing very well, he said, matter-of-factly for a boy. I inquired further. Everyone knew, he said, that girls do better in school than boys. His intonation indicated surprise at my ignorance of something so self-evident. Well, boys are suffering in the modern world. They are more disobedient negatively or more independent positively than girls, and they suffer for this throughout their pre-university educational career. They are less agreeable, agreeableness being a personality trait associated with compassion, empathy. Scandinavian societies where gender equality has been pushed hardest, this is the opposite of what would be expected by those who insist ever more loudly that gender is a social construct. It isn't. This isn't a debate. The data are in 175. And avoidance of conflict and less susceptible to anxiety and depression 172, at least after both sexes hit puberty 173. Boys' interests tilt towards things, girls' interests tilt towards people 174. Strikingly, these differences, strongly influenced by biological factors, are most pronounced in the girl, aged 9, get into a fight, just for engaging. The boy is highly suspect. If he wins, he is pathetic. If he loses, well, his life might as well be over. Beat up by a girl. Boys like competition, and they don't like to obey, particularly when they are adolescents. During that time, they are driven to escape their families and establish their own independent existence. There is little difference between doing that and challenging authority. Schools which were set up much more reluctant to play girls' games. This is in part because it is admirable for a girl to win when competing with a boy. It is also okay for her to lose to a boy. For a boy to beat a girl, however, it is often not okay, and just as often, it is even less okay for him to lose. Imagine that a boy and in the late 1800s, precisely to inculcate obedience 176, do not take kindly to provocative and daring behavior, no matter how tough-minded and competent it might show a boy or a girl to be. Other factors play their role in the decline of boys. Girls will, for example, play boys' games, but boys are 1. Girls can win by winning in their own hierarchy by being good at what girls value as girls. They can add to this victory by winning in the boys' hierarchy. Boys, however, can only win by winning in the male hierarchy. They will lose status among girls and boys by being good at what girls value. It costs them in reputation among the boys and in attractiveness among the girls. Girls aren't attracted to boys who are their friends, even though they might like them, whatever that means. They are attracted to boys who win status contests with other boys. If you're a male, however, you just can't. 15 years. This is not good news for men. It might even be catastrophic news for men. But it is also not good news for women. Hammer a female as hard as you would a male. boys can't want to play truly competitive games with girls. It isn't clear how they can win, as the game turns into a girls' game. Therefore, the boys leave. Are the universities, particularly the humanities, about to become a girls' game? Is this what we skewed? 178, almost 80% of students majoring in the fields of healthcare, public administration, psychology, and education, which comprise 1/4 of all degrees, are female. The disparity is still rapidly increasing. At this rate, there will be very few men in most university disciplines, and the situation in the universities and in educational institutions in general is far more problematic than the basic statistics indicate. 177. If you eliminate the so-called STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics programs excluding psychology, the female-male ratio is even more. Career and marriage. People over 18 continued to decline, down from 3/4 in 1960 to half now 181. Finally, among never married adults aged 30 to 59, men are 3 times as likely as women to say they do not ever want to marry, 27 versus 8%. The women at female-dominated institutes of higher education are finding it increasingly difficult to arrange a dating relationship of even moderate duration. In consequence, they must settle, if inclined, for a hookup or sequential hookups. Perhaps this is a move forward in terms of sexual. That a successful marriage is one of the most important things in life rose from 28 to 37%, an increase of more than 30% too. The number of young men who said the same thing declined 15% over the same period, from 35 to 29%. 3. During that time, the proportion of married liberation, but I doubt it. I think it is terrible for the girls. 179. A stable, loving relationship is highly desirable for men as well as women. For women, however, it is often what is most wanted. From 1997 to 2012, according to the Pew Research Center, 180, the number of women aged 18 to 34 who decided, anyway, that career is more important than love and family, is working 80 hours a week at a high-end law firm truly worth the sacrifices required for that kind of success? And if it is worth it, why is it worth it? A minority of people, mostly men, who score low in the trait of agreeableness again, are hyper-competitive and want to win at any cost. A minority will find the work intrinsically fascinating, but most aren't, and most want, and money doesn't seem to improve people's lives once they have enough to avoid the bill collectors. Furthermore, most high-performing and high-earning females have high-performing and high-earning partners, and that matters more to women. The Pew data also indicates that a spouse with a desirable job is a high priority for almost 80% of never married but marriage-seeking women, but for less than 50% of men. Attorneys are plentiful. It also isn't because the law firms don't want the women to stay around and succeed. There is a chronic shortage of excellent people, regardless of sex, and law firms are desperate to retain them. When they hit their 30s, most of the top-rate female lawyers bail out of their high-pressure careers. 182. Only 15% of equity partners at the 200 biggest US law firms are women. 183. This figure hasn't changed much in the last 15 years, even though female associates and staff associate in New York would be happy to answer if you don't, and that's why the market defines the work. The women who leave want a job and a life that allows them some time. After law school and articling and the few first years of work, they develop other interests. This is common knowledge in the big firms, although it is not something that people are comfortable articulating in public. Men and we had talked at great length. I knew they knew that none of this was at all the problem. They had nannies and they could afford them. They had already outsourced all their domestic obligations and necessities. They understood as well and perfectly well that it was the market that defined success. Women alike. I recently watched a McGill University professor, female, lecture a room full of female law partners or near partners about how lack of childcare facilities and male definitions of success impeded their career progress and caused women to leave. I knew most of the women in the room, not the men they worked with. If you are earning $650 an hour in Toronto as a top lawyer, and your client in Japan phones you at 4 a.m. on a Sunday, you answer now. You answer now, even if you have just gone back to sleep after feeding the baby. You answer because some hyper-ambitious legal. The increasingly short supply of university-educated men poses a problem of increasing severity for women who want to marry, as well as date. First, women have a strong proclivity to marry across or up the economic dominance hierarchy. They prefer a partner of equal or greater status. This holds. Can't he help finding that amusing in a blackly ironic manner? The oppressive patriarchal institution of marriage has now become a luxury. Why would the rich tyrannize themselves? True, cross-culturally 184 the same does not hold, by the way, for men who are perfectly willing to marry across or down, as the Pew data indicate. Although they show a preference for somewhat younger mates. The recent trend towards the hollowing out of the middle class has also been increasing as resource-rich women tend more and more 185 to partner with resource-rich men. Because of this, and because of the decline in high-paying manufacturing jobs for men, 1 of 6 men of employable age is currently without work in the US. Marriage is now something increasingly reserved for the rich. In single-parent families are also twice as likely to commit suicide. 186. Women want an employed partner and, preferably, one of higher status. In no small part, it is because women become more vulnerable when they have children. They need someone competent to support mother and child when that becomes necessary. It is a perfectly rational compensatory act, although times is likely to be poor. That means their mothers are poor too. Fatherless children are at much greater risk for drug and alcohol abuse. Children living with married biological parents are less anxious, depressed, and delinquent than children living with one or more non-biological parent. Children. It may also have a biological basis. Why would a woman who decides to take responsibility for one or more infants want an adult to look after as well? So, the unemployed working man is an undesirable specimen and single motherhood an undesirable alternative. Children in father-absent homes are for domination and exclusion. 187. The strong turn towards political correctness in universities has exacerbated the problem. The voices shouting against oppression have become louder, it seems, in precise proportion to how equal, even now increasingly skewed against men, the schools have become. There are whole disciplines in universities forthrightly hostile towards men. These are the areas of study dominated by the postmodern neo-Marxist claim that Western culture, in particular, is an oppressive structure created by white men to dominate and exclude women, and other select groups successful only because of that. The patriarchy, help or hindrance. Subject to criticism. Of course, culture is an oppressive structure. It has always been that way. It has a fundamental, universal existential reality. The tyrannical king is a symbolic truth, an archetypal constant. What we inherit from the past is willfully blind and out of date. It has a ghost, a machine, and a monster. It must be rescued, repaired, and kept at bay by the attention and effort of the living. It crushes as it hammers us into socially acceptable shape, and it wastes great potential, but it offers great gain, too. Every word we speak is a gift from our ancestors. Every thought we think was thought previously by someone smarter. The highly functional infrastructure that surrounds us, particularly in the West, is a gift from our ancestors. The comparatively uncorrupt political and economic systems, the technology, the wealth, the lifespan, the freedom, the luxury, and the opportunity. Culture takes with one hand, but in some fortunate places it gives more with the other. To think about culture only as oppressive is ignorant and ungrateful, as well as dangerous. This is not to say, as I am hoping the content of this book has made abundantly clear so far, that culture should not be complex. Sophisticated culture allows for many games and many successful players, and that a well-structured culture allows the individuals that compose it to play and to win in many different fashions. Consider this as well in regard to oppression. Any hierarchy creates winners and losers. The winners are, of course, more likely to justify the hierarchy and the losers to criticize it. But the collective pursuit of any valued goal produces a hierarchy, as some will be better and some worse at. For that involvement is the inevitable creation of hierarchies of success, while the inevitable consequence is difference in outcome. Absolute equality would therefore require the sacrifice of value itself, and then there would be nothing worth living for. We might instead note with gratitude that pursuit not matter what it is, and it is the pursuit of goals that in large part lends life its sustaining meaning. We experience almost all the emotions that make life deep and engaging as a consequence of moving successfully towards something deeply desired and valued. The price we pay that humanity could propagate itself and strive forward contributed their fair share. European culture has only been dominant, to the degree that it is dominant at all, for about 400 years. On the time scale of cultural evolution, which is to be measured at minimum in thousands of years, such a time span barely registers. Furthermore, even if women contributed nothing substantial to art, literature, and the sciences prior to the 1960s and the feminist revolution, which is not something I believe, then the role they played raising children and working on the farms was still instrumental in raising boys and freeing up men. A very few meant so. It is also perverse to consider culture the creation of men. Culture is symbolically, archetypally, mythically male. That is partly why the idea of the patriarchy is so easily swallowed. But it is certainly the creation of humankind, not the creation of men, let alone white men, who nonetheless, and women that characterized most societies prior to the recent technological revolutions, including the invention of the birth control pill. At least such things might be taken into account before the assumption that men tyrannized women is accepted as a truism. Less physical strength, in addition to the filth, misery, disease, starvation, cruelty and ignorance that characterized the lives of both sexes back before the 20th century, when even people in the Western world typically existed on less than $1 a day in today's money. Women also had to put up with the serious practical inconvenience of menstruation, the high probability of unwanted pregnancy, the chance of death or serious damage during childbirth, and the burden of too many young children. Perhaps that is sufficient reason for the different legal and practical treatment of men. Here is an alternative theory. Throughout history, men and women both struggled terribly for freedom from the overwhelming horrors of privation and necessity. Women were often at a disadvantage during that struggle, as they had all the vulnerabilities of men, with the extra reproductive burden, and the world. I am unwilling to consider personal gain Muruganantham's primary motivation. Is he part of the patriarchy? It looks to me like the so-called oppression of the patriarchy was instead an imperfect collective attempt by men and women, stretching over millennia, to free each other from privation, disease, and drudgery. The recent case of Arunachalam Muruganantham provides a salutary example. This man, the Tampon King of India, became unhappy because his wife had to use dirty rags during her menstrual period. She told him it was either expensive sanitary napkins or milk for the family. He spent the next 14 years in a state of insanity, by his neighbor's judgment, trying to rectify the problem. Even his wife and his mother abandoned him, briefly, terrified as they became of his obsession. When he ran out of female volunteers to test his product, he took to wearing a bladder of pig's blood as a replacement. I can't see how this behavior would have improved his popularity or status. Now his low-cost and locally made napkins are distributed across India, manufactured by woman-run self-help groups. His users have been provided with freedom they never previously experienced. In 2014, this high school dropout was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people in youth. Delivered her 7th baby under its influence. Remarkably soon afterward, the option of painless childbirth was available everywhere. A few people warned of the danger of opposing God's pronouncement to women in Genesis 3:16. I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. Some also opposed its use among males. Young, healthy, courageous men simply did not need anesthesia. Such opposition was ineffectual. Use of anesthesia spread with extreme rapidity and far faster than would be possible today. Even prominent churchmen supported it. In 1847, James Young Simpson used ether to help a woman who had a deformed pelvis give birth. Afterwards, he switched to the better-performing chloroform. The first baby delivered under its influence was named anesthesia. By 1853, chloroform was esteemed enough to be used by Queen Victoria, who sanitary napkins of the 1970s. Did Muruganantham, Simpson, and Haas oppress women, or free them? What about Gregory Goodwin Pincus, who invented the birth control pill? In what manner were these practical, enlightened, persistent men part of a constricting patriarchy? The first practical tampon, CMt&x, didn't arrive until the 1930s. It was invented by Earl Cleveland Haas. He made it of compressed cotton and designed an applicator from paper tubes. This helped lessen resistance to the products by those who objected to the self-touching that might otherwise occur. By the early 1940s, 25% of women were using them. 30 years later, it was 70%. Now it is 4 out of 5 with the remainder relying on pads, which are now hyperabsorbent and held in place by effective adhesives opposed to the awkwardly placed, bulky, belted taper-like. University education should above all foster political engagement of a particular kind. University, for example, encourages activism as part of their mandate. The Gender Studies Department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, teaches feminist, anti-racist, and queer theories and methods that center activism for social change, indicating support for the supposition that activity is inherently destructive. They also often directly promote radical political action, radical by all the norms of the societies within which they are situated, which they do not distinguish from education. The Pauline Jewett Institute of Women's and Gender Studies at Ottawa's Carleton. We teach our young people that our incredible culture is the result of male oppression. Blinded by this central assumption, disciplines as diverse as education, social work, art history, gender studies, literature, sociology, and, increasingly, law actively treat men as oppressors and men as postmodernism and the long arm of Marx. Understanding and hoped to emancipate humanity from its enslavement. Horkheimer and his Frankfurt School of Associated Thinkers, first in Germany and later in the East, aimed at a full-scale critique and transformation of Western civilization. Marxist, he believed that Western principles of individual freedom or the free market were merely masks that served to disguise the true conditions of the West: inequality, domination, and exploitation. He believed that intellectual activity should be devoted to social change instead of mere. These disciplines draw their philosophy from multiple sources. All are heavily influenced by the Marxist humanists. One such figure is Max Horkheimer, who developed critical theory in the 1930s. Any brief summary of his ideas is bound to be oversimplified, but Horkheimer regarded himself as a societies lived the life of the lie, betraying their families, informing on their neighbors, existing in misery, without complaint or else. People died. Hundreds of millions more were subject to oppression, revealing that still operative in North Korea, the last classic communist holdout. The resulting economic systems were corrupt and unsustainable. The world entered a prolonged and extremely dangerous Cold War. The citizens of those culture the oppression of the poor by the rich. When Marxism was put into practice in the Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, Cambodia, and elsewhere, economic resources were brutally redistributed. Private property was eliminated, and rural people forcibly collectivized. The result, tens of millions of. More important in recent years has been the work of French philosopher Jacques Derrida, leader of the postmodernists, who came into vogue in the late 1970s. Derrida described his own ideas as a radicalized form of Marxism. Marx attempted to reduce history and society to economics, considering a quarter of the Cambodian population were worked to death in the countryside, in the killing fields. The work done by non-farmers in Cambodia's cities was unproductive. Bankers, bureaucrats, and businessmen added nothing to society. Instead, they parasitized the genuine value produced through agriculture, small industry, and craft. Sampana's ideas were favorably looked upon by the French. Marxist ideas were very attractive to intellectual utopians. One of the primary architects of the horrors of the Khmer Rouge, Q. Samphan, received a doctorate at the Sorbonne before he became the nominal head of Cambodia in the mid-1970s. In his doctoral thesis, written in 1959, he argued that intellectuals who granted him his Ph.D. Back in Cambodia, he was provided with the opportunity to put his theories into practice. The Khmer Rouge evacuated Cambodia's cities, drove all the inhabitants into the countryside, closed the banks, banned the use of currency, and destroyed all the markets. Lest we forget, ideas have consequences. When the Communists established the Soviet Union after the First World War, people could be forgiven for hoping that the utopian collectivist dreams their new leaders purveyed were possible. The decayed social order of the late 19th century produced the trenches and mass slaughters of the out in 1936. They were fighting against the essentially fascist nationalists who had overthrown the fragile democracy established only 5 years previously, and who found support with the Nazis and Italian fascists. Great War. The gap between rich and poor was extreme, and most people slaved away in conditions worse than those later described by Orwell. Although the West received word of the horror perpetrated by Lenin after the Russian Revolution, it remained difficult to evaluate his actions from afar. Russia was in post-monarchical chaos, and the news of widespread industrial development and redistribution of property to those who had so recently been serfs provided reason for hope. To complicate things further, the USSR and Mexico supported the Democratic Republicans when the Spanish Civil War broke. Journalist and was a supporter of the Republicans. Politically concerned young Americans, Canadians, and Brits felt a moral obligation to stop talking and start fighting. The intelligentsia in America, Great Britain, and elsewhere were severely frustrated by their home country's neutrality. Thousands of foreigners streamed into Spain to fight for the Republicans, serving in the international brigades. George Orwell was one of them. Ernest Hemingway served there as the hands of their most jealous, resentful, and unproductive neighbors who used the high ideals of communist collectivization to mask their murderous intent. All of this drew attention away from concurrent events in the Soviet Union. In the 1930s, during the Great Depression, the Stalinist Soviets sent 2 million kulaks, their richest peasants, to Siberia, those with a small number of cows, a couple of hired hands, or a few acres more than was typical. From the communist viewpoint, these kulaks had gathered their wealth by plundering those around them, and deserved their fate. Wealth signified oppression, and private property was theft. It was time for some equity. More than 30,000 kulaks were shot on the spot. Many more met their fate at them upon arrival on the desert taiga. Many died, particularly children, from typhoid, measles, and scarlet fever. The kulaks were enemies of the people, apes, scum, vermin, filth, and swine. We will make soap out of the kulak, claimed one particularly brutal cadre of city dwellers mobilized by party and Soviet executive committees and sent out into the countryside. The kulaks were driven naked into the streets, beaten, and forced to dig their own graves. The women were raped. Their belongings were expropriated, which in practice meant that their houses were stripped down to the rafters and ceiling beams, and everything was stolen. In many places, the non-kulak peasants resisted, particularly the women who took to surrounding the persecuted families with their bodies. Such resistance proved futile. The kulaks who didn't die were exiled to Siberia, often in the middle of the night. The trains started in February. In the bitter Russian cold, housing of the most substandard kind awaited. Act declared posters of the Soviet regime. The parasitical kulaks were, in general, the most skillful and hardworking farmers. A small minority of people are responsible for most of the production in any field, and farming proved no different. Agricultural output crashed. What little remained was taken by force out of the countryside and into the cities. Rural people who went out into the fields after the harvest to glean single grains of wheat for their hungry families risked execution. 6 million people died of starvation in the Ukraine, the breadbasket of the Soviet Union, in the 1930s. To eat your own children is a barbarian. Farm, a fable satirizing the Soviet Union in 1945. Despite encountering serious resistance to the book's release, many who should have known better retained their blindness for long after this. Nowhere was this truer than France, and nowhere truer in France than among the intellectuals. Despite more than mere rumors of such atrocities, attitudes towards communism remained consistently positive among many Western intellectuals. There were other things to worry about, and the Second World War only the Soviet Union with the Western countries opposing Hitler, Mussolini, and Hirohito. Certain watchful eyes remained open nonetheless. Malcolm Muggeridge published a series of articles describing Soviet demolition of the peasantry as early as 1933 for the Manchester Guardian. George Orwell understood what was going on under Stalin, and he made it widely known. He published Animal. The Soviets violently suppressed the Czechoslovakians during the Prague Spring. France's most famous mid-century philosopher, Jean-Paul Sartre, was a well-known communist, although not a card-carrier, until he denounced the Soviet incursion into Hungary in 1956. He remained an advocate for Marxism, nonetheless, and did not finally break with the Soviet Union until 1968, when not long after came the publication of Alexander Solzhenitsyn's The Gulag Archipelago, which we have discussed rather extensively in previous chapters. As noted, and is worth noting again, this book utterly demolished communism as moral credibility first in the West and then in the Soviet system itself. It circulated in underground Samizdat format. Russians had 24 hours to read their rare copy before handing it to the next waiting mind. A Russian-language reading was broadcast into the Soviet Union by Radio Liberty. These were not aberrations but direct expressions of the underlying communist philosophy. No one could stand up for communism after the Gulag Archipelago, not even the communists themselves. Individual and public, its sins could not be blamed on a simple cult of personality, as its supporters continued to claim. Solzhenitsyn documented the Soviet Union's extensive mistreatment of political prisoners, its corrupt legal system, and its mass murders, and showed in painstaking detail how Solzhenitsyn argued that the Soviet system could have never survived without tyranny and slave labor, that the seeds of its worst excesses were definitively sowed in the time of Lenin, for whom the Western communists still served as apologists, and that it was propped up by endless lies, both powerful money, and continued on his merry way. Such linguistic sleight of hand gave all the barely repentant Marxists still inhabiting the intellectual pinnacles of the West the means to retain their worldview. Society was no longer repression of the poor by the rich. It was oppression of everyone by the. This did not mean that the fascination Marxist ideas had for intellectuals, particularly French intellectuals, disappeared. It merely transformed. Some refused outright to learn. Sartre denounced Solzhenitsyn as a dangerous element. Derrida, more subtle, substituted the idea of power for the idea of sexuality is amorphous. Science only benefits the scientists. Politics only benefits the politicians. In Derrida's view, hierarchies exist because they gain from oppressing those who are omitted. It is this ill-gotten gain that allows them to flourish into the very categories we use to pragmatically simplify and negotiate the world. There are women only because men gain by excluding them. There are males and females only because members of that more heterogeneous group benefit by excluding the tiny minority of people whose biological, according to Derrida, hierarchical structures emerged only to include the beneficiaries of that structure and to exclude everyone else who were therefore oppressed. Even that claim wasn't sufficiently radical. Derrida claimed that divisiveness and oppression were built right into language built. Read the statement as saying anything other than everything is interpretation, and that is how Derrida's work has generally been interpreted. Derrida famously said, although he denied it later, "Il n'y a pas de hors text," often translated as "there is nothing outside the text." His supporters say that is a mistranslation, and that the English equivalent should have been "there is no outside a text." It remains difficult, either way, to and women, despite the existence of an overwhelming, multidisciplinary scientific literature indicating that sex differences are powerfully influenced by biological factors. Science is just another game of power for Derrida and his postmodern Marxist acolytes, making claims to benefit those at the pinnacle of the scientific world. There are no facts. Hierarchical position and reputation as a consequence of skill and competence. All definitions of skill and of competence are merely made up by those who benefit from them, to exclude others and to benefit personally and selfishly. It is almost impossible to overestimate the nihilistic and destructive nature of this philosophy. It puts the act of categorization itself in doubt. It negates the idea that distinctions might be drawn between things for any reasons other than that of raw power. Biological distinctions between men. There is sufficient truth to Derrida's claims to account in part for their insidious nature. Power is a fundamental motivational force, not that people compete to rise to the top, and they care where they are in dominance hierarchies. But, and this is where you separate the metaphorical boys from the men, philosophically, the fact that power plays a role in human motivation does not mean that it plays the only role, or even the primary role. Likewise, the fact that we can never know everything does make all our observations and utterances dependent on taking some things into account and leaving other things out, as we discussed extensively in Rule 10. That does not justify the claim that everything is interpretation, or that categorization is just exclusion. Beware of single cause interpretations and beware the people who purvey them. Problems, but a seriously bounded number of viable solutions. Otherwise life would be easy, and it is not. Although the facts cannot speak for themselves, just as an expanse of land spread out before a voyager cannot tell him how to journey through it, and although there are myriad ways to interact with, even to perceive even, a small number of objects, that does not mean that all interpretations are emerge as we are socialized into cooperating and competing peacefully and productively with others. Still more interpretations emerge as we discard counterproductive strategies through learning. An endless number of interpretations, certainly that is not different than saying an endless number of equally valid. Some hurt yourself and others. Others put you on a collision course with society. Some are not sustainable across time. Others do not get you where you want to go. Many of these constraints are built into us as a consequence of billions of years of evolutionary processes. Others. Comparisons very difficult, but it certainly is the case that forced redistribution, in the name of utopian equality, is a cure to shame the disease. Now, I have some beliefs that might be regarded as left-leaning. I think, for example, that the tendency for valuable goods to distribute themselves with pronounced inequality constitutes an ever-present threat to the stability of society. I think there is good evidence for that. That does not mean that the solution to the problem is self-evident. We don't know how to redistribute wealth without introducing a whole host of other problems. Different Western societies have tried different approaches. The Swedes, for example, push equality to its limit. The US takes the opposite tack, assuming that the net wealth creation of a more free-for-all capitalism constitutes the rising tide that lifts all boats. The results of these experiments are not all in, and countries differ very much in relevant ways. Differences in history, geographic area, population size, and ethnic diversity make direct progressives across North America would be deafening. Perfect right to their opinions and actions if they remain lawful, but they have no reasonable claim to public funding. If radical right-wingers were receiving state funding for political operations disguised as university courses, as the radical left-wingers clearly are, the uproar from, I think, as well on what might be considered the leftish side, that the incremental remake of university administrations into analog use of private corporations is a mistake. I think that the science of management is a pseudo-discipline. I believe that government can, sometimes, be a force for good as well as the necessary arbiter of a small set of necessary rules. Nonetheless, I do not understand why our society is providing public funding to institutions and educators whose stated conscious and explicit aim is the demolition of the culture that supports them. Such people have exist for many reasons, some arguably valid, some not, and are incredibly ancient, evolutionarily speaking. Do male crustaceans oppress female crustaceans? Should their hierarchies be upended? Society is pathologically patriarchal, that the prime lesson of history is that men, rather than nature, were the primary source of the oppression of women rather than, as in most cases, their partners and supporters, that all hierarchies are based on power and aimed at exclusion. Hierarchies. There are other serious problems lurking in the radical disciplines apart from the falseness of their theories and methods, and their insistence that collective political activism is morally obligatory. There isn't a shred of hard evidence to support any of their central claims that Western nature of men and women are the nature of hierarchy, intelligence and creativity, so that exception is appropriate and understandable. The predictive power of these traits, mathematically and economically speaking, is exceptionally high, among the highest in terms of power of anything ever actually measured at the harder ends of the social sciences. Ability or IQ tests and conscientiousness, a trait characterized by industriousness and orderliness. 188. There are exceptions. Entrepreneurs and artists are higher in openness to experience. 189. Another cardinal personality trait than in conscientiousness, but openness is associated with verbal brain cancer is equity-minded enough to refuse the service of the surgeon with the best education, the best reputation, and, perhaps, the highest earnings. Furthermore, the most valid personality trait predictors of long-term success in Western countries are intelligence as measured with cognitive effective disciplines than their cynical critics appreciate. Thus, not only is the state supporting one-sided radicalism, it is also supporting indoctrination. We do not teach our children that the world is flat. Neither should we teach them unsupported ideologically predicated theories about a good battery of personality cognitive tests can increase the probability of employing someone more competent than average from 50-50 to 85-15. These are the facts, as well supported as anything in the social sciences, and this is saying more than you might think, as the social sciences are more. In societies that are well functioning, not in comparison to a hypothetical utopia, but contrasted with other existing or historical cultures, competence, not power, is a prime determiner of status. Competence, ability, skill, not power. This is obvious both anecdotally and factually. No one with It is not unreasonable to note, if the deconstructionists would leave it at that science can be biased by the interests of power, and to warn against later to point out that evidence is too often what powerful people, including scientists, decide it is. After all, scientists are people too. Attractive under such circumstances, just as its employment in the service of that opinion is all too certain. The insane and incomprehensible postmodern insistence that all gender differences are socially constructed, for example, becomes all too understandable when its moral imperative is versa. The fact that both of these cannot logically be true simultaneously is just ignored or rationalized away with another appalling postmodern claim that logic itself, along with the techniques of science, is merely part of the oppressive patriarchal system. Grasped when its justification for force is once and for all understood, society must be altered or bias eliminated until all outcomes are equitable. But the bedrock of the social constructionist position is the wish for the latter, not belief in the justice of the former. Since all outcome and people like power, just like lobsters like power, just like deconstructionists like to be known for their ideas and strive rightly to sit atop their academic hierarchies. But that doesn't mean that science or even deconstructionism is only about power. Why believe such a thing? Why insist upon? Ideology can be camouflage. The fact that such statements lead immediately to internal inconsistencies within the ideology is never addressed. Gender is constructed, but an individual who desires gender reassignment surgery is to be unarguably considered a man trapped in a woman's body or vice. Perhaps it is this: if only power exists, then the use of power becomes fully justifiable. There is no bounding such use by evidence, method, logic, or even the necessity for coherence. There is no bounding by anything outside the text. That leaves opinion and force, and the use of force is all. Inequalities must be eliminated, inequality being the heart of all evil. Then all gender differences must be regarded as socially constructed. Otherwise the drive for equality would be too radical, and the doctrine too blatantly propagandistic. Thus, the order of logic is reversed, so that the parameters of race, at what level of resolution, what racial categories are real. It is also the case, of course, that all outcomes cannot be equalized. First, outcomes must be measured. Comparing the salaries of people who occupy the same position is relatively straightforward, although complicated significantly by such things as date of hire, given the difference in demand for practicality. For one simple reason: who decides what work is equal? It is not possible. That is why the marketplace exists. Worse is the problem of group comparison. Women should make as much as men. Okay. Black women should make as much as white women. Okay. Should salary then be adjusted for all workers, for example, at different time periods? But there are other dimensions of comparison that are arguably equally relevant, such as tenure, promotion rate, and social influence. The introduction of the equal pay for equal work argument immediately complicates even salary comparison beyond. American Indian therefore stand as a canonical category. Osage tribal members have a yearly average income of 30, while Tono Odamas make 11. Are they equally oppressed? What about disabilities? Disabled people should make as much as non-disabled people. Okay, on the surface, that is a noble individual. That sentence should be written in capital letters. Every person is unique and not just in a trivial manner. Importantly, significantly, meaningfully unique. Group membership cannot capture that variability. Period. Compassionate, fair claim. But who is disabled? Is someone living with a parent with Alzheimer's disabled? If not, why not? What about someone with a lower IQ, someone less attractive, someone overweight? Some people clearly move through life markedly overburdened with problems that are beyond their control. But it is a rare person indeed who isn't suffering from at least one serious catastrophe at any given time, particularly if you include their family in the equation. And why shouldn't you? Here's the fundamental problem. Group identity can be fractionated right down to the level of the U.S. National Institute of Health. To take a single bureaucratic example, recognizes American Indian or Alaskan Native, Asian, Black, Hispanic, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, and white. But there are more than 500 separate American Indian tribes. By what possible logic should in wealth or differential education to produce a more extreme transformation? None of this complexity is ever discussed by the postmodern Marxist thinkers. Instead, their ideological approach fixes a point of truth like the North Star and forces everything to rotate around it. The claim that all gender differences are a consequence of socialization is neither provable nor 1. Standard deviation increase in IQ, roughly the difference between the average high school student and the average state college student, at the cost of a 3 standard deviation increase in wealth, 191. What this means, approximately, is that two identical twins separated at birth will differ. Disprovable in some sense, because culture can be brought to bear with such force on groups or individuals that virtually any outcome is attainable if we are willing to bear the cost. We know, for example, from studies of adopted out identical twins 190 that culture can produce a 15-point war in IQ by 15 points if the first twin is raised in a family that is poorer than 85% of families and the second is raised in a family richer than 95% of families. Something similar has recently been demonstrated with education rather than wealth. 192. We don't know what it would cost. Things are often pushed past any reasonable limit before they are discontinued. Mao's murderous cultural revolution should have taught us that. What such studies imply is that we could probably minimize the innate differences between boys and girls if we were willing to exert enough pressure. This would in no way ensure that we were freeing people of either gender to make their own choices. But choice has no place in the ideological picture. If men and women act voluntarily to produce gender unequal outcomes, those very choices must have been determined by cultural bias. In consequence, everyone is a brainwashed victim wherever gender differences exist, and the rigorous critical theoretician is morally obligated to set them straight. This means that those already equity-minded Scandinavian males who aren't much into nursing require even more retraining. The same goes in principle for Scandinavian females who aren't much into engineering. 193. What might such retraining look like? Where might its limits lie? Such boys into girls. Thinkers' aggression will only be reduced when male adolescents and young adults subscribe to the same standards of behavior as have been traditionally encouraged for women. 194. It has become a tenet of a certain kind of social constructionist theory that the world would be much improved if boys were socialized like girls. Those who put forward such theories assume, first, that aggression is a learned behavior and can therefore simply not be taught, and second, to take a particular example that boys should be socialized the way girls have been traditionally socialized, and they should be encouraged to develop socially positive qualities such as tenderness, sensitivity to feelings, nurturance, cooperative and aesthetic appreciation. In the opinions of such, is a consequence of activity in extremely fundamental, basic brain areas. If the brain is a tree, then aggression, along with hunger, thirst, and sexual desire, is there in the very trunk. There are so many things wrong with this idea that it is difficult to know where to start. First, it is not the case that aggression is merely learned. Aggression is there at the beginning. There are ancient biological circuits, so to speak, that underlie defensive and predatory aggression. 195. They are so fundamental that they still operate in what are known as decorticate cats, animals that have had the largest and most recently evolved parts of their brain, an overwhelmingly large percentage of the total structure entirely removed. This suggests not only that aggression is innate, but that at minimum, it is necessary for self-protection. To act like little girls instead, they are taught or otherwise learn in early childhood to integrate their aggressive tendencies into more sophisticated behavioral routines. Aggression underlies the drive to be outstanding, to be unstoppable, to compete, to win, to be actively virtuous at least. Peers, they lack further socialization opportunities and tend towards outcast status. These are the individuals who remain much more inclined toward antisocial and criminal behavior when adolescent and adult. But this does not at all mean that the aggressive drive lacks either utility or value. Along one dimension, determination is its admirable, pro-social face. Aggressive young children who don't manage to render their temperaments sophisticated by the end of infancy are doomed to unpopularity, as their primordial antagonism no longer serves them socially at later ages, rejected by their. And in keeping with this, it appears that a subset of 2-year-old boys, about 5%, are quite aggressive by temperament. They take other kids' toys, kick, bite, and hit. Most are nonetheless socialized effectively by the age of 4. 196. This is not, however, because they have been encouraged. Compassion as a vice. Of ensuring reciprocity for their thoughtful actions. When this does not happen, they don't speak up. They do not or cannot straightforwardly demand recognition. The dark side of their characters emerges because of their subjugation, and they become resentful. Many of the female clients, perhaps even a majority, that I see in my clinical practice have trouble in their jobs and family lives not because they are too aggressive, but because they are not aggressive enough. Cognitive behavioral therapists call the treatment of such people, generally, distressed children. They tend to be naive. They assume that cooperation should be the basis of all social transactions, and they avoid conflict, which means they avoid confronting problems in their relationships as well as at work. They continually sacrifice for others. This may sound virtuous, and it is definitely an attitude that has certain social advantages, but it can and often does become counterproductively one-sided. Because two agreeable people bend over backwards for other people, they do not stand up properly for themselves. Assuming that others think as they do, they expect instead. Characterized by the more feminine traits of agreeableness, politeness, and compassion, and neuroticism, anxiety, and emotional pain, Assertiveness training 197. Insufficiently aggressive women and men, all the more rarely do too much for others. They tend to treat those around them as if they were. You will gain your target's attention and, perhaps, their respect. This is genuine conflict, however, and it is neither pleasant nor easy. And grow up. If you're resentful, look for the reasons. Perhaps discuss the issue with someone you trust. Are you feeling hard done by in an immature manner? If, after some honest consideration, you don't think it as that, perhaps someone is taking advantage of you, this means that you now face at least 3, so they can't easily weasel out of your accusations. It might mean failing to concede when they offer you their counterarguments. People rarely have more than 4 at hand. If you remain unmoved, they get angry or cry or run away. It is very useful to attend to tears and such. I teach excessively agreeable people to note the emergence of such resentment, which is a very important, although very toxic, emotion. There are only 2 major reasons for resentment: being taken advantage of or allowing yourself to be taken advantage of, or when refusal to adopt responsibility. Situations. They can be used to motivate guilt on the part of the accuser due, theoretically, to having caused hurt feelings and pain, but tears are often shed in anger. A red face is a good cue. If you can push your point past the first 4 responses and stand fast against the consequent emotion. Moral obligation to speak up for yourself. This might mean confronting your boss, or your husband, or your wife, or your child, or your parents. It might mean gathering some evidence strategically so that when you confront that person, you can give them several examples of their misbehavior instead of just a problem. Likely no wiser than you, especially about you. Tell them directly what would be preferable instead after you have sorted it out. Make your request as small and reasonable as possible, but ensure that its fulfillment would satisfy you. In that manner, you come to the discussion with a solution. They would know what to do. That is the voice of resentment. Assume ignorance before malevolence. No one has a direct pipeline to your wants and needs, not even you. If you try to determine exactly what you want, you might find that it is more difficult than you think. The person oppressing you is. You must also know clearly what you want out of the situation, and be prepared to clearly articulate your desire. It is a good idea to tell the person you are confronting exactly what you would like them to do instead of what they have done or currently are doing. You might think, if they loved me. 1. Type of criminal. Them of their independence. The danger associated with this can be amplified by high trait neuroticism. Agreeable people will go along with whoever makes a suggestion, instead of insisting, at least sometimes, on their own way. So, they lose their way, and become indecisive and too easily swayed. If they are in addition easily frightened and hurt, they have even less reason to strike out on their own, as doing so exposes them to threat and danger, at least in the short term. That is the pathway to dependent personality disorder. Technically speaking, 198, it might be regarded as the polar. Agreeable, compassionate, empathic, conflict-averse people. All those traits group together. Let people walk on them, and they get bitter. They sacrifice themselves for others, sometimes excessively, and cannot comprehend why that is not reciprocated. Agreeable people are compliant, and this robs. Opposite of antisocial personality disorder, the set of traits characteristic of delinquency in childhood and adolescence and criminality in adulthood. It would be lovely if the opposite of a criminal was a saint, but it is not the case. The opposite of a criminal is an Oedipal mother, which is its conflict avoidant method for avoiding unwanted sexual attention as well. The Oedipal mother and fathers can play this role too, but it is comparatively rare. Says to her child, I only live for you. She does everything for her children. She ties their shoes and cuts up their food and lets them crawl into bed with her and her partner far too often. That is a good and everything you do that is wrong will always be someone else's fault. The children can accept or reject this and they have some choice in the matter. The Oedipal mother makes a pact with herself, her children, and the devil himself. The deal is this: above all, never leave me. In return, I will do everything for you. As you age without maturing, you will become worthless and bitter, but you will never have to take any responsibility and be true. But the children are too young and too desperate. The Oedipal mother is the witch in the story of Hansel and Gretel. The two children in that fairy tale have a new stepmother. She orders her husband to abandon his children in the forest as there is a famine and she thinks they eat too much. He obeys his wife, takes his children deep into the woods and leaves them to their fate. Wandering, starving, and lonely, they come across a miracle. A house, and not just any house. A candy house, a gingerbread house, a person who had not been rendered too caring, empathic, sympathetic, and cooperative might be skeptical and ask, is this too good to evil actions? But provision of that kind of care makes her hungry. She puts Hansel into a cage to fatten him up ever more efficiently. He fools her into thinking he is staying thin by offering her an old bone when she tries to test his leg for the desired tenderness. She gets too desperate to wait, eventually, and stokes the oven, preparing to cook and eat the object of her doting. Gretel, who has apparently not been lulled into full submission, waits for a moment of carelessness and pushes the kind old woman into the oven. The kids run away and rejoin the father, who has thoroughly repented of his. Inside the house is a kind old woman, rescuer of distraught children, kind patter of heads and wiper of noses, all bosom and hips, ready to sacrifice herself to their every wish at a moment's notice. She feeds the children anything they want, anytime they want, and they never have to do anything. In a household like that, the choicest cut of child is the spirit, and it is always consumed first. Too much protection devastates the developing soul. Named Johann Jakob Beethoven, Beethoven proposed that humanity had passed through a series of developmental stages in its history. The witch in the Hansel and Gretel tale is the terrible mother, the dark half of the symbolically feminine. Deeply social as we are in our essence, we tend to view the world as a story, the characters of which are mother, father, and child. The feminine, as a whole, is unknown nature outside the bounds of culture, creation, and destruction. She is the protective arms of mother and the destructive element of time. The beautiful virgin mother and the swamp-dwelling hag. This archetypal entity was confused with an objective historical reality back in the late 1800s by a Swiss anthropologist. Movement and the matriarchal studies of 1970s feminism. Cynthia Eller, who wrote a book criticizing such ideas, The Myth of Matriarchal Prehistory, called this theology an ennobling lie. 202. Circles despite the absence of any historical evidence to support them. 1. Marriage activities. For example, an archaeologist famously claimed in the 1980s and 1990s that a peaceful goddess and woman-centered culture once characterized Neolithic Europe. 200. She claimed that it was supplanted and suppressed by an invasive hierarchical warrior culture, which laid the basis for modern society. Art historian Merlin Stone made the same argument in his book When God Was a Woman. 201, this whole series of essentially archetypal mythological ideas became touchstones for the theology of the womaness. The first, roughly speaking after a somewhat anarchic and chaotic beginning, was Das Mutterrecht 199, a society where women held the dominant positions of power, respect and honor, where polyamory and promiscuity ruled, and where any certainty of paternity was absent. The second, the Dionysian, was a phase of transition during which these original matriarchal foundations were overturned and power was taken by men. The third phase, the Apollonian, still reigns today. The patriarchy rules and each woman belongs exclusively to one man. Bachofanus ideas became profoundly influential in certain social policy. Carl Jung had encountered Bachofanus ideas of primordial matriarchy decades earlier. Jung soon realized, however, that the developmental progression described by the earlier Swiss thinker represented a psychological rather than a historical reality. He saw and Bachofanus thought the same processes of emergence of consciousness symbolically masculine, and contrasted it with its symbolically feminine material, mother, matrix, origins, subsuming Freud's theory of Oedipal parenting into a broader archetypal model. For Newman, and for Jung, consciousness always symbolically masculine, even in pathological desire by anything that opposes enlightenment, articulation, rationality, self-determination, strength and competence by anything that shelters too much and therefore smothers and devours. Such overprotection is Freud's Oedipal familial nightmare, which we are rapidly transforming into. Women struggles upwards toward the light. Its development is painful and anxiety-provoking as it carries with it the realization of vulnerability and death. It is constantly tempted to sink back down into dependency and unconsciousness and to shed its existential burden. It is aided in that projection of imaginative fantasy onto the external world that had led to the population of the cosmos with constellations and gods. In the Origins and History of Consciousness 203 and The Great Mother 204, Jung's collaborator Erich Neumann extended his colleague's analysis. Neumann traced the nihilism and hatred more than that, except, perhaps, the too tight embrace of too caring mom, down into the protective womb-like embrace of the underworld. It is the terror young men feel towards attractive women who are nature itself, ever ready to reject them intimately at the deepest possible level. Nothing inspires self-consciousness, undermines courage, and fosters feelings of. The terrible mother is an ancient symbol. It manifests itself, for example, in the form of Tiamat in the earliest written story we have recovered, the Mesopotamian Enuma Elish. Tiamat is the mother of all things, gods and men alike. She is the unknown and chaos and the nature that gives rise to all forms. But she is also the female dragon deity who moves to destroy her own children when they carelessly kill their father and attempt to live on the corpse that remains. The terrible mother is the spirit of careless unconsciousness, tempting the ever-striving spirit of awareness and enlightenment. With a kiss. The terrible mother appears in many fairy tales and in many stories for adults. In The Sleeping Beauty, she is the evil queen, dark nature herself Maleficent in the Disney version. The royal parents of Princess Roar fail to invite this force of the night to their baby daughter's tristaning. Thus, they shelter her too much from the destructive and dangerous side of reality, preferring that she grow up untroubled by such things. Their reward at puberty, she is still unconscious. The masculine spirit, her prince, is both a man who could save her by tearing her from her parents and her own consciousness trapped in a dungeon by the machinations of the dark side of femininity. When that prince escapes and presses the evil queen too hard, she turns into the dragon of chaos itself. The symbolic masculine defeats her with truth and faith and finds the princess whose eyes he opens. 1. This is most true in those Scandinavian nations where the most steps towards gender equality have been taken, and 2. The differences are not small by the standards whereby such things are measured. 1. Attentive wakefulness, clarity of vision, and tough-minded independence. Those are masculine traits in actuality, as well as symbolically, as men are actually less tender-minded and agreeable than women on average, and are less susceptible to anxiety and emotional pain. And to say it again, case it is certain that a woman needs consciousness to be rescued, and as noted above, consciousness is symbolically masculine and has been since the beginning of time in the guise both of order and of the logos, the mediating principle. The prince could be a lover, but could also be a womaness. It might be objected, as it was with Disney's more recent and deeply propagandistic Frozen, that a woman does not need a man to rescue her. That may be true, and it may not. It may be that only the woman who wants or has a child needs a man to rescue her, at least to support and aid her in any. The relationship between the masculine and consciousness is also portrayed symbolically in the Disney movie The Little Mermaid. Ariel, the heroine, is quite feminine, but she also has a strong spirit of independence. For this reason, she is her father's favorite. She also causes him the archetypal category as the Dragon Queen Maleficent in Sleeping Beauty, or the jealous older queen in Snow White, Lady Tremaine in Cinderella, the Red Queen in Alice in Wonderland, Cruella de Vil in 101 Dalmatians, Miss Medusa in The Rescuers, and Mother Gothel in Tangled. Most trouble, her father Triton is the king representing the known culture and order, with a hint of the oppressive rule giver and tyrant. Because order is always opposed by chaos, Triton has an adversary, Ursula, a tentacled octopus, a serpent, a gorgon, a hydra. Thus, Ursula is in the same prince. Without her capacity to speak, without the logos, without the divine word, she will remain underwater, unconscious, forever. Ariel wants to kindle a romance with Prince Eric, whom she previously rescued from a shipwreck. Ursula tricks Ariel into giving up her voice so that she can have 3 days as a human being. Ursula knows full well, however, that a voiceless Ariel will not be able to establish a relationship with the Triton's magic trident, the source of his godlike power. When Ariel fails to form a union with Prince Eric, Ursula steals her soul and places it in her large collection of shriveled and warped semi-beings, well protected by her feminine graces. When King Triton shows up to demand the return of his daughter, Ursula makes him a terrible offer he can take. Ariel's place, of course, the elimination of the wise king who represents, to say it again, the benevolent side of the patriarchy, has been Ursula's nefarious plan all along. Ariel is released, but Triton is now reduced to a pathetic shadow of his former self. More importantly, Ursula now has her due, that to some degree, but it is better for everyone concerned when no one is too dependent. A human being, so she can remain with Eric. For a woman to become complete, such stories claim, she must form a relationship with masculine consciousness and stand up to the terrible world which sometimes manifests itself, primarily, in the form of her too-present mother. An actual man can help. Fortunately for everyone concerned except Ursula, Prince Eric returns, distracting the evil queen of the underworld with a harpoon. This opens an opportunity for Ariel to attack Ursula, who grows in response to monstrous proportions in the same manner as Maleficent, Sleeping Beauty's evil queen. Ursula creates a huge storm and raises a whole navy of sunken ships from the ocean floor. As she prepares to kill Ariel, Eric commandeers a wrecked ship and rams her with its broken bowsprit. Triton and the other captured souls are released. The rejuvenated Triton then transforms his daughter into teenage trouble with my dad. My mom said if it was too good at home, you'd never leave. One day when I was a kid, I was out playing softball with some friends. The teams were a mixture of boys and girls. We were all old enough so that the boys and girls were starting to be interested in one another in an unfamiliar way. Status was becoming more relevant and important. My friend Jake and I were about to come to blows, pushing each other around near the pitching mound when my mom walked by. She was a fair distance away, about 30 yards, but I could immediately see by the change in her body language that she knew what was going on. Of course, the other kids saw her as well. She walked right by. I knew that hurt her. Part of her was worried that I would come home with a bloody nose and a black eye. It would have been easy enough for her just to yell, "Hey, you kids, quit that," or even to come over and interfere. But she didn't. A few years later, when I was having